Welcome back to another episode of Neon Leon. How are all you vinyl idols? And finally, welcome back to another episode of Neon Leon. How are all you vital? I had that on repeat. Finally, welcome back to another episode of Neon Leon. How are all you vital idols doing? I'm a professional, and Andrew, I washed my hair just for you so we could do this today. Tell people who you are and what you do, brother.
I feel honored that you did that. Did you have to like move up your once a month like shampoo and conditioner routine just
once
for
a
me?
Week, first of all, it's once a week, and actually, just so you know, I did. It's once a week, and here's why. I'm going to lay this out right now. It is better and healthier for your hair to only wash it once a week, okay? Because did you know that Brad Pitt only washes his hair once every couple of months? Why? The longer you go without washing it, the more you train your hair and your head to like slowly produce grease and whatnot. So it's actually healthier in the long run. A lot of Hollywood actors do what I do. But because I'm on YouTube and I play video games, apparently it's fucking different. We can't all look like a Quaxley, Andrew. My man.
A Quaxley? A Quaxley? You gonna do me like that?
You got that great like that hair pompadour thing that Quaxley got going on. I like it.
You know what? I won't complain. I'll take it. I'll keep it for as long as I can. But I'm glad to be back, man. It's been a long time since we've hung out and done a show together in any capacity, whether it's been on a one-on-one or a.
I don't think you had ever even written for Rippaverse or anything yet. Like you've upgraded, you've changed, my man.
I have leveled up, as it were. I've gotten to the next stage or the next zone, even honestly. To keep it thematic. It's been a wild ride this year, man. Especially, I've been super busy with work over the Rippaverse. Obviously, we cranked up our output in terms of putting out books super fast. One of which is Ripazine number 5, which has my debut short story in it, which is pretty freaking awesome. And I have the blessing and privilege of introducing our main solo speedster into the Rippaverse.
2025 has been a good year. Like, I know a lot of people like 2024 was bad. Frankly, a lot of people just hated the 2020s in general. I've quite enjoyed 2025.
Every year has a lot of crap.
Everybody, dude, like I've seen growth from you, from a lot of our friends. Just like I think 2025 has been a legitimately great year. I know a lot of people like to talk on the negative stuff, and it's true. But man, I've been a fan of this year.
You know, I'm blessed. That's what I'll say. There's been a lot that's gone on this year, but at the end of the day, I can't really complain because I've kind of got a bit of a dream job. And it's cool to see all of my friends on YouTube doing great. You know, Spencer doing great over at Bounding. The website's doing fantastic there. The Rippaverse is going great. You've had great growth and doing awesome. And you're even washing your hair more often. You know, like there's just... I'm sorry.
No, it's great. I love it. I love it. You can't, if you ain't gonna riff on your friends, then you know what's the point of doing it? Yeah, no,
that's the thing. Yeah, right. You gotta be able to josh around with your friends, and you know, it's locker room stuff. But yeah, man, it's been an actual good year. I think for entertainment. Even there's been a lot of like really good games that have come out. There's been some good comics that have come out. There's been some great movies that have come out. Yeah, you still have to sift through some meh and some bleh to get there. But I think by and large, there has been a good upswing on some of this stuff. There's still a lot of work to do, but there's still a lot of stuff to be like, man, I'm glad this was good.
Right. Games and comics, I definitely agree with you. This is, and I can't wait to talk about it. Games and comics have been fantastic. I think movies have been, it's been actually a pretty weak year, but I think next year is looking real good, real strong. And that being said, so this wasn't part of the show or schedule. I just have to ask, are you a fan of the Fallout show, and do you think season 2 is looking good?
So I'm not a fan of Walking Simulator, the game, so I don't play
Oh, you're not a
Fallout.
Fallout fan in general.
No,
Damn.
I'm just not a fan. So like the show came out, and one, the setting doesn't interest me. I've never been a fan of post-apocalyptic stuff, so it's just not made for me, right? In the
Are you more
literal
fantasy
sense.
than sci-fi?
Am I what?
Are you more fantasy than sci-fi? Because I'm the opposite. I'm
Yeah.
more sci-fi than fantasy.
I like both, but I am more like high fantasy than sci-fi for sure. Like I like Lord of the Rings more than I like Star Wars, right?
Oh, yeah, and I think that's fair. That's fine, justifiable. I'm the opposite, but it takes both. Like I think it's a fun, healthy debate. It's like Star Wars versus Star Trek, Marvel versus DC. I like the fandom more of sci-fi versus fantasy, but like you love both. That being said, before we get too far into it, Badger has rated in. Shout out to Badger's Bastards.
Hey.
Brad, congrats on tonight's 100th episode, dude. So proud of you.
For that.
Way to go. And let's say hey to our audience. Do some plugs before we get into the show, because there's a lot of y'all motherfuckers, and you are just flying in here. We had Valiant Goat coming in first. Shout out Valiant Goat. How you doing? The Room of Requirement. Congrats on bagging a supreme guest. He's more than a guest. He's my friend. Although, if I had to wager a guess, is this who I think it is? I don't know. Okay, gotcha. Well,
yes, it is.
Yes, love the lady. Room of Requirement, fantastic. Saw today the Drake, the Tom Felton Draco Malfoy reprisal of his role. That was so
they
cool.
wouldn't let him continue the scene
because
like,
they were
they
cheering.
just gave, oh man, that was so good.
Screw Cursed Child. They started laughing about how long it was going. It was so good.
Yeah,
so
screw
good.
Cursed Child, but it was really heartwarming to see him get such a response like that.
Agreed. Obviously, Andrew's gonna be talking to you guys in the chat as well. He's here. Golden Apples in the house. Shout out Philip Morgan, Marty, Tiberius O'Donnell. We got Daxonar, best model in the whole damn land. Shout out to Daxonar. Of course, the Paul Byersmith, the IRL bestie. You love to see it. He left a comment right here. No, this isn't the one. Either way, there's one that I do want to call out here in a bit, but let's say everybody else first. Ryan says stream pre-light. Shout out. Demon Carol is in the house. Gal Carrymon is in the house. So y'all just turned up in droves for a Friday night party session. Tailfins is late in Bethesda. I'm not late, okay? I respect my boy Badger's time. His show is first, and I do not bounce out on my friends for my own personal gratification. But we are starting the show. Let's see who else we got. I know there's more. Yes, Sleeping Nova is here. Would you love to see it? True Aztec Warrior, a Gaming Wolf 87. We got a couple wolves here. We got the Caffeinated Wolf. We got the Gaming Wolf. A lot of wolves tonight. Let's see. I know there's more of you in here. Just got to scroll through because y'all talking so much. The Stream Elements bot even showing up to represent. Alfredo Chorizo is in the house. Let's see. Hypno, Hypno, guys. Hypno emojis in the chat. You'll love to see it.
He hit a huge milestone on YouTube this year too, didn't he?
Dude, he did. 10K subs. Absolute legend. Well, thank you for not going live and then stealing everybody from me, because Hypno is, of course, far better at this than I am. So truly appreciate you, Hypno. Nagger Knowledge in the house. Great job on Foxy Moxie show. B-Man, why did it have to be Leon? Snakes. Why did it have to be snakes? Which, by the way, I like the Lord of the Rings trilogy better than the Star Wars trilogy. I don't know if that's a hot take or not.
I think
that's
it's a
Lord of the
stronger
Rings.
trilogy.
I meant Indiana Jones. I meant Indiana Jones, not Lord of the Rings.
Well.
Yeah, it's my favorite movie trilogy. Water Bly is here. Shout out to Wheels, Person 11. Man, so many of you. Pulse Mannequin. I've been seeing you a lot more lately. It's nice to have you back, buddy. Butterframed in Gold. LMA, Luminous Anonymous saying me. Howdy, y'all. How you doing, LMA? Obi Dean is here. Jagged 75. I don't know if I've seen you around before, so this is your first time. Welcome. Truly appreciate you. Sal the Hamster. Look, just you guys coming in so hot tonight. It makes me feel loved and appreciated. And then Gal Carrymon starting us off strong with 10 gifted Words of Paradise memberships. Dude, you absolute legend. Truly appreciated. You know what? I think for that, I think that deserves a clip. I think you deserve a clip, my friend.
I'm loving the game. The game would absolutely get a pretty high score from me.
How many bananas?
A solid 8.5 incher for sure.
I didn't, what? No.
And wouldn't it be nice to live together?
Figured you hadn't seen that one since it's been a while since you've been on. That was a new clip. I wanted to see your response to that. Glad you enjoyed it.
What the hell?
EB, shout out, my man. Truly appreciate you. Tech Rat, all hail our Tech Rat. Melissa Lord, I love seeing you here as well. 100K, not 10K. I said 100K, did I not?
You said 10K.
Oh my God, I'm an asshole. I meant to say 100K, all right? I did mean to say 100K. I'm just retarded.
Congrats.
This is a professional operation. Alex Cuesta Show, dropping in to say howdy for it in the sack. Well, sleep well. Sleep is very important. Get your full 8 hours. Thanks for dropping in. CFH90 is in the building. You'll love to see it. Truly appreciate you showing up, homie. Demon Carol dropping a 5-banger. Watched Blade Runner for the first time. Strange movie. And the thing that bummed me about it was how Face of the Replicant Leon looks like Leon. Yeah, that's been compared before. All right. There's a replicant named Leon that does, in fact, according to people, have no chin like me. So it looks at me. So you know what, Demon Carol?
Shut up, bitch.
Thanks for the 5, brother. Truly appreciated. Let's see. I saw Serranos was in the house. We're getting close to the end. There it is. Leon will blame it on the mush mouth. Yes, the Midwest mush mouth. I'm like Ben Shapiro. I just, from the Midwest. So I speak really fast and I don't try and sell out our country to Israel. So all that being said, guys, we're about to start the show. Before you do, we do tier goals up on this bitch. As you know, tier 1, hundo. We extend the show for an hour and bring those of you who've donated on. Obviously, the guest is not obligated to stay because it's already getting pretty damn late for you. But yeah, we extend the show, bring you guys on. Tier 2, we spin a wheel of oftentimes torture to find out what movie we're doing for the movie party in the Discord. And then tier 3, I forsake my day off on Sunday, and we do a completely apolitical Sunday special stream. So y'all know the drill. Let's hit some goals. Truly appreciate all of you. Means the world to me. And guys, let's get right on into it. So Andrew, like normally we start the show by going right into the reactions and the news. But before we do any of that, I do want to talk because you accomplished something that made the little hedgehog in me so happy. And I want to talk about that before we actually get to the gaming news. Tell the people the incredibleness that happened weeks ago that we've talked about privately, but have not talked about on stream.
So I could do you one better and lead into it by I popped the link to my trailer in the private chat if you want to play that first, and then I'll rip right off of that.
Since I wasn't in StreamYard yet, it's not there for me. But resend it, and I absolutely will.
Easy. I've got it right here.
Guys, this is so cool. This is so fucking cool.
I'm pretty proud of this, not gonna lie. Let me make sure.
Oh yeah, Paul Byersmith says, what comment were you talking about for me? Paul Byersmith said that Friday's a great day. It's usually payday and it's Neon Leon, which I was gonna lead into talking about the tier goals and stuff, and I just forgot. But yes, Friday is a great day because of Neon Leon Day and payday. So shout out, Paul. Thank you so much for bringing that up.
That's a good combo. All right, here it is.
There.
I accidentally almost posted the link to your stream because I was sharing that.
So, all right, here. All right, let's share the screen right now. Guys,
see if people recognize the voice.
Pinpoint this voice, baby. Let's go. You can't pinpoint a voice. It's muted.
Professional.
My name is Zephyr Arlen, and I'm doing something stupid. My family, we've got a secret. And I've never been allowed to attend normal school before now because of it. Mom and Dad say high school can be a bit of a culture shock. But how bad can it really be? After all, getting up to speed is something I do best. I know they're worried, but I can be careful. Only time will tell if this is the worst idea ever. Oh, sparks and bolts! Or the very best idea ever. I can't help but wonder, though, can I be something more? I guess we can give this a tryout.
Blue Shift, baby. The speedster for the Rippaverse. And there was something incredible about that particular speedster. Why don't you let the people in on it if they haven't guessed in the chat? If you guys want to, guess in the chat. But there's something incredible about that.
So if you guys don't know who that voice was, there's a slight tweak to it deliberately, but my character, the trailer for that short story was voiced by none other than Jason Griffith, longtime voice of both Sonic and Shadow the Hedgehog.
Yup.
which is pretty freaking incredible because like my character's a speedster and I got the voice of Sonic to voice him.
Speedster.
Like
The speedster.
yeah, he's my Sonic. Like Griffith is my favorite game Sonic. And so, especially like towards the latter part of his tenure as the character, because he had kind of like refined it a lot more.
Yeah, in Sonic Adventure, because he didn't even start off in the games. He started off, or not Adventure,
In Sonic X.
Sonic X. He started off, and they were like, "Hey, make it sound similar to Ryan Drummond, who was doing the game. It was doing the games." And as they, Sega was like, "Okay, we're just gonna have you do the voice in the games, not just the show.
Mhm.
Do your own thing." And so, yeah, continue.
He started to evolve it a little bit over time. And then once you get to like Sonic Unleashed or Sonic 06 even, like he had dialed in that voice to like be, for me at least, everybody's got their favorite, right? Some people prefer Roger Craig Smith, some people prefer Ryan Drummond, some people prefer Jaleel White, right? Like some people like that is the only that he is the, I mean, I grew up with the cartoons, right? Like so I love Jaleel White's Sonic. That's seminal to my childhood. And I will tolerate no disrespect to Jaleel White's Sonic voice. However, Griffith's is absolutely my all-time favorite. And man,
Griffith is my shadow. Ryan Drummond is my Sonic, but Griffith is my shadow, 100%. Because obviously his voice cast has changed as well at this point. And to be fair to you, you've got a shadow color scheme going on just in your entire visage here. So like
a little bit, yeah, a little bit.
And I also want to point out the music for that trailer is very Sonic music. I don't know if that was intentional or not.
Oh,
but
absolutely.
Okay, I was like, that's a very Sonic the Hedgehog music.
It's hilarious, honestly, because so I told Griffith when I was chatting with him, way past cool, my man. I asked Jason, I was like, so like, obviously we don't want you to just do your Sonic voice because this isn't Sonic, but I want people to get Sonic vibes from it and then be like questioning, like, was that Sonic? And that's exactly what happened. Like in the comments for the trailer and comments on YouTube and things like that, you'd have people being like, was that the voice of Sonic? Right? All over the place. And then we get to, reply to that with like, yep, it was Jason freaking Griffith. Right? And so he nailed it. He tweaked it just enough to make it its own, right? Make it his own character while still maintaining that tonality of his like, I specifically told him like, if you're going to draw from your Sonic voice, I want like 06 and Unleashed, like that range right there. And then you take that and then you do whatever you want with it. And he had a great time with it. I was super excited. And then Jordan, our video asset manager who put together the trailer, I sent her several like Sonic themes. And I was like, this is the tone I'm going for. And so she took that and she's like, okay, let me see what I can find and work with and put together. And that trailer has some of our best views in terms of our YouTube trailers.
A good trailer. And so
I have to ask,
like, first of all, this is now, to my knowledge, at least your second like professional working thing with a Sonic voice actor, because you were on the stream with me where we had Eggman on. So now you've watched over Jason Griffith. Did you reach out to him personally? Did someone on the Ripper team do it? Like how did you link up with Jason Griffith?
So Jason actually wound up reaching out to me on Twitter. And we got to talking, and I actually wound up he wound up inviting me to Sonic Expo this last year because it was in the Dallas area, and I had just gotten back from one of our other cons, I think like a week or two prior, and I was like, well shoot, like heck yeah, like I'll go see you, because we had already been talking. Like this had been like in like it's funny when we did that stream earlier this year, like we had already been talking. Like this had already been going on for a while.
Dude,
like
you did a great job of keeping that under wraps then, because like, so this whole time you're conversing with fucking Mike Pollock on stream and you're all like, secretly, I'm also texting Sonic. I've got your fucking rival on the speed dial, literal speed dial. Like,
I'm not saying that's what I was thinking, but it's absolutely what I was thinking.
Awesome.
Which was super cool. And so, yeah, I got to go hang out with him at Sonic Expo, chat with him. And yeah, when it came time to like green light my project and had gotten to the point where it's like, all right, like all the assets are ready. Time to put together the trailer. I reached out to Jason. I was like, all right, man, it's go time. Are you available? And he said, let's freaking do it, man. He made himself available like within like pretty short notice on his end, because he was like I think it was just gonna be like 3 or 4 days later, he was gonna be flying like out of the country for something. He was gonna be doing like something work related, right? And so he honestly, God bless the man, because he could have said, unfortunately, man, I've got this other thing going on, that I got to get prepared for. And he could have said, maybe next time. And I would have totally understood. But instead, he made it a priority and he said, let's freaking do it. And he knocked it out.
And they tell you don't ever meet your heroes.
Right? Don't meet
so
some
awesome.
of them.
Yeah. Don't meet Sean Schimmel. Fuck that dude. He's a dick. But Jason Griffith, on the other hand, super fucking cool, apparently.
He's a super, super down to earth, chill guy. Like, he is a genuinely chill guy, which I appreciate.
Well, speaking of chill, we're gonna go ahead and get into our first piece of media for the evening. And I know there's something. I figure after our first video, we'll go into the other thing that you want to talk about, and I'm very excited for that as well. But I want to know, because I know that you, like me, you're a big fan of JRPGs. I mean, your favorite series, if I recall, and you let me know if I'm wrong, your favorite series is the Shin Megami Tensei series.
So Shin Megami Tensei and the Xeno franchises. Those are, okay, well, top 3 would be, in no particular order, the Shin Megami Tensei and its spinoffs, so like Persona.
That's Persona, right, yeah.
Yeah. I like Soul Hackers as well and some of the other stuff, but in Xeno, so Xenogears, Xenosaga, and the Xenoblade games, and then the Tales games. I'm a big fan of those as well.
I've only played 3 or 4 Tales games. I love the ones I've played, but I haven't gotten super. I've obviously played Symphonia. Everyone loves Symphonia.
So you played the best
I really
one.
like Zestiria. People hate on Zestiria. I liked Tales of Zestiria.
I'm glad you enjoyed it. That's what matters.
Because I'm not familiar. The only other one I played was Tales of it was one of them was in between Symphonia and Zestiria. Maybe it was Arise or I wish I remember what it was, but I'm not super familiar with the franchise.
So the most recent one is Arise. That's the most recent
so
one.
It wasn't Arise I played then.
So there's
it was before Zestiria, but after Symphonia. So there's a couple, I guess, that could be.
Well, there's quite a few that could be. I mean, that could be in order. We could be talking about, we could be talking about Abyss. We could be talking about Vesperia. We could be talking about
Vesperia.
Yeah,
I want to see, because I remember I had similar names this year. Okay, so yeah, Tales of Vesperia is the other one.
Yeah, Vesperia was on the 360 initially. Yeah.
So
based take LW78 personally, his favorite is Tales of Xillia. That's in my top 3. I love that one, and it was locked on the PS3 for the longest time until just last month when the remaster came out.
So with all that being said, now, because I'm a huge JRPG fan as well, like you, I love Persona, love the Chrono games. I think that, obviously people love Final Fantasy. My favorite Final Fantasy is Tactics, which I think is very underrated. I'm so glad it just recently got a remake, because everyone talks about the numbers game. They never talk about Tactics. So now there's the news that you've got the Eastern games have given up on the West. Before we get into this video and react to it, whatnot, have you heard about this, and what are your sort of thoughts on it?
So I had seen a headline that sounds similar to what you just said, but I haven't had the time to look into it. So I'm curious to see what's up.
We doing it live, baby. Let's go.
Let's do it live.
And Eastern companies are leaving the West. I love this. I think that a lot of people have taken notice that a lot of games look the same, sound the same, play the same, smell the same.
Hey, thanks for the sub, L-Dub.
A lot of this is coming from an oppressive culture driven by middle management midwits that believe that their opinions, their values, their beliefs, their worldviews need to be reflected in all forms of media, and it's turned into a sort of soft censorship. Most of these issues, nearly all of them, are being exported from here in the U.S., my home soil, the good U.S. of A. And these guys are...
Now, are you familiar with Legendary Drop Saw as a creator?
Nope.
So...
I don't watch most YouTube.
He's not a culture war channel. He's not really. He's a very apolitical individual. He's a indie game dev that talks gaming stuff. And so to hear him say, because my initial thought when I heard the East pulling out, I was not going to jump to anything culture about it. I just assumed AI. It's going to be AI. So yeah, if his read on it is because it's due to social differences between the East and the West, I'm finding that to be interesting, or maybe that could be a cover for AI, or it could be both. Who's to say?
Okay.
They're so self-absorbed. They don't care about what it takes to make a good game. They don't care about the audience. The only thing that they can think about is shareholders, their personal or political leanings, and their incompetence and their influence doesn't just extend to their games, it's now extended overseas. And this has turned into a sort of cultural erasure. We're going to call it colonization because, we're pretty good at that. And the East is sick of it. They don't want to have anything to do with it anymore. So you have companies like Square Enix that are closing down shop, they're laying off workers, and they're consolidating their efforts back in Japan because they feel like that's the best place for them to be making games.
Now, were you aware of the massive Western layoffs of Square Enix?
I was aware of that. Yeah, I was aware of that.
Based on just like your what you know about them pulling out of the UK, mostly California, would you get the read on it that this is ideology or politically based or anything like that?
It's probably a lot more multifaceted than that. However, it wouldn't be much of a stretch to believe that that is at least a part of it. A lot of it I think is world economy in general as well right now. But I think that the fact that you've seen a degradation in a lot of these traditionally Japanese IPs, and frankly, I'm sure that the people over in Japan who this is their stuff. Like, we're borrowing their culture. We're borrowing their media when it gets ported over, when it gets translated and localized and all things like that. Like, that's us, getting to play with their toys, essentially. And when you do what it's happening a little less frequently now, because I think some publishers and devs are starting to wise up. However, when you disrespect the property by drastically changing things, and I'm not talking you're tweaking some dialogue in order for something to make sense to a Western audience, not reflect Western values, but make sense.
Yeah,
in order for
the I always use is Japan doesn't have the phrase "beating a dead horse," right? It just doesn't exist in the vocabulary. Right. But if they have something similar and unique that we don't have, and you're translating a game, there are going to be things that you do need to change because it just flat out does not translate. I find that to be fine, acceptable. It's when you go the extra mile and you flat out change entire context and meaning that's when you break it for me.
When you go out of your way to insert something that was never there, right? You are now inserting your own Western values or your own personal beliefs, whether it be political, socio-political, social, whatever. You're inserting that into something where it did not exist before, all because you can. That's no different than me coming over to your place and we play Smash Brothers and I whoop your ass, but I break your controller anyway. Because I would whoop your ass.
Not even as it currently stands, you were the one that's beaten me. That will change in the near future.
We'll have a rematch one of these days.
I'll let slide continue.
But that's what it is, essentially. We're breaking their toys when it's not something that belongs to us. And so I got to imagine that the people over there at some point kind of got sick of that. And they're like, you know what? We're not about this anymore. We're sick of you doing this, And there's probably a lot more to it than that, but I'm sure that's part of it.
Right, and I would also add to it that the Western divisions of Square Enix, the games they put out, a lot of them owned by Crystal Dynamics or even just Square Enix.
A lot of those have been flops.
So, Forspoken was a failure. Not Final Fantasy, the Avengers game was an abject failure. The Tomb Raider games had diminishing returns, both financially and because of fans. So, I definitely agree with you that it's multifaceted. Melissa Lord for a 2-banger says 2 for the fund. Ubisoft thoughts. They gone. If Tencent pulls out, they are gone. Absolutely. Shout out. Thank you for the 2. Y'all said, will you watch Scream 7? I haven't actually looked forward to a movie for real since episode 7. That sucked. Stu better be there and not a flashback. I'm mixed on Scream 7 or not. I've not seen the last several Screams, but I've
only seen the first one.
The first was great. I love the first one. I do think he will be there as more than just a flashback. So, but no, shout out, Melissa. Thank you. All right, let's keep it moving.
And the funny thing is that for whatever reason, nobody has taken notice that this has been going on for a while now, 5 years in the making. Japan is not alone in this. No, you've had companies in China, companies in Korea, as well as other companies in Japan that have been pulling their efforts out of the West and bringing them back home, trimming the fat, so to say. So today I want to talk about why that's happening. I want to talk about why Japan's biggest publisher is pulling back. I want to talk about why Japan's government is telling their artists to stop taking notes from the.
I don't know that I could be wrong, but I don't know that Square Enix is Japan's biggest publisher. I would think that, for example, Capcom's a bigger publisher than Final Fantasy than Square Enix.
So I guess it depends on how they're measuring this, because if we're just strictly talking publishing, Square Enix does publish a lot, to where it's stuff that they're not necessarily developing in-house, where they're like a publisher and therefore like funding or whatever, all sorts of other smaller dev teams and things like that. Maybe they could make that argument. I genuinely don't know, and so I'm not going to speak out of ignorance on it. I will say that I would have thought that Bandai Namco would be larger, personally.
Yeah, Namco is another one I was going to throw out there, yeah.
But again, I could be wrong. I don't have the data.
Hypnot makes point. Square Enix also publishes manga as well as anime. Like, they published like the My Dress Up Darling anime. I assume they had a hand in the manga as well.
Oh, so do they? Okay.
They're not just exclusively involved in games. That he might make a point there.
Okay.
West, and why I think this is going to start a creative split that we haven't seen since the 90s. It couldn't happen any sooner. This video is sponsored by boot.dev, the smartest way to learn how to code with.
All right, you guys know how it works on this channel. If we're going to be stealing people's content, we let their ad reads play out. So let's see what you got to say.
Out getting bored. You know, sometimes I'll just flip through boot.dev lessons, not because I'm trying to make my own game, but because I want to understand how games are actually made. It's crazy to see how much logic and structure goes into a lot of these systems that we take for granted. And honestly, I think more people should give it a shot. We have seen so many wild indie success stories lately, solo developers turning side projects into full careers. I think it would be great to see somebody from my own community do the same. Boot.dev makes learning feel like a game. You build real projects in Python, SQL, and Go, earn XP, level up, and even fight bosses as you learn. And the best part is, the stuff actually pays. The median salary for backend developers in the US last year was just over $100,000. Not bad for learning something that starts as a hobby. It's completely free to read and watch every course, and if you want to unlock the interactive coding, AI tutor, and progress tracking, that's where the subscription comes in. Go to boot.dev or click the link in the description and use my code LegendaryDrops to get 25% off your first year on an annual plan. You can also just scan the QR code on screen. It'll take you straight there with the discount automatically applied. Thank you to boot.dev for sponsoring today's video. A lot of games media has spent the past couple of years mourning the layoffs, the studio closures, the failed games. They've been blaming the economy, inflation, tariffs, whatever the trending excuse is for that quarter. But what I don't think a lot of people have understand, or at least caught on to, is that this is not an industry-wide collapse. It's not global. I think what we're watching right now is the West.
Out the gate, he hits the nail on the head of something I've been saying for ages. You're only seeing this in the West. You are not seeing these massive layoffs in the gaming industry in the East. There's clearly a reason for that beyond that, because right now the global economy is shit. So you can't blame the economy if it's just happening in the West.
Well, it's primarily the West where we're hiring for jobs that have no market value. We're hiring for, or at least we were. Not all those positions are the first to get cut, and they're getting cut right now. Like your DEI positions and things like that. Like all of those
middle management
positions there's no demand for those jobs whatsoever. It is a made up position. It's a fake job to solve a problem that didn't exist. And what happens when companies need to trim the fat? The stuff that's useless and not making money.
Hypno says the West is at fault. Yes, to be fair, Japan has a very heavy anti-firing culture. They refuse to fire rather than make you try quit. That's I guess that's true. Yeah, that is a well-known thing in Japan. I thought I could be wrong. I didn't think Japan was anti-firing. I think they were anti-mass layoffs. They'll fire at an individual level, but they just won't do mass layoffs. Unless I'm wrong. I don't know if anyone can correct me on that.
Western games apocalypse. Sure. It's one that's built on greed, idealism, ego, and the slow erasure of individualism in a space that used to thrive on distinct voices. You can feel it in just about everything that comes out from a AAA publisher today. These games do not carry the identity of the people or the studios that are making them. No, they carry the identity of one culture center, one value system. And because of that, they're getting trapped in this binary state. Either you have a game that is designed purely to wring as much money out of its customers as possible, or you have a game that's pushing a set of values, trying to win points in a culture that's more polarized than it's ever been. Profit.
So, when you talk about the individuality here, what games do you think you've played the most this year? Like not from any particular region or country, just like in general, off the top of your head, what games do you think you've played the most?
Let's see. Despite this year being the year I have had the least amount of like free time that I could allocate to gaming, probably in my entire life, I still managed to carve out several hundred hours to play and platinum the Steam version of Stellar Blade. And
Nice.
to play the absolute piss out of the remaster of Ninja Gaiden 2 Black that came out. What was it, back during the summer?
I have that, but I haven't gotten to play it yet. I imagine
Dude,
it's good.
I played it and destroyed it in a weekend. I played it on hard because that game was my jam, dude. Like Ninja Gaiden is my jam. And so I like, it took me a little bit to like get used to it again, right? Because it'd been a hot minute since I played it on the 360. But once I got back in my groove, I was like, oh man, I got this. And it was done so well. I had a blast. So it was mainly action games that I played outside of my usual annual like replays of some JRPGs. But just about everything I was playing this year did come out of the East.
Yeah.
Actually, now that I think about it.
For me, it's been all Eastern games or all indie games. Like I'm bouncing back and forth between like
I need to
indies,
finish
like,
Expedition 33 still. I haven't finished it. I started it.
I haven't
It's
started.
really, really good.
I'm building I'm building my new rig in like the next 2 weeks, and so I'm waiting for the nice new shiny rig so I can run it at like the optimal way to play Expedition 33.
Respect.
But yeah, beyond that, I mean, dude, I've sunk so much time into Schedule 1 and Repo or Tormented Souls, but I've also, dude, I put within a month of it coming out, I put over 100 hours into Sonic Cross Worlds Racing.
So oh gosh, I'd have to check my Steam, but I think I have something like 60 or 70 hours in it, something like that. I played the crap out of it, and just because I was like, I am unlocking Supersonic as fast as possible. Though I'm bummed that like he's locked to the offline.
He's locked to story mode. Yeah.
Yeah.
I know.
I was like, man, I just spent all this time to unlock his ass. Like, really? I hope at some point that they make him available, a version of him, because obviously, like in the story mode, he's immune to a lot of stuff.
Right? Yeah.
You can't just carry that over into online multiplayer.
Can use it online. Yeah, but yeah,
and give me Super Shadow and Super Silver as well.
It's been all indies and all Eastern games for me this year. Like I'm not saying there hasn't been any Western AAA stuff, but I can't think of any off the top of my dome.
Over enjoyment on one side, moral projection on the other. What this has led to is more and more games, whether made in the West or simply influenced by the West, and they're releasing to an audience that simply doesn't exist. The same thing is happening in movies and TV. This isn't some hit piece on anyone's beliefs or values, by the way. People can believe whatever they want to. The issue is when the expectation is that everybody else is required to bend to them, agree to them, and then pay for content that's built around selling someone else's worldview. This would be fine if it all stayed in the West, but of course it didn't. Whether it's the obsession with live service or the urge to export values the same way we export entertainment, this mindset has pushed itself into Eastern studios too, and the result has been...
Now, to be fair, the East is very much taking advantage of live service. Like when you see all them gotcha games, shit like that.
I was about to say, dude, like I can't talk shit. I play Nikkei, all right? I spend absolute minimal.
Resident Evil stuff. Like
I spend absolute minimal amount. I think I've maybe over the course of the last year spent maybe $50 on it, when you have people that are spending hundreds of dollars every month on it. But because I try to like pick my battles, but it's fun. It can be mindless because you can kind of play it on autopilot and have the battles go auto. Like, so I'll do that sometimes while I'll have my phone up here, or you can also pull up the PC version of it while I'm like working or whatever. So I can multitask, right? And like my direct boss, Caro, over at the Rippaverse, she plays too. And so sometimes we'll just be like, if a meeting is particularly like, all right, right now there's nothing that we can contribute in this meeting. Yeah, right. Like, yeah, like that. We're just like, all right, like, have you done your dailies yet? Nope, I'm getting on it right now. Like,
that's awesome. Yeah, no, I get it. I think the live service is one of the biggest issues in gaming right now, and that's not exclusive to the West. Like again,
Oh, yeah.
especially China has really capitalized on live service.
Pretty predictable. Bad localization, censorship, outright bans, forced adjustments to character designs and art. You don't have to be a part of any culture war to get hit in the crossfire. You just got to be making games or playing games. And slowly, piece by piece, these studios have been surrendering parts of themselves, parts of their own identity, because somebody else decided that their work needed to fit into a Western mold of what's acceptable. And this is something that I think was echoed perfectly by the creator of Dragon Quest last year when he was asked why designs for Dragon Quest 3.
Did you see this?
Oh yeah, I remember seeing that. Yeah, I remember just being like, well, because so there was like one or two designs where I was like, I actually kind of like that. This was not one of them. This was like, this just looks goofy, and like you got lazy. If you wanted, here's the thing. Okay, I wouldn't want them to alter the original design at all. That's the baseline. But if you're gonna do it, make it look cool. All you did was put a sports bra and like sports tights on her. It doesn't look cool.
Like,
it doesn't look
me,
good.
There's even more of a personal front to it because, like, Akira Toriyama passed away. You're altering the man's art. You're altering
that a dead man's work
after he passed. Like, it just this one infuriated me just because I hold Akira Toriyama as the one above all when it comes to
a lot
manga.
of people were rightfully pissed off about that, and I don't blame them.
Remake were being censored.
いろいろするとね、年齢が上がっちゃうっていうね。全年齢じゃなくなってしまうっていうのがあったりとか。
ルールがやっぱなんか各国違ったりするんでね、広く売ろうと思うと一番厳しいところに合わせざるを得ないとか。
でも当時そんなこと思わなかったですけどね。
コンプラっていう名のね、やっぱりね、ある種のね、なんだろうな、絶対心というべき、善の名を借りた悪みたいなのがあるよね。全員が
See, and this is actually where I disagree with them, though, is that, like, when he says an evil disguise is good, I see a lot of people like, oh, the path to hell is paved with good intentions, and maybe I'm just so.
I don't think there's good intentions in it.
Exactly, that's the thing. Is like you
not
have to
good
believe
intentions
there's
there.
good intentions at first, and I do think that, and maybe this is a minority belief, or maybe I'm just making it up. I'm not sure, but the Japanese market that sees the West doing this thinks that there is good intentions. I think they've been duped into thinking there's good intentions when we in the West like, no, there's not good intentions to begin with.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, I don't think there's any good intentions there.
Under the name of compliance, it's like an absolute god, and evil disguised as good. Man, that line goes so hard. You know, this dude makes banger games. We went from starting wars over oil to telling girls to put on a shirt. My deepest apologies to the rest of the world. This brand of ideologically driven censorship is not just coming from Western game studios. It's coming from ratings boards, governments, and worst of all, credit card companies. These are the people who are basically telling these artists and these creators, bend to our values or we will break you financially. And the irony is that even with all this self-censorship, even with all the compromised creative directions, these companies are still losing money, a lot of money, because nobody wants to buy the end result. And those financial losses have not stayed contained. They have sent shockwaves across the ocean. Eastern governments are finally starting to wake up to what's happening, and they're actually doing something about it. Japan's Ministry of Economy.
I'm very mixed on how I feel about that. Just like as an individual who thinks all governments are evil, like the government can say, these Eastern governments can be like, we're going to regulate it to where the Westerners can't fuck with our shit anymore. Part of me is like, yes, games will be good again. The other part of me is like, but the government's the one saying they're going to take care of this.
Yeah, it's the government the one saying it. It should be the people saying, no, F all of you and F this.
Right.
Economy, trade, and industry stepped up to defend its creative industries, especially games, manga, and anime, pushing growth while rejecting Western interference and restrictions being forced on them by global platforms and payment processors. The ministry's new policy lays out 5 key principles: large-scale, long-term strategic support for spreading Japan-made content globally, no interference in content of creative works, direct support for creators and companies, prioritizing those willing to take risks. And now I love to see a government actually stepping up to protect its local.
All right, I have to do the thing that people don't like to hear, but I have to be negative because a lot of people report on this like it's a good thing. This isn't a piece of. I think that's because people aren't familiar with with Japanese legislation and whatnot. This isn't a piece of legislation. This isn't a law. This isn't anything that will be voted on. This is just an update to an already existing guideline. So people thinking that this is going to, and I'd love to be wrong, maybe I am wrong, but since it's in a policy, a government policy guideline, this is being updated and it's not actually a law or a piece of legislation that's going to be voted on, I don't know that it will actually be taken seriously or enforced.
Mm-hmm.
So
well, I mean,
I think people
that's pretty commonplace for anything at the legislative level, right? For when it comes to government, where it's like, we're gonna talk all this noise, we're gonna spout our mouths off, we're gonna say stuff that you guys are really gonna like, right? Like, oh yeah, that sounds great, and then nothing actually changes.
Well, I mean, didn't we here in the West vote to get rid of fucking daylight savings time like last year, and yet this year everybody turned their clocks back? Like, it's just
stupid.
Industries. And the best part is these guys are not doing it alone. No, these companies are starting to fight back too, not with speeches, but with their budgets. Because when the West is trying to bully you into submission, you got to remember there's only one language to speak, and that language is money. Stop investing in them, stop hiring them, stop relying on them, and they will change their tune. And that's exactly what some of these Eastern game companies have started doing.
Now, so here's the question I pose to you then, because by and large, I would agree with him, and a lot of people have said this: vote with your wallets, and eventually things will change. But I imagine you've been paying attention to the payment processor issues that have been happening specifically with Eastern markets, but also here in the West over the last couple of years. If the payment processors are out there saying, we're not even going to allow you to host your game on XYZ platform, or we're going to shut down the payment processing option for your platform if you have these games or these media in general we disagree with. How do you fight against that? Because at this point, that's a global thing.
That's the tricky part, right? That's where they up the ante, because you have the centralization of the banks. And that's a whole other beast to talk about that we probably don't have a 5-hour show for.
Right.
Like, to be honest, because I think both of us are pretty libertarian. And so like,
I call myself libertarian. It's almost as like that's anarchist side. I consider myself a full-on anarchist, but like I know that's not tenable in the real world. So libertarian as a default.
Sure, yeah. No, that's absolutely fair. And so like that's where it gets harder and harder. So that's when you have to start making either really hard decisions. And on the fact of the matter is, not everybody is always in the same position to make those kinds of decisions. When it comes to your entertainment is always a luxury. Entertainment is a choice. So you do ultimately have that choice as the individual to say, you know what? I'm going to no longer choose to give my money to this company, if that is your individual choice, right? And that's something that has to be an organic thing. Like, it always bothers me when the conversation goes from, speak with your wallets, but then some of the people that say speak with your wallets are trying to strong arm other people into saying the same thing with their wallet, even if those other people are like, yeah, like I kind of see what you're saying, but I'm not there yet, right? People are always at different places. People are always at different levels, right? And so you have to allow people to come to decisions on their own. And sometimes that takes their favorite.
Our job is like, hey, here's the news. Do with this information what you will.
Here's the information. Yeah.
Right. Like I don't tell people, you know what? Don't go see The Running Man. It's full of commie bullshit. Like I don't know if it is or not. That's what people were saying on stream earlier. I was using that as an example. Like I'm going to say that I'm probably going to, based on everything I've heard about it, watch it via the high seas, and I'll make up my own mind, and we'll go from there. And I'll give my opinion on a movie or whatever. But yeah, like telling people how to spend their money doesn't do anything because you're exhibiting the same authority.
Nobody likes the pocket watcher,
right?
Every major publisher in the East has been systematically rolling back their Western footprint, consolidating their efforts back home. In 2024, Nexon laid off hundreds of workers at Nexon America under the banner of exciting IP growth strategy. Tencent has closed 3 Western studios and laid off hundreds of workers. NetEase shut down 6 Western studios.
And that's another thing, dude. Like, as somebody who loathes communism, don't like the CCP, but also likes good quality products. I don't.
And Marvel Rivals is a good game,
right? Exactly. Like you've got to sort of pick, because you mentioned earlier picking your battles. It's like, do I like the CCP? No. Would I rather my communist propaganda come from communist China instead of somebody in America pretending they're not communists, claiming they're just left or whatnot? I would take the people that are at least openly communist over the people pretending they're just lefties.
Right?
Adding to more than a dozen closures since 2022. And now Square Enix is joining them. In an article from IGN written by Rebecca Valentine titled Square Enix Undergoes Mass Layoffs as it Reorganizes to Consolidate Development in Japan, Rebecca writes, via public posts from former employees as well as confirmation from internal sources, IGN has learned that employees in the UK and the US are being informed of layoffs today, with an unknown number of US employees being dismissed by the end of the week and a possible 137 jobs at risk in the UK. Under UK law, Square Enix must undergo redundancy consultations to see if any jobs can potentially be saved. So the final number in the UK can be smaller. It's not clear yet which teams.
What you got?
The anti-government in me got mad. the government telling a business, no, you can't cut people from their job. Look, like, it sucks. The human empath in me is like, I don't like, even if it's people that I don't like the idea of people not having a roof over their heads, not having food on their table. Obviously, you make decisions, and if your decision results in that, that's on you. However, like, I don't like a government telling a company that's like, hey, we have to make these cuts for whatever financial reason, or because these people are bad employees, or some combination thereof, and the government going in and saying, no, you gotta make sure you double check. Mind your business.
Yeah, no, I couldn't agree with you more. And like, you're actually a lot more empathetic than I am in regards to that, because like when people lose their jobs, it's like, fuck them, they made those decisions. I don't like it sucks that you put yourself in that position, but you put yourself in that position. Like, I'm very much on the, if I had to care about every, quote unquote, bad thing that happens to every person or whatnot, there wouldn't be time in the day to be happy, be positive. You would just be fucking miserable. So I take a far, and whether it's healthy or not, I don't know, but I'm a very callous individual when it comes to that, because at the end of the day,
I can totally understand that position.
The job you were doing was an irrelevant job. Like, I mean, look, I'm not going to get mad that the dude isn't, working in the car factory anymore because robots took over. Technology grows and whatnot, but guess what? That technology growing created a bunch of other new jobs. That's just the circle of economic life.
Yeah, will be impacted by this, or to what extent. Internally, a slide presentation now publicly available was also shared with employees earlier today, offered a progress report on Square Enix's ongoing reorganization of overseas organizations, of which this restructuring seems to be a part of. Per Square Enix, this strategy already involved closing overseas development studios and shifting towards consolidating development functions in Japan. As a part of this, Square Enix already sold off Crystal Dynamics, Eidos Montreal, Square Enix Montreal, and a number of associated IPs to Embracer Group. It also laid off workers.
Fuck, I hate Embracer Group so goddamn much.
I saw there was a distinct change in your visage. When
they're the only people I never win copyright claims and whatnot against. They're the only ones that are like, nah, we'll just rather take this to court. And it's like, I ain't taking this to court. It's a fucking video that did 3,000 views. It ain't worth it. They're also like, unrelated, they're heavily influenced by, like BlackRock and State Street and all that. But mostly it's because like that's on the macro scale, fuck them for that. But just on my personal level, Embracer Group is treating me the worst of any corporation on YouTube that's ever tried to copyright claim me. It's a fuck Embracer.
Fair enough. I respect it.
Across its Western operations in 2024. That leaves Square Enix with Life is Strange, Outriders, and the Just Cause franchises currently being managed by its Western studios, as well as publishing of the Power Wash Simulator. I mean, can you blame them? Think about the kind of money that Square Enix is burning just by keeping these Western teams afloat. We're talking about studios that are getting paid Silicon Valley rates to churn out flops and drag the company's overall performance as well as their reputation. I saw a salary comparison last year that blew my mind. The average starting salary for a game developer in San Francisco was over $100,000. In Tokyo, it's less than $20,000. One American developer cost them the equivalent of 5 Japanese developers, or depending on how you want to look at it, one American
I had never seen those numbers. If that's true, that is
I'm not shocked.
Bananas.
I'm not shocked, and that's probably because, well, one, like Silicon Valley, so then they're scaling there, right? Because of like cost of living. And cost of living in the Silicon Valley, I can speak to this because I lived there. It's astronomically high. And that was the case back in like 2017 when I left, right? So with how inflation has increased just in the last handful of years, especially after like stimulus packages and things like that, like I don't even want to imagine what like a full, not even like a full 1-bedroom, 1-bath apartment is like in some place like San Francisco or like Santa Clara. Like that's got to be It's probably like $2,500.
And you know, $100,000 to the person working on Life is Strange 3. I mean, let's be real. When you think of, when I say, hey, what are the first top 5 Square Enix games that come to mind? 99 out of 100 people aren't going to even consider Life is Strange, because those are
I'm going to say Final Fantasy. I'm going to say Dragon Quest. I'm going to say Star Ocean.
Right, there you go.
They're going to be the ones that come to my mind soon, like most quickly.
Developer is
Kingdom
actively
Hearts is
contributing
one,
to,
but I don't play Kingdom Hearts.
For good reason. Based.
Why Japanese developers are getting paid so little. That's what Western expansion looks like on a balance sheet. And look at the franchises they just mentioned. Just Cause hasn't mattered in ages. Outriders exploded out of the gate and then just immediately collapsed. And Life is Strange. Listen, I'm not going to judge anybody. It's just not my type of game. But even then, how many times
Hot take, I liked the first one. It's all the subsequent ones that I fucking hated. I
heard that for people that like that type of game, that people genuinely, for the most part, enjoyed the first one. I haven't played any of them because it's not my type of game.
At the time the first one came out, it wasn't an oversaturated market of these like walking simulator, story-based, interact with items, but like
interactive movie.
Right.
Your Detroit Become Humans and all that.
Shit, 2016, 2017. Like we didn't have an oversaturated market of them yet. So like it felt novel.
we have to hear 20 million players? What does that even mean? Are those downloads, promotions? Is it Game Pass? There's commercial performance there, I'm sure, but I'm not sure that it's trending upward. No matter how many spin-offs or different DLCs they put out, it just hasn't caught on after that. Almost every single Western developed, Western published, or Western influenced project that Square Enix has touched has lost money. Marvel's Avengers was a generational disaster. Babylon's Fall died instantly. And Forspoken, man, I don't even know where to start with that one. But I do know why it happened. Misplaced influence, misplaced values, misplaced confidence, people pretending to represent the audience when they only want to represent themselves. And that mindset, that slow, creeping, boardroom-approved ideological drift spread through Square Enix like a cancer. It erased their identity, their voice, and their sense of artistry. It turned a company that has been known for some of the most imaginative games on the planet into one that couldn't stop greenlighting projects that nobody asked for.
Honestly,
and fewer people.
I don't know how much truth there is this or not. And then, because I'd love to get your thoughts on this. I think that Western brain rot has influenced the West to ruin things like the Final Fantasy VII remake. People want a Final Fantasy VII remake for at least 10 to 15 years now. We finally get one, and it's a reimagining. The characters aren't the same, the story isn't the same, the combat isn't the same. And you could say it's like, turn-based RPGs died. Bullshit. First of all, Expedition 33 proved that wrong. The Persona series has always done strong sales numbers. Dragon Quest has always
done strong sales. And it's actually done better with each subsequent entry since the original launch of 3.
Right. Exactly. So the idea that Final Fantasy VII need to be this massive reboot and departure, I can't imagine that was something that the Japanese devs came up with on their own. I think they looked at trends in Western gaming at a time when Western gaming was doing well and thought we need to capitalize on this.
It might honestly be a combination. Because Final Fantasy has evolved its battle system and changed its battle system from one entry to the next, either moderately or even significantly, multiple times. That's not new for them to do. And while I absolutely can understand and empathize as somebody who played the original back on the PS1 and love the game, and I own it on every single platform that it can be downloaded on.
More times than I care to fucking admit. Like,
it's a phenomenal game. It's a timeless game, and there's really no improving on it. There's as far as I'm concerned, it's basically a perfect game. Like visually, sure. Visually it did not age well,
which is why it could have been a Spyro Reignited trilogy sort of situation. Whereas
you could have done that, yeah.
Same game built from the ground up with modern graphics. Maybe re-record the audio and whatnot because stuff in the 90s doesn't translate through modern sound systems properly.
Yeah, and that's entirely fair.
Been fine.
However, on the other side of that, I'm somebody who has so far, I haven't played Rebirth yet because I just haven't had the damn time. And I know that game's big. And I'm a completionist when it comes to my JRPGs. And so it takes me a long time to finish them because I'm freaking OCD and I have to.
Yeah, there you go. OCD, there it is.
Like when I play through every single, even though I had already done it once, every single time I do my annual playthrough of Persona 5 Royal, I do a perfect playthrough.
My man.
So, and on Merciless, mind you, as well, because based. So like I can understand that, but I do actually really like and enjoy, though I'd change some things, I did still overall enjoy the remake. And I know that's a hot take in some places. That's okay. I don't need other people to share my opinion. That's fine. I'm confident enough in enjoying a game. And we already have our differences of opinion with many games, and that's perfectly fine. We can still be friends. I'll still kick your ass and smash.
We do agree on the key thing there, though, which is being a completionist. Because, like, I recently played Tormented Souls, and I loved it so much. It was the most it's the most fun I've had with a fixed camera angle, tank control, survival horror game since the original Resident Evil games on the PlayStation 1. Like, it is that. It spoke to me that much. I was instantly gifted by a viewer. Shout out, thank you so much. Tormented Souls 2. Wonder why I haven't played Tormented Souls 2 yet? Because
I don't think I'm fair to that game.
It's an incredible indie game. It is truly a thing of beauty.
What's the genre?
I've not played the sequel. Tormented Souls. If you like the original Resident Evil games, you would love it. Tormented Souls.
Okay.
But I've not played the sequel because
so it's a survival horror.
It's a survival horror game, a la like the old school Resident Evils. I'm 4 trophies shy of having the plat on the original. And I am not starting the sequel until I can get the perfect.
You're stubborn like me then.
The first one until I can get the bad ending. Like, I'm not gonna even touch the sequel until I have the first one perfected. So it'll be a bit before I get to the 2, because I don't know how I'm gonna do an under 2 or 3 hour speed run of this game as of yet. I'm gonna really have to work on that one.
And when those losses kept piling up, I think they woke up. I think they finally realized they were being pulled in the wrong direction, not just in the West, but inside their own walls in Japan, because that influence didn't stay overseas. It bled into the creative core of the company, and that's when the alarm bell started ringing. These publishers are doing exactly what they need to be doing right now. While there's still a few Western developers and Western studios and Western games that are absolutely fantastic, these are studios that are living outside of the machine. They're not.
I was literally about to say, by and large, these would be indie studios. Look, I've heard Battlefield 6 is great, and I'm very happy that people that are playing it are loving it and whatnot. It's not something that it's really going to interest me, at least anytime
I'm bad
soon.
at first-person shooters that aren't named Halo. Pre-Halo 4. Because Halo 4 is just Call of Duty with a Halo skin on it. So, like...
Sprinting ruined Halo. Do we agree on that? Sprinting ruined Halo?
No, actually, because I didn't mind the sprinting in Reach.
Reach is a little bit different though. Like I love Reach. Reach is a great game. In fact,
because in Reach it was a temporary thing, I think, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, well, not only that, like Reach I allow to be different because it's not part of the Master Chief story, so you can allow different gameplay mechanics and whatnot. And
Reach is the Halo I was best at online.
Yeah,
like that one has a special place in my heart. I almost exclusively played SWAT because that was like the best I was ever at any first-person shooter. Which is probably mid when it comes to most people who are actually good at them.
Make me cry. The story, like when you're just hearing your buddies die on comm, you're not even seeing like a cutscene of it. There's like Dude, the fall of Reach breaks you. But anyway, yeah, I'm not a huge FPS guy, unless it's like boomer shooters. I love boomer shooters, things like Duke Nukem and stuff like that. But what can I say? We're old, so
I like the first two Borderlands a lot.
See, I never got. I know people do. I never got into Borderlands. I was never good at it. And while I love cell shading graphics, I think that like they went. You know how something is you'll take things and make them really cartoony, but also make them really mature, and it's supposed to be like, oh, it gives it this distinct edge. It's like, oh, look at how wacky and zany we can be, dropping all these F-bombs, but it looks like a cartoon. Man, Family Guy was doing that in 2000. It didn't hit for me as a video game. So
fair enough.
Social political nightmare that we are entered into almost every single day. And while I'm sure this message won't reach you, you're doing the right thing. We need some time alone. Think about how much pressure these guys are under right now. They have ratings boards that are censoring them for showing too much skin. They have credit card companies that are withholding.
Dude, a rated E game in 2002 would be possibly a rated M game now. It is. We see this with movies as well. Like what would pass for PG? Dude, Beetlejuice was PG back in 87, and he grabs his dick and says "nice fucking model" and squeezes it and makes a honk sound. Can you imagine that being in a PG movie now?
Nope. No, I cannot.
Rounding off the edges, dude.
Holding their money, cutting their distribution, delisting their games, or just outright flatlining their sales. The government are bought out by these credit card companies. And then you have Western media that is going to drag their games if they don't align with their ideological views. They're getting it from every single end. I couldn't imagine how these guys could take it any longer. No wonder they're
the media and the ideological views thing. Did you see that trash ass that Eurovision Arc Raiders review?
Dude, I am completely outside of the conversation when it comes to Arc Raiders.
So,
I only just heard the game's name for the first time today.
So obviously Eurovision does their ratings based on a 5-star system. They knocked it from a 4-star game to a 2-star game because it uses generative AI for the voice acting. That's it. That's, by the way, voice actors that were paid to do so, paid to teach, voice actors were hired, came in and taught the learn language model all the voices and whatnot, so that they could then procedurally generate more voices as the game goes on.
The voice actors were still paid; they just didn't have to go into the studio.
Exactly.
For a long time.
However, but because the game used that one thing, they gave the entire game a 2-star review.
Man,
thanks for the sub, Steven.
They're fed up right now.
That's something else.
This is the best thing that they can do. Absolutely, it's the best thing that they can do. They need to quarantine themselves. And better yet, the best way to be able to fix the West is stop letting them get a piece of the pie. Stop giving them money. Stop giving them jobs. I mean, look at how fast the manga and anime industries have grown over the past couple of years. I mean, the Chainsaw Man movie and the Demon Slayer movie absolutely just destroyed at the box office. All you got to do is wait them out. They'll come crawling back.
See, but someone asked on X today if we were going to be talking about the anime and the Western takeover of anime, and I told him no, it's mostly going to be gaming stuff. Apparently, that's not the case because maybe I'm in the minority here. I'd love to get your thoughts. I think that with the way that anime is dominating in the West, they're going to be looking for a piece of that pie. They're going to be, started putting in, restrictions or whatnot, saying, hey, anime and your Japanese tendencies of doing things like fan service or whatnot. We're not going to allow that here unless you give us the influence to make changes and stuff. I don't know. I don't know if you agree, if I'm being too simple a hat, but I think we are actually looking at the downfall of anime because I think there's going to be Western influence.
Well, there are a couple of lines of thought on this because on the one hand, anime, as it has been, honestly, for most of my young adult and into now my adult years life, as well as manga, has been on a tremendous upswing because it's been reaching audiences that more Western,
you mean
traditional
sales-wise,
forms,
quality-wise, or both?
Yes, depending on what series we're talking and things like that. It's increasing its audience, it's increasing its demographic, and therefore its buyer base. And with the manga, that's especially important because the manga isn't a loss leader, whereas the anime usually is.
Yes, I'm so glad you know that. The amount of people I have to tell that to that don't realize that is insane.
Animation, like high quality animation, is so unbelievably expensive. People have no idea. So a movie could do $500,000, but if it's a 2-hour high quality animation, unless you severely underpaid your people, you might have broken even.
Didn't Redline lose money when it came out? And that's one of the most beautifully animated films of all time.
That sounds right. Yeah.
Don't quote me on that, chat, or if you want to quote me on it, look it up and tell me I'm wrong. But I'm pretty sure Redline lost money, but that movie is gorgeous. There's a reason they don't do movies like that anymore.
But the thing is, those movies generate so much hype and enthusiasm in the people that go see them that those same people then go out and buy the manga. They go out and buy a bunch of merch where there's like really high margin on in terms of profit margin. And so these companies can afford to take a hit on the animation because they're making it up and then some with the merch sales and things like that. So that's one piece of it. However, I don't know if anime can continue that in perpetuity unless there is some sort of a hard shift by and an agreement by the Eastern companies that actually produce it and the Western companies that are in charge of dubbing, localizing, all of that, where there's genuine oversight to make sure, like, yes, like we talked about earlier, if something has to be changed because there is no direct translation that makes sense for Western audiences, and we'd just be scratching our heads like, what was that line? What does that even mean? Right? That doesn't work. That takes you out of the story, right? And that defeats the purpose of having it dubbed in the first place. There has to be some oversight there. Otherwise, you end up with things like what's actually happening in Texas, right? Where you have this really, really kind of teetering on a line of majorly dangerous taking away of media and trampling on media.
Yeah, what's going on in Texas is terrifying. I mean, there was a comic shop owner who's like, by the way the law is written, by letter of the law, my Dragon Ball manga is against the law. Now, would they actually enforce that? Probably not. But I'm getting rid of my Dragon Ball section because
he was like, otherwise it's written as like a federal offense, a felony, right? And so he's like, I cannot take that risk, right? And you have that happening in I'm sure a lot of places. I'm sure there are still a lot of shops as well. I actually haven't. I should do that this Wednesday when I go to my local comic shop because they have a fairly large manga section. I should go check and see what they still have. Because like I'm sure there are some that are like whatever. Like I'm gonna hold on to it and they're gonna roll the dice. And then others,
because it's like driving 5 miles on the speed limit. 9 times out of 10, a cop ain't gonna do something.
Right.
But every now and again, you're gonna get that one asshole that's going to pull you over, write you the ticket, not hear anything. It's like come on, dude. Like you're going to, and that was basically this comic shop owner's thing. Was like, I know that most people, probably do not care. It's Dragon Ball. It's been a cultural sensation for 30 fucking years. However, get one person that maybe has a grudge against your shop because they think the prices are too high, or they were acting like a drunken fool in your shop and you had to kick them out until they call the cops, and then you get sent in, and you are, by letter of the law, technically holding what Texas considers child pornography because baby Goku has his dick out when he's found in the space pod or whatnot, and bingo, bango, bongo, you're on a list and your comic shop shut down. There is risk there.
Yeah.
They just need to make their own games. Don't listen to anybody else. Ignore everything that's going on over here. If you just make your own games, I can promise you it's probably going to be the best games that you've made in the past decade. We're going to buy it. I can tell you that right now. We actually already know that's the case because for all...
It's crazy that Japan doesn't realize this is the case because the people that play these Japanese games, like you and I, and like a lot of people, again, isn't Persona 5 like... After Sonic, it is Sega's golden egg in terms of sales and what they make. I mean, they did ridiculous numbers between all the re-releases.
That's why it has so many freaking spin-offs because it just P5 practically prints money. I'm sure they had a pretty sweet licensing deal with Nintendo for Smash Brothers.
Oh, for sure. I mean, it doesn't help that Masahiro Sakurai and what's his name, the guy behind Persona are friends. But like, it doesn't hurt there. But like the point is, they are printing money with this. Why are people in America buying it? Or not just people in America. Why are people outside Japan buying it? Because we like that it's intrinsically Japanese. It is not what we have here. That is the selling point. You're offering a product and or service that is exclusively coming from here.
At least that we can't get natively here, right?
Right. Now, member for 5 months. When they make the best games, they get banned, like Dead or Alive, Extreme Beach Volleyball. Memories.
Of the studios that have ignored any of this Western influence or any of the censorship that a lot of these guys have been put under. Any of these people that are making games that are unapologetically Korean or Japanese or Chinese, every single one of these guys have found success. Too many games feel the same. There is so little distinction left between where any of these games are coming from that more than half the time, the only real identifier we have is the damn company logo. One of the clearest moments for me where this all just kind of hit me like a truck was Expedition 33. Sandfall is a French studio. That was a French game. That game didn't just have a French coat of paint, it lived in that artistic spirit. When I think of French art, I think of wild abandon, melancholy, and desperation, an obsession with creative expression. And Expedition 33, that game just carried it like oxygen. But of course it did, because that game came from a small team working outside the high walls of the...
But that's just the visual aesthetic, because I would actually push back and say that Expedition 33, from a gameplay perspective, is a very Japanese game, and that they are responding to an untapped, or not even untapped, a forgotten part of the market. How many people, when E33 came out, said this is what Final Fantasy should be? Why are people immediately comparing this French game to this Japanese game? It's because they're picking up where there's been a gap in the market. But, yeah,
well, the devs themselves even came out, didn't they, and said that like they were inspired by Final Fantasy and Persona.
Yeah,
that's why the combat system just feels like
when
Persona.
I saw the trailer when it dropped, I was like, "Holy shit, this looks like live action Persona!" From just the way the menus were working, I was like, "It looked like realistic Persona."
Yeah, if you don't think that it was visually and mechanically inspired by Persona, then you've just literally never seen Persona in your life, and so you don't know what to compare it to.
At least Persona
because it was
3 and
absolutely
1 and 2 are a little bit weird.
Yeah, yeah, well, that's a whole different thing. They hadn't the Persona franchise hadn't. Well, they just hadn't found their identity yet. It was kind of just still Shin Megami Tensei.
It was
at that
easier
point.
Shin Megami Tensei.
Yeah, it was like slightly easier Shin Megami Tensei until 3, and then it found its own identity.
Right. And to the point now where I think there's probably a large contingent of people that don't even know that Persona is part of the Shin Megami Tensei franchise.
Oh, yeah.
That's neither here nor there.
Well, because you have so many people whose
Modern
first
game
entry was Persona 5, right? And so it's like, well, and I know a lot of old school like Persona or old SMT fans like take, umbrage to that, right? We're like, oh, you're not a true SMT fan because you started with 5. People are going to start with something, right?
I started with 5 and I went back and I loved it. I did start with 5.
The idea should be
that's the thing is because I'm a fan, I went back and played the others. I will never get mad at someone whose first Resident Evil game was Resident Evil 4. I will get mad at you if you try and talk like you're an expert on the subject when you never played 1, 2, and 3, like the original versions of them. So like,
the goal should be like get people hooked with your newest entry and hopefully hooked enough to the point where they go back and they play the older ones too.
Right.
And that's why P3R Reload sold more like in its first window than P5 or P5R. Like it was their top selling game ever.
Yeah, I
grown their base.
PCR, but I haven't played it yet because I've been doing so many other games. I'm doing a replay. I'm doing a perfect run, and you know this. We've talked about this of P4, not Reload. What is that? P4 Golden right now.
Yeah.
And like so, yeah. After that, P3 Reload's on my list, and I'm curious how it is. In regards to the original compared to now, is it just a graphical update? What's the quality of life stuff? Like, I want to know how different it is and compare it to the original because I like doing shit like that. I like getting down to the nitty gritty of these sorts of remakes. I'm a normally pretty anti-remake guy, but
I know you are.
Persona's pretty fucking perfect as is. So I'm curious how they're doing these remakes. I would love for 4 to get a remake and it just be a visual
it already
update.
is.
Maybe, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like when the remake comes out, I wish they'd fucking prioritize Persona 6 over 4, but that's neither here nor there.
I think what they're trying to do is they're trying to like really get the people that jumped in on P5 or P3R or even P5R. They're trying to get them to realize that they have this library of other games. And I think what they've been doing is they've been measuring the success of them to see, okay, have we grown our audience enough to where we could entice them maybe with one of our older games if we were to invest in remaking it? And that's what they're doing because they want to have people experience those older stories, but not like say, hey, in order to experience this older story, you got to go back 30 years in terms of gameplay. Right.
I do get that. It is a good business strategy, but Persona is very much like Final Fantasy in that the games don't necessarily, you've got Easter eggs and stuff, but by and large, the stories are all independent. So like, you could be teasing us with 6. You can give us a little cock tease of 6, okay? It's been like when was Persona 5? Like 2015, I recall.
Yes, it was initially planned for 2014 and released in 2015. Yeah,
it's been a decade. Give us goddamn Persona 6, okay?
Far and away from all these.
But back to the point before I hit play. But the fact that we just went on this tangent about this stuff shows that we are invested in these intrinsically Japanese stories, and that's why. That's why this game worked. That's why Expedition 33 worked, is because really what they gave us from a gameplay perspective was something intrinsically Japanese, but with a French flourish.
Committees and these shareholders that are just flattening everything into the same shape. Now we compare that to Ubisoft, the biggest French publisher in the world. And honestly, can any of you guys tell me or point out anything that just feels French in any of their products? I'm not saying that these games need to be stereotypically
Assassin's
French.
Creed
I don't need to be having mimes doing stealth kills, though that does actually sound kind of cool. But look at their earlier work. Rayman, Prince of Persia, the first few Assassin's Creed games. There was a real sense of craftsmanship there, a voice. You could see it in the artistry. They still have some flashes like that with Anno, Prince of Persia, The Lost Crown, and Rogue, but those are crumbs. Those aren't the focus. When you look at their main output, Rainbow Six, X-Defiant before it died, Far Cry, The Division, whatever their annualized Assassin's Creed game is going to be, there is nothing French about any of it. There's barely anything distinct about it. Ubisoft.
What do you mean?
That it's not literally annual anymore, but there was that like 3 or 4 year period where Assassin's Creed was an annual release, and the immediate drop in quality was so apparent. It was. I'm not
obvious. A fan of Assassin's Creed Post 3. People tell me to give Black Flag a go, and
I'm not a fan of Assassin's Creed Post the Ezio trilogy.
And that's a pretty common sentiment as well. I did like the American Revolution stuff. I like American Revolution history. So but yeah, no,
I like the DLC for that game better than the main game. Actually, the Tyranny of King George. Damn. I thought that was an interesting, it was an interesting what if. I was like, oh, that's kind of cool. Okay.
Has been copying their American competitors for years, dancing to the same tune as EA and Activision, and they aren't alone in doing it. Other publishers have been doing the same. This all started for one simple reason, money. And honestly, fair enough. You want to make what sells. Military shooters and open world games for printing cash, so everybody's going to follow that trend. That's globalization 101. Bend your product's identity to sell to the biggest consumer market, and that market was the U.S., and the U.S. sits on top of the global GDP charts, and almost 70% of that is coming from consumer spending. We buy a ridiculous amount of stuff, so if you're a company anywhere in the world, of course you're going to want to sell to Americans. And for a while, the studios that pander to American audiences made an absurd amount of money doing it. But what happens when Western audiences stop liking Western games? Because that's exactly where we are today, and I think that's a sign that this industry desperately needs to go back to its roots. And I think this split between the East and the West, with these Eastern publishers consolidating their efforts back home, I think that's going to get us there. If you guys want to know what I mean by going back to your roots, just look back to the last time this industry faced a split like this, back in the 1990s. That was the last era where the East and the West were not trying to copy each other. They weren't trying to appeal to the same audience, the same reviewers, the same value systems. These guys are just making games the way that they make.
Correct. And as gamers, it's not like you had to pick a side, okay? Jak and Daxter is an unabashedly American game. It's fucking 9
Oh, yeah.
And guess it launched on the PS2.
I love Jak
at the
and
same
Daxter.
time, or around the same time as Final Fantasy X, and I played both. I love Final Fantasy X. I love Jak and Daxter. Those are two staple games for the PlayStation 2 era for me, and I bought and played both. It's not like there's this like, oh, people who play Japanese games won't play American games. No, we'll play good games.
No, gamers will just play games.
Right,
Like,
and you're right. Sometimes not even good games. You're right, just games.
And that's fine. Yeah, we'll just play games. Sometimes we'll just try shit out. Like I unabashedly love Lollipop Chainsaw. That game has so many
Agreed.
flaws. Like especially the original. So I'm not even talking about the Repop remaster that they recently did, which was markedly better than the original outside of the soundtrack because of licensing things. But like that was an underwhelming game in terms of like gameplay mechanics, but it was still stupid fun, and that's kind of all I needed out of it. But unless you fall into the category of like you are a Call of Duty guy, and that's literally all you play. You get the new system in order to play the latest Call of Duty and whatever other Call of Duties follow thereafter until the next system. Then, unless you play on PC and you're smart like that, then like that's it. Or like maybe you play FIFA, right? Or Madden. Though Madden fell off a cliff.
Look, maybe this is gatekeepery, and if it is, good, because this is how I mean it. I don't consider those types of people gamers. Not saying you can't like Call of Duty. Not saying being a Call of Duty fan makes you. But what I mean is, like,
no, they're fans.
You're not a
particular
cinephile
game.
if all you do is watch Star Wars. I'm glad you love Star Wars. Watch every Star Wars. Go for it. Not the Disney ones. That's not Star Wars. But watch all the Star Wars stuff. Yes, but you're not a cinephile. You don't appreciate film. You don't write story. And so if you're only doing the next Call of Duty thing, or at least the next FIFA thing, you're not a gamer. You're just a fan of a gaming franchise, which is fine.
I agree with that entirely.
Games. Japan was not looking over their shoulder at America. They weren't thinking about global markets, Western censorship, or what any of these ratings boards would have to say. They were just locked into their own culture, their own imagination, their own voice. And what came out of that era? some of the best games ever made. Final Fantasy, Dragon Quest, Metal Gear, Resident Evil, Silent Hill, Chrono Trigger, all these games built on identity, not trend chasing. Meanwhile, the West had their own thing going on. Doom, Ultima, Fallout, Half-Life, an explosion of PC games that had nothing to do with what Japan was making. 2 creative ecosystems, 2 identities, 2 visions, and both were thriving. Nobody was trying to homogenize anything. Nobody was being told to appeal to anyone because they didn't need to. And that's the part that people forget. The last time that Japan ignored the West, well, they entered into their golden age. As much as I hate to say it, I think the best example that this industry needs to follow creatively, not legally, is Nintendo. Outside of how shameless.
I agree with him because you know what? No matter how anti-consumer assholes Nintendo can be, everyone fucking loves Mario or loves Zelda. Everyone buys up with Mario games. Metroid 4 is going to do fucking numbers. Why? Because Nintendo is stuck to their identity.
And they don't like allow their identity and their creative identity specifically to like be deterred by one group's values or another. They're doing their own thing. They have marched by the beat of their own drum, sometimes to their own detriment and sometimes to the chagrin of their fans, you know, with like having a decade-old hardware constantly always behind. But
Nintendo
their
fanboys
games
were
still
super worried about
sell.
the Wii when it was announced. They're like, wait, motion controls. Do you remember how divisive motion controls were and whatnot? Guess what? The Wii is the second highest at the time it came out, selling console of all time after the PS2. People really fucking loved them motion controls when they were done well. Like,
yeah, absolutely. And so that's
Mostly they've been phoning.
my bad.
They maintained and they retained their creative identity. And you know what? Yeah, Nintendo does a lot of stupid shit, but they also creatively act very smart, or at least smart enough to where they're willing to take risks where they think they can, just to see if they can maintain some freshness. Like this latest Donkey Kong game, I haven't played it yet, but all of my friends that have played it loved the hell out of it, and most of them were a little trepidatious about it at first because it was kind of a departure from the usual Donkey Kong formula. And so, you know what? Bravo to them for taking a risk while still kind of trying to maintain their own identity and doing something different. I can respect that as a creative.
Breath of the Wild breathed entirely new breath into. Oh my god, I can't believe I said that by accident. Anyway, breath into the Legend of Zelda franchise. Now, is it a divisive game? Like, I got issues with it. I want Zelda to be linear and whatnot. I prefer the Ocarina formula. That being said, you can't deny that game did fucking numbers and people love it.
It did extremely well. I would rather go back to like Twilight Princess in terms
Agreed.
of
Twilight Princess is my favorite Zelda game. Agreed.
Like give me actual dungeons. I don't need the world to be that big if it's going to be that big and mostly empty.
Yep, I agree.
In the Pokemon series, they have remained the same company for decades, the same identity, the same focus, the same creative voice. They have ignored aging audiences. They have ignored whatever trends the rest of the industry is chasing, and they have laughed their way to the bank while everybody else has been scrambling to survive. And it works so simply. They have built the perfect model for an overseas publisher. Nintendo is split into Nintendo Japan and Nintendo America. The American side handles the publishing, marketing, localization, customer support, all surface level necessities of a Western presence. But every ounce of creativity, every major design, every game that defines their identity is made in Japan. That structure lets them rely on the people they trust in the West to be able to promote their games while keeping their culture, their artistry, and their vision isolated from all of the noise. And now this is where my stance might rub people the wrong way, but I think it's the truth. I am a cultural essentialist. I think that collaboration can produce some incredible things, sure, but cultural expression, the real stuff, the stuff that really lasts, comes from a unified culture of making something for yourself, not for the world at large. The broader your target audience becomes, the more your creative voice gets lost, and once it's diluted, it's gone. And right now, one of the biggest problems in game design today is that dilution, that flattening, that desperate attempt to try to appeal to anyone and everyone and end up appealing to no one.
There he is. Yeah, I was going to say, when a game is for everyone, it's for no one. You need.
You've diluted it down to the lowest common denominator, and therefore you distill it to a point where it loses all of its luster. It loses everything that makes it something special, something unique.
And I mean,
Yeah.
you and I disagree vehemently on, like, for example, the Resident Evil remakes. You know, that's one. However, so I'm curious because we haven't actually talked about this. But when it comes to Resident Evil 9, I look at Resident Evil 9, which thank God was gifted to me because I don't have to buy it because I'm the sucker that would because I buy everything Resident Evil. I look at it and I see what seems to be like a good horror game. But it looks nothing like Resident Evil. It looks like an amalgamation of a bunch of modern horror gaming trends, and it breaks me to say this about my favorite gaming franchise of all time, besides maybe Sonic.
Well, so that's been I'm glad you bring it up in that context because that's been my hang up with not yet having played, because to this day the only Resident Evil games I haven't played are 7 and 8. Because to me, they just look like generic horror game. I've heard they're very good horror games, but like if I just wanted to play a horror game, I'll go play Outlast or something like that, right? Like I'm not looking to just play a horror game. I'm not even just looking to play a survival horror game. I specifically am playing this franchise because I love Resident Evil. I love all of the originals on the PS1. I love Resident Evil 4 on the GameCube. I don't like it on the PS2, but I did play through it. It's
Good
actually
answer.
even better on the Wii somehow.
It is, yes.
Which is I hate saying that, but it is actually better on the Wii. And you know, we disagree on this, but I love the remakes thus far as well. So I have loved more Resident Evil games than those that I haven't. I don't want to talk about Operation Raccoon City. We're not going to discuss that here. I'm not a fan of like the goofy like rail shooters that they did that were basically just House of the Dead. On the Wii,
I even liked those because they served a similar function as to what you were referring to with like what the Persona games were doing. Hey, for people that haven't played the original Resident Evil games that were on the PS1 exclusively at the time, here's a quick on rails version that just gives you the stories of Zero through Code Veronica, so you're caught up on the story and whatnot. And like
I can totally respect that.
A lot of fun.
I can definitely respect that. I'm just not. So this is, I guess, just a very subjective thing in this case because I'm just not a fan of rail shooters. It's never been my bag.
Oh,
and
okay,
so
fair
it's
enough.
like, for me, it was like, all right, I'm going to play this. I'm going to do this, but I'm like, I will obviously want to enjoy it. But just by way of that not being my genre, it was kind of an uphill battle, right? But like with Resident Evil 9, I'm looking at it and I'm like, okay, it looks creepy. Like the tone looks right, but I'm sorry, like unless we're dealing with Leon, Jill, Claire, Chris, you know, freaking oh my gosh, why am I blanking right now?
Billy, Barry, Carlos, Rebecca. I could just...
Rebecca. Oh my gosh, I don't know why I was blanking. It's late, but
it is late for you, no worries.
But like unless because that's the thing with Resident Evil for me, I have an attachment to the characters. That's why I care about the franchise. And so that was one of the off-putting things for 7 for me. And it's one thing to say, okay, well, we're introducing a new main character into this franchise. Yep, everything that I've seen, you introduce a new character that has piss all to do with everything else. And like they've got their own like in a vacuum story.
If you want to do that, by the way, fine. But you've got every single one of your main characters have story threads that have not been wrapped up. And so because Resident Evil 2 introduced new characters, Leon and Claire, you know, minus Claire being related, Chris, have no bearing. You got a new location, new virus, new characters. Resident Evil 2 was a complete departure story-wise, you know, from Resident Evil 1. But you kept that thorough line of it's the same.
It was still interconnected.
Right. Now to what you're saying about 7 and 8. First of all, I completely agree with your assessment of 8. Having played it multiple times, I think it's worthless. It's a waste of time. You don't need to play it. 7, it bothers me because they took all the wrong lessons from 7 and put it into 8. 7 feels like the original Resident Evil games, but in first person. Emphasis on corridors and close quarter combat, emphasis on puzzles, actual horror over action. Like 7, now I would still prefer third person, but that being said, if you're gonna put it in first person, all the tropes from the original games are there. And I was like, you know what? I can maybe get over the first person thing because you put emphasis back on puzzles, because 4, 5, and 6 didn't fucking have puzzles.
No, they didn't. they were progressively more and more action.
Right. you're alone. You don't have a partner with you, so you're going back to your classic horror roots in that regard. It's, you're in a creepy, dilapidated mansion down in the bayou. That's not too terribly different than a mansion in the Midwest mountains, like the Artley Mountains, based on the Ozark Mountains. So, like, it took so many of those things, and in my opinion, did a very good job of, like, if this is the future of the franchise, I'll accept it. There's more good than bad. Then 8 rolled around and fucked it all up. People loved it because Dami Mommy Vampire Girl. I hate it. I loathe it.
I know that there's that bit, and it also, like,
me.
From everything that I've seen outside of her, it reminds me a lot of Outlast 2, if you've played that.
Yeah, and I can see,
like
I can
tonally
see why.
and visually, it looks really similar to that. And I'm like, again, that can work like very well as a horror game, but I'm not looking for just a horror game. Okay, I'm looking for Resident Evil.
Resident Evil. So as somebody that, because you and I vehemently disagree on the remakes, but we've come to the same conclusion with Resident Evil 9, which is like, do I want to love it? Yes. What I've seen so far,
I want to love everything that I like engage with.
What I've seen so far, man, it's disheartening. So anyway, we'll keep going with this video. We got just a few minutes left.
You can feel the consequences of this everywhere. You feel it when the best JRPG in the past decade comes from France instead of Japan. You feel it when Final Fantasy convinces themselves that younger generations don't care about anything other than action games and rewrite their entire creative signature to be able to match a belief that isn't even grounded in reality. You see it across this entire industry. Identity is being muted, culture is being blurred out, and every major franchise is starting to feel like a remix of the same ideas, the same influences, and the same values. When I look at the biggest Eastern titles over the last couple of years, I think that the reason why these games resonated so deeply is because they didn't feel like Western games. They didn't try to. They represented a cultural worldview that was completely outside of our own. And because of that, everybody wanted to play it. They pushed against the grain of what the Western industry has been insisting games actually should be, even though we've been telling them it's exactly what they shouldn't be. Take Stellar Blade. There is no shot anyone in the West is going to make a character that looks like Eve or even half the other women that are in that game. And we know that's the case because almost every Western reviewer had something negative to say about it. Not because the game was bad, but because the character designs didn't align with their personal values. They then misrepresented its quality. They lectured the audience, and they were shocked when players loved it anyway. Then you got Black Myth Wukong, a game that took the world by storm. Western media dragged it too, and again, it didn't matter. None of those voices, none of those noises mattered. What only mattered was how the players received the game, and the players saw something that they had never experienced before, a window into one of the oldest cultures on Earth, based on a story older than most languages, wrapped in style and tone that nobody else could replicate. Sure, it shares some DNA with some third-person action games, but that was the only familiar thing about it. And it's not just those two. Metaphor ReFantazio, Lies of P, Persona, Digimon Time Strangers, Granblue Fantasy.
I can't wait to play ReFantazio. I have it. I finally got it. It was gifted to me. Shout out again, viewer. Thank you so much. It was gifted to me about 2 weeks ago.
That game is so good.
I can't wait. I saw Tectone saying on X earlier that he thinks it's better than Persona. Look, okay, I need you to chill out.
It's apples and oranges. It's apples and oranges. I can't compare them. Like,
really,
it has
from the advertisements for it, the reason I was so this was like Persona but in medieval times.
It has a few similarities to it, but I can't in good conscience like compare them. Like, it's easier to compare Persona and Shin Megami Tensei. Far easier, because Shin Megami Tensei is just darker and more punishing Persona for the most part.
Right.
Metaphor, it's got its own DNA, man. Like, they clearly were pulling things from Persona with the combat. There are tweaks to the combat as well, but there's a lot of stuff there that it's its own amalgamation of things. And so I can't like say, oh, this is better than Persona. And I'm somebody who I love fantasy, right? So I still can't just say that it's better. I
being the Persona fan that you are, knowing you love Fantasio, I mean, I had no doubts you would. So like, it's good to hear.
It's so good, dude. It is so freaking good. Like, I can't wait for you to play it.
Yeah, I'm very excited. Again, new PC build is going to be world changing because again, I don't want to play it on my dog shit PC. I want to when I get my new build, it's just all the parts except the case are here, and I'm going to be doing a PC build stream in about 2 weeks.
Nice.
I'm so excited.
Relink, God, I love that game. Elden Ring, Armored Core 6, God, I love that one too. You can throw the gotcha games into this pile. The reason why these games have succeeded and why they've continued to succeed is because they have something that the West has completely lost: a distinct, unfiltered creative voice. There is something unique and irreplaceable about these games, a perspective that we can't find anywhere else because it comes straight from the heart of that culture that made them. No dilution, no moral committees, no value laundering, just an unadulterated vision, fully expressed with no apologies and no compromises. And players respond to that because we can feel that authenticity.
I've ever heard one.
Yeah, I might need to slap down the thumbnail for this when I clip this into a video. Value laundering. That's really good.
Even when we can't articulate it all the way, we know when a game is speaking with its own voice and when it's speaking with somebody else's. I just think that everybody needs to get out of everybody else's business and the world would be a better place, and so would video games. LD for president 2028. That's my campaign. Hopefully I don't sound like too much of a tool when I say something like this, but this is something that I think extends to just about every country and every creative vision that's out there. I wish American games would go back to being about bros. You guys remember that? It was bros with swords. We had bros with cars and bros with guns. Bros with guns.
By the way, everything he's explaining is ironically why I love Final Fantasy 15. Because you know what? While people can hate the combat, and while I agree that Final Fantasy should be turn-based, dude, the only having 4 party members and them just casually bantering throughout the whole game, the dynamic of bros being bros felt so fucking real.
People don't want to admit that the 4-person party in Final Fantasy 15 feels more like more genuine, real interaction between 4 genuine, real, different individuals than almost any entry in that entire fucking franchise.
Dude, like when you're driving in the car, set to auto drive because you can fast travel. I never fast travel in Final Fantasy 15, dude.
No, because I want to hear the banter.
And then you'll hear Ignis is talking about his cooking and Gladio, so he's like, I just want a cup of noodles or whatnot. And or you'll be in the middle of combat and Prompto will do something stupid and Ignis will chastise him for it. It was so genuine, and it's the only thing I will ever give Final Fantasy 15 over Persona, as I think that now Persona Royal fixed this, but when Persona Vanilla came out, you could only do one-on-one hangout sessions instead of group hangout sessions. I was like, the group dynamic, it's there when you're doing the dungeons, but it's not there when you're and it didn't. So when Royal came out, and you're like, hey, let's get 4 of our friends together and go play darts. I was like, yes, they fixed it. It made me so happy.
Yeah, I was pretty thrilled about that too. But yeah, dude, 15, I don't actually hate the combat because I'm okay with them taking departures here and there. I do hope when we eventually come around to Final Fantasy 17 that Square, their internal team said, okay, so we tooled around with, real time, like hard real time in 15 and 16. We did some like pseudo real time combined with ATB in the remakes for 7. Now let's test the waters again and go back to more of a traditional turn-based, because I'm okay with both. I don't feel like the Final Fantasy franchise needs to be just one or the other, and I'm okay with it experimenting. Sometimes you'll have hits, sometimes you'll have misses, but I do hope that they do go back to turn-based, because I want to see now what things maybe they picked up from the stuff that they did in the last handful of years, and maybe some of the other publishers that have put stuff out.
That's what I was going to say. Do you think E33 is going to inspire them to go back to turn-based after seeing its success?
I genuinely hope that they look at that game and they take notes from that. And obviously, if they look at E33, they're going to say, okay, what was the skeletal framework of Expedition 33? Okay, well, they were looking at some of our older games and they were looking at the Persona franchise. So let's do some actual research here. Let's take a deep dive of what lessons they took away from those games, some of which being our own, and what lessons can we learn now from them and go forward and present something that's fresh, but still like something that people that love turn-based games are looking for, because clearly turn-based is
even
not
the biggest
dead.
rivals in gaming did that. Sega was like, what can we learn from Mario but make it better? And they gave us Sonic. Then Nintendo shook in their boots and thought, fuck, we need to speed Mario up a bit because Sonic is killing us. Like, dude, yes, you learn from your quote unquote enemies or whatnot. Like, at least your competitors in this space.
Yeah.
Swords and cars. I miss when blood feuds could only be solved through violence and not friendship and hugs at the very end. I don't need games to have a moral of the story. There doesn't have to be any morals at all. I just want it to be badass. I think that Space Marine 2 proved that pretty well. You know, when I'm talking about some of these
really
Eastern games, I'm not just talking about Japan. It also extends to Eastern Europe. It also just extends to Europe overall in some cases. I mean, Stalker 2, for all the problems that game had, it was the most Eurojank Ukrainian game ever, and I absolutely loved it. Absolutely loved it. Kingdom Come Deliverance, that Blood of the Dawnwalker game that's going to come from the CD Projekt Red guys that left, that one looks really cool. Tainted Grail, Fall of Avalon. Dude, game was awesome. That's the most European game ever. I need that shit. I want more of that. Give me more of that. I think the best way for this industry to get back to some of the best days that we've ever seen before is for them just to isolate themselves, hide yourself from the noise and people that are trying to influence you into whatever direction they're trying to push you. Players appreciate an authentic voice. I think that's what a lot of people are looking for right now. It's what sets you apart from your competition. It's what makes you stand out in a lot of cases. And I'm not of the mind that anybody needs to pander to the Western audience whatsoever. We are not a monolith. We never have been, for all I know, and we're definitely not one right now. And the best thing that you can do for yourself is just make a game that you want to play, make the game that you want to make, hedge your bets, and make sure that you're not spending too much money, and just hope for the best. That's all you can really do. I'm really interested to see where this all goes. I really am. These guys cutting jobs, taking a lot of money away from some of these Western guys. I mean, it costs them a lot of money to be able to develop here. And then you have all of the extra cultural baggage that's coming along with that. I'm going to be honest with you guys. I just don't see a reason in why anybody would want to come and develop games here. It's too expensive to do so, and there's just too many problems that you're going to have. So I think this is going to be a part of a much broader trend. I wouldn't be surprised to see Sony also go in this direction, or maybe another company. I don't know. We'll see. Anyway, hope you guys enjoyed the video. I'm absolutely.
Yep. That was a great video. I'll link it to you guys in the chat real quick in case you want to give it a like. And yeah, I would love to get your thoughts on it, Andrew. Now that all is said and done, give us your final thoughts.
So something I think the thing I want to hone in on most, because I prefer to these days try and have a positive spin on things. I think that by and large, as Americans, because of how our country is, we are far more likely to like taste, test, and enjoy the cultures of other countries, right? We enjoy all these various cuisines. We enjoy all these various musics and things like that. You have people who love foreign film and all of that. And just as the same way, gamers, we love Eastern games. We love games. Clearly, I didn't think I'd ever like something that was from France, but I love Claire Obscure, right? So like I think it's intrinsic to us as a culture, though as Americans, we have this love and respect for our culture, our American culture here. We're also, I think, pretty flexible and open to like enjoying other people's cultures, but that's different from supplanting other people's cultures. And that good word as well, like usurping other people's cultures and implanting our own into it, right? So if we can just move away from that and just like, I would like to see a renaissance of American media where we go back to like the classic action hero. We go back to classic Americanized video games, and all sorts of media. I would love to see a boom in, American
Also, bring
comic
back
book
real
as
instruments
well.
and music, by the way. None of the fucking auto-tune shit. But I want to hear the bass. I want to hear the guitar. But that's anyway. Go on, Andrew.
Fair
Keep
enough.
cooking.
Fair enough. I respect it. While at the same time, I want us to stay out of other countries' business when it comes to developing media. Like, let European developers develop stuff that, like, if you're making a game as a European developer and it is very deliberate and intentionally meant to be something that is British history or British fantasy, right? Medieval fantasy, right? I don't want to see Americanized stuff in that because it's not why I'm buying that. Same thing with the Japanese stuff or Chinese
it's not
developers.
Just that black lesbian woman that's shoved into every episode of Rings of Power and whatnot. It's simple. It's phrases. It's terminology. It's costuming.
Exactly.
The whole
It's more
nine.
than just visual. It's language. It's syntax. It's cultural notes. It's all sorts of things all rolled into one. And I love my culture. I love being an American. I don't need to see my American culture in Japanese culture.
Yeah.
Right. I don't need
drink
it
my
in that.
Dr. Pepper, while we do this stream, and then maybe later on I'll get some sake if I want to appreciate the Japanese shit.
Oh, there you go. I wish I had some sake on me right now. Actually, I haven't had a good hot sake since the last time I visited my folks. But I just really wish, and I hope we're moving in that direction. Maybe this will be the start of it because you have a large publisher like Square pulling out in some form or another to a level of significance of this Western adherence. We'll see how that actually bears out. Like, things can look one way one day and completely change a month later, right? So let's actually see the end results. Let's see the work. But I would love that. I would absolutely love that because I want to see entertainment as a whole just uplifted again and back in a good place.
Yeah, nope. I couldn't agree more. And I echo your sentiments entirely. So these are just my opinions. Let me know yours in the comments down below. Let me know on X. You can find me at Bolt the Word. And please do subscribe. We're a nerdy news channel that covers nerdy news every day. Not always about the gaming industry, but anime, movies, music, Magic the Gathering, you name it. Check us out on Instagram at wordsparadise_Leon and become a member for $4.99 a month. You can join the Discord. Choose the articles you go over on a day-to-day basis. Choose the videos we react to on the nightly live streams. Of course, get involved with over 200 other vital idols. We are a bright, beautiful, glowing, vibrant community that I cannot wait to go even further. Not always about I fucked up on my own intro or my own outro, but anyway,
the fact that man, I am always I genuinely mean this. I'm always impressed at how good of a job you do at that quick, like, lightning fast pitch. Like, I'm surprised you don't F it up more.
I was like, oh, I've got this handsome man staring at me, and now I was like, what's up? So anyway, that being said, we're gonna cover something else. Like obviously you gotta go soon, so there's something else you want to talk about that you sent me. I can't wait to talk about and plug, and then I'll let you get out of here. And chat, I've got something extra for you. I know that we haven't hit tier 1 yet, and we normally wrap up at the 2-hour mark if we haven't. But there's a
I'm still good for a bit.
There's a little bit of change. Yeah. Oh, well, you're good because I've got one other thing.
Because we had that other topic, right?
You sent me. I do have another topic, but again, I know it's late for you. But before the other topic, I want to talk about this interview that you were a part of. I'm pulling it up right now. I had it pulled up and I closed out the tab because I didn't want my internet running like shit. So let me get it pulled up.
I don't blame you there.
While I'm doing so what is this?
So I was asked by a gentleman who runs a YouTube channel and podcast network, the Icon Presents Podcast Network. Super chill guy. Antoine is awesome. He's a really awesome guy. And he asked me to come on a show, and I talked Rippaverse. I talked specifically Blue Shift, my story. I gave a lot of insight into kind of my thoughts behind the creation of the character.
He went all in. Like he gave chapters for got introduction, who is Zephyr Arlen, Rippaverse needs young something. I mean, any of these in particular you want me to click on just to give people like a taste of it?
You know what? I would say grab the Rippaverse needs young readers clip. And then I'd love to drop the link into the chat and encourage people. If y'all are interested, if you guys
link anyway, so
if you guys aren't fans of comic books, no pressure, no worries. I understand comic books are an extremely niche medium.
when you say drop the link in chat, do you mean the link to this video or your Ripverse link?
Link to the video because I'd love to shoot some
Okay.
views his way.
No, absolutely. I will link this right
he took
now.
the time and let me into his digital home as you did tonight, and I wanna send kind of share the love.
Before we get into this, though, I do have to give a massive shout out to J-Mac. Yo, you legend! Thank you so much. Truly appreciated. Goddamn, means the absolute world to me. Did not need to do that. Guess now would be a good time to let you guys know if you just got gifted membership, join the Discord. Once you join, you've got it for life, even if you don't maintain being a member. J-Mac, you absolute legend. I feel
and
like
please thank J-Mac for your gifted sub too, or your gifted membership.
I feel like he does it just because he loves horsecock so much, or loves how much I love horsecock.
Horse semen's great.
I'm digging horsecock.
Is your cock a horse cock? You will never hear me say it. Nay. Ooh, as I make more.
My favorite stallion I keep in my top drawer kinda goes hard though.
'Cause there is no cock like horse cock. Send your asshole into shock and eat horse.
I don't know how we're going to ever top horsecock.
Shout out J-Mac, thank you so much. Andrew's never seen that clip, I can tell. He was stunned while it was playing.
That was a very you clip, you know. That's all I got for that one.
So yeah, right before we talk about how to reverse these young viewers, there was some horsecock for all of you older viewers. We're really shifting.
Gosh, I feel like that's a horrible segue.
All right, I'm gonna hit play on this. If at any point you want me to hit pause and like you got some commentary or anything you want to add, because this is super cool. Like I'm glad that because actually before we get into it, I just want to say this. No shade, Eric July. I love Eric. I think he's cool. I started watching Eric way long ago because of his libertarian views and his ANCAP views, things like that. So as like to see that Ripverse it started off as the Eric July show. It really did. And then that's not a bad thing. There was one comic. He was the creative mind behind it. There is so much to it now, whether it from heavyweights like Chuck Dixon to someone like you who grew up fucking reading Chuck Dixon, and now you are part of this world. So like it is, whether you guys like or dislike Eric July, the Ripverse or whatnot, man, it's for me, well, I think this is enthralling.
Ripverse. And so I've been working with Eric July, our founder and CEO at the Ripverse, for a handful of years now. I actually started prior to the launch of the Ripverse. So I have been doing social media management and content curation on his YouTube channel since November of 2021, I want to say.
Okay.
So I'd been doing it for about 7 or so months. I can't math. Alex is our math guy. Like he deals with numbers. He's the bean counter. I don't have to worry about numbers. That's not my problem. Go bug him.
Racist for whatever reason. I don't know. Maybe that's just me.
Yes, I mean he's actually, believe it or not, whiter than I am. So I don't know. Really, it's not my problem. It's his issue to deal with. But I've been doing social media management, content curation for Eric, and he had initially said to me like, "Hey, like I'm going to be launching this other thing, that other thing being the Ripverse, at some point in the following year, depending on how that."
You were doing the work with Eric before Ripverse. You were doing his social media and stuff before that. I didn't know.
I was handling his social media. So obviously, like when he was going back and forth with people on Twitter, that's
obviously him, right?
That's him, right? Like I can't mimic Eric July that well, but like anything that was promotional related, anything that was pushing his videos or whatever, that was all me. And I was also working with one of our graphic designers at the time, Brian, who's actually also a member of Backwards, Eric's band.
I frankly would fucking love his band. I feel like people don't talk about that enough. When Eric July came on New Blackstreet, it was like, okay, I gotta send a super chat, just shout Backwards music because like there's some fucking good.
My
right?
man.
Like, go on.
Some of their tunes go pretty hard. I love it. But yeah, like I'd work with him on making sure thumbnails were dialed in and like clicky enough to where like they looked good, looked clean. Worked on titles, descriptions, things like that. It was a part-time thing because at the time I was still doing retail management. But then as I say here, like he mentioned, depending on how this other thing that I'm going to be launching goes, maybe it could turn into a full-time gig for you. And well, it turned into a full-time gig for me.
Dude, that's so, yeah, I had no idea. Like, because you were already involved with Rippaverse when I met you, but it wasn't through Rippaverse shit. It was all, I was like, oh, this dude's posting based anime shit on X. I want to follow him. I had no fucking idea. So this goes back even further than I realized. I just learned a cool lore dump about something I'd never known, despite knowing you for like 2 years or something now.
Yeah. Goes, maybe there'll be a place for you full-time. At the time, it was just like kind of a side gig, right? It was a part-time thing on top of my retail management work that I was doing. And, then we launched the Rippaverse in July of 2022, and ISOM 1 made $3.7 million, and the rest is history.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Who would have thought? Who would have saw that coming?
Not
nobody.
Me, not Eric, not
Yes.
I don't think anyone.
Dude, that's
And
life-changing.
You've got no idea, man. Like, I've been doing retail management for several years.
Yeah.
Up until that point, I'd worked for a couple of companies. And retail management, I mean, it paid the bills. Like, whatever pays your bills and allows you to feed your family, if you have that and you have a roof over your head, that's a blessing. Whether you love your job or not, like, the truth of the matter is the vast majority of people will never love their jobs.
Right.
But their job allows them to put food on the table for their families and themselves and have a roof over their heads. And that's more than a lot of people have. So that's something worth being thankful for.
Exactly.
But retail is a slog. It's not fun. It's not something that everybody has the temperament for. It's not something that everybody wants to do for the rest of their lives. I certainly would raise my hand there. And
yeah, I get what you're saying, and I agree. I feel like you don't sort of fit this mold, though, because I think you have like the temperament. Like, if your job was to sit there and watch paint dry, you would have the temperament for even that. You might be the most chill dude I know, which is funny because when we're in DMs and you say ridiculous, crazy shit, I was like, you would not say that the camera was on, not because you're faking it or anything like that. It's just like you talk different than you write, like a lot of people do.
And that comes honestly from how many years in retail I spent, because you deal with sometimes you interact with like amazing people in retail. And, I've actually met friends and still have friendships to this day that I met because we were first on opposite sides of the counter, right? Like when I was managing for GameStop or something like that. But you also like have some pretty crappy interactions with either crappy people or people who are just having a really bad freaking day, and they decide that they're going to make your day bad too. And so like, as a professional, you have to like not let that get to you. And like on the public facing side, you just have to be like, man, all right, I'm gonna just deal with it. I'm gonna try and handle this situation as calmly as possible and move on with the rest of my day, because I can't let it affect how I'm interacting with my staff or with my other customers, because this one individual can't be the end all be all of my day or my week, right? But that doesn't mean that like after that person leaves, you aren't sitting there with your coworkers or your staff and being like, man, F that guy. Like, right?
See, I guess like, I worked retail for a little bit, so I didn't like, I would do the thing you do. You always make it a positive experience. I'm just a naturally very positive person in general anyway. Even if I'm being an asshole, I try to find like a fun, positive way to be an asshole. But once I got into doing IT, I was an asshole. And it was because basically it's like, you're coming to me. Like, you need your computer fixed, you need your server fixed, you need, you don't understand how all this cabling works. Well, guess what? We're doing this my way, because if we don't do it my way, it doesn't get fixed. So I win. I'm God right now. So yeah, and what are you gonna do? Fire me? If you don't have a server, you don't have a fucking company. Like,
yeah. And God bless Eric and launching the Rippaverse. God bless the fans that made the Rippaverse the success that it is, to where he was just 24 hours into the launch, the initial campaign of ISOM 1, able to message me and be like, hey, so remember that time I said like you might be full-time depending on how well this thing does? Like, I remember that, Eric. He's like, yeah, kind of, I need that like now.
Oh man.
And like, okay, fine, cool. Like I'll tell my job, like, see ya. Bye.
Yeah.
It's been fun. It's been real. I don't know about real fun, but like, see ya.
I know, right? Hey, man, man, getting that call and being able to, know that, like, man, you are now about to be able to take an opportunity that nobody could have seen coming, and is basically this blessing.
Subcam, because you got a very nice setup.
Dude, he's got like, well, it's because that's
very
his
good
studio. He has a dedicated studio. Like his
awesome.
setup is legit. It's cool. Like I hope to someday have something like that, but I'm a ways off from that.
But yeah,
But,
no,
like,
trust me,
that's
I'm
pretty
right there
awesome.
with you.
It's pretty awesome.
It's
We don't
been
have to spend too
bestowed-
much time on this, but I want to encourage people, if you have any interest in indie comics.
Oh, I accidentally clicked on the wrong. I wanted to hear why Rippaverse needs young readers, but all right. So that being said, yeah, I'll leave this in the chat again for those guys that are curious about it, because yeah, I think this would be great. I'm just gonna we'll watch later sort of thing there. There we go. And then yes, I do have one more topic that I wanted to go over.
Yeah, let's hit that other one.
Time. If not, it's a-okay.
Yeah, let's hit it.
Because this is something that I know a little bit about, but this is a creator who I've been following lately. Very interesting creator, Lady Decade. And she covers, you say you've not heard of her? Yeah, given the because you say you don't do a whole lot on YouTube nowadays and whatnot, which is
unless it's like writing research, I don't watch much YouTube, or like lore videos. I don't watch much
like
YouTube
lore
these days.
videos are my lore videos, or
that's why I fall asleep too.
Or like real life, or like real ghost caught on camera. Like that's all my like. It's time to edit. I'm putting this sort of shit on. So and then like during the day, I put on like I'll scroll through YouTube like, okay, this might be good for a topic. This might be good for a topic. And then but when it's like my downtime, I'm not doing YouTube stuff. It has nothing to do with culture war stuff or whatnot. So I found her channel by accident, because like she does a lot of retro gaming, oriented content. Like she did this one awesome videos, like what's it like?
I see Legend of Zelda there on her shelf.
Oh, dude, yeah,
based.
If you're a Dreamcast fan, which I'm pretty sure you are, we've talked about it.
And I think I also see am I seeing Star Fox on the second shelf from the bottom? Am I tripping?
Yes, right here is Star Fox. Yeah, so that's the one.
Yeah.
Is this what you're talking about right here?
I know my shit.
Yeah, you. I found it through a video that was like, is it what's it like owning a Dreamcast in 2025? And I just went down this rabbit hole of her content, and some of it's just straight up retro gaming. Some of it's very like the inner, not politics as we cover them, but like the social agenda, the social politics of gaming, like what's like to like, hey, video games are depicting Islam like this. Is that actually accurate to Islam? And like does contrast to what the actual doctrine says. Just very well researched analytical videos. So this one was titled "Gaming Feminists Just Discovered Korea and It's Not Going Well." And Korea had their own Gamergate-like event not too long ago. So I'm wondering what this is going to be like.
Did you know that South Korea had its own Gamergate and it was way crazier than ours? Who doesn't love Stellar Blade? And after the stunning success of the game, Shift Up was riding high, the little South Korean studio that had somehow managed to outshine the biggest Western names in AAA gaming. The studio's recent celebration seemed harmless enough. A simple anniversary post for their other title, Goddess of Victory, Nikki. Balloons.
It makes sense now why you say you spent all your time platinuming Stellar Blade, because you said earlier that you love Nikkei. I forgot they were the same company.
Yeah. Well, that's what was so impressive to me about Stellar Blade, because like that was their first like major effort, right? That wasn't just a mobile gotcha game.
Nikkei didn't even have a PC port at the time, right? It was mobile only.
No, it didn't. It was literally just mobile only. And then they came out with Stellar Blade, and it honestly, having that, because context is a lot, right? Having that context that was their first like pseudo AAA effort. It was more AA in terms of like the budget that they had.
Game, but AA, I think AA, the future's an indie and AA anyway, so it's not an insult.
I would agree with that. 1,000%. I was like, wow, like this is really good. Like really, really good. Like I'm having a genuine blast with that. Never mind the fact that Eve is gorgeous, but like the gameplay is just literally right up my alley, right? Like I said earlier that I spent hundreds of hours playing the Ninja Gaiden 2 Black remaster, because like that type of like flashy action, like high level of difficulty type game, that's my jam. Right.
Well, it's funny you say that because Kalika Gamer with a 5-banger says, when we get an Addie Shane Kyer as a guest, Leon. Also, I love my job because I use C4 as a combo starter and ender. I'm pro peace, as peace over the year and there. You bring up Addie Shankar, the individual responsible for single-handedly destroying one of my favorite IPs of all time, being Devil May Cry.
Devil May Cry,
Much like how you love Ninja Gaiden and so, but I'm a huge Devil May Cry fan. Addie is very much welcome on the show because as a free speech advocate, I'll have a conversation with anybody. He wouldn't last on the show. I could goddamn guarantee you he would walk out of the show, and I would probably lose my channel.
He's way too arrogant.
So
he's
shout out,
way too arrogant.
Oh, he's a straight up menace. But shout out, thank you for the 5-banger. This is for you, buddy.
Like, I don't think humans were meant to see sissy hypno inflation compilations.
But hey, by the way, did you know that I suck dick as a man? I lick the ass of other men. But really quick, I lick the balls of a man.
Shout out, Kalika. Thanks so much, brother. I am breaking Andrew with clips tonight.
I'm so confused. It started with Shu. And then
she said to see Hypno, and I was like, I've got something to work with here.
Man. I clearly did not have enough wine tonight.
Cake shaped like a gun, all the tongue-in-cheek extravagance you'd expect from a mobile shooter built on glossy art and even glossier character models. Nikki had reached its 1000th day, and Shift Up wanted to thank its fans in style. But within hours of the artwork going live, the festivities gave way to fury. A handful of players claimed that one of the characters was making a pinching gesture that was put there supposedly to mock men's anatomy. Yeah, really?
I've literally never heard of this controversy whatsoever. This
is literally the first time I've heard this.
I wonder if this was like something that happened in South Korea as opposed, because Nikkei was not big over here at all for the longest time. It was a niche gacha game. So I wonder if this is a South Korean controversy.
Yeah, well, because we over here in the West catch on to these gacha titles, like usually it's a year or two after it's already blown up.
Yeah,
the
Persona 1 didn't even get a release in America until very recently.
Until just recently, like 4 months ago.
Yeah, which I have downloaded. I just haven't played yet because I don't know if I want to ever actually sink time into a gacha. I've never played a gacha. I'm really worried I'll get addicted. But anyway.
The simple precision grip was interpreted as a feminist provocation. Outrage quickly spread across Korea, with debates taking place over whether or not the developers were harboring a subversive political agenda. Comment threads filmed with zoomed-in screenshots circled in red like crime scene evidence, speculative essays dissected the angle of the fingers, and social media lit up with accusations that the crab hand pose was a coded insult to Korean men everywhere. So, holding this bizarre scenario in mind, join me today to take a look at how a single drawing managed to ignite one of the strangest culture wars in gaming history.
I won't lie, she got me hooked from that intro. I have no idea where this is going, so I'm very
freaking
curious.
Wild, man. Like, I am so confused because let me tell you, unless your definition of feminism is just embracing sexuality and like the female form to its absolute fullest, and not having any problem with that being like, hey, we know that red-blooded men like beautiful women, and so we're going to put beautiful women in this game. Unless that's your definition of feminism, I don't understand what's happening here. Now, that being said, I am not Korean. Maybe there's some context that I'm missing. I'm curious to see where this is going.
We might need
I'm
to
so
call
lost.
our buddy Spence because he's part Korean. He maybe can decipher this for us.
I am Lady Decade, and if you are a man of culture, then hit that subscribe button. Let's talk about the people who called your thingy small and the people who took issue with it. A lot of men in the West enjoy it so much when a woman points out how amoeba-like their members are that they'll actually pay for the privilege. Call it humiliation, call it whatever keeps your browser history interesting, but Korean men apparently aren't quite so, how should we say it, sporting about it. Fortunately, not everything from Asia is small and disappointing. Quite the opposite, in fact. The region's been responsible for some of the biggest, hardest hitting releases in gaming over the past few years. And if you fancy getting your hands on something truly massive for a very modest outlay, use my links below to score
She's
deals
not
that'll
being
make
shy
even
about that at all.
BTS blow.
No, and I'm kind of digging because like this is. I've not seen this side like a decade before. I'm kind of digging this because you don't get to make a lot of dick innuendos when talking about the Jaguar, for example. So
No, oh god,
this is interesting. I'm liking it.
Jaguar.
Gosh, get 39% off Stellar Blade, 29% off Black Myth Wukong, 43% off Silent Hill F, and up to 90% off of thousands more. So happy shopping, and remember, when it comes to bargains, size really does matter. After the infamous artwork post went live, outrage began to spread with all of the precision and velocity of a missile strike. The supposed crab hand gesture, which to any rational observer looked nothing more than a hand holding air, was now trending across South Korean social media. The accusations multiplied like bacteria in a petri dish.
Yes, Larry,
Shift Up, the developer behind the game, wasn't just being accused of being careless, but intentionally subversive, with many believing that they had smuggled feminist messaging into their artwork, betraying the very players who had made them successful. And of course, pattern recognition would quickly go into overdrive. Fans dissected every frame of promotional material looking for further signs of ideological corruption.
Okay, look, I
think we're about to have a similar thought here. Like, I understand, and this is a problem we've reached here in the West, right? With
okay, we are about to have a similar thought. Go for it. Go
right,
on,
where it's like we have in recent years been browbeaten. We've had ideological hand fisting shoved up our asses without consent, and it's been ridiculous. Our favorite franchises had been crapped all over front and back. However, it reaches a certain point where if your full focus is strictly on a war, strictly on something that is ideologically driven, regardless of what side you are on, you start to begin to see things that aren't there.
Yes,
and you
exactly.
start to all of a sudden you are looking for things, not to see if things that are there, but rather you are looking to find things specifically. And therefore your brain will start to, because of how our brains work, your brain will make you see things that are not there.
It's culture war pareidolia.
Yeah.
Like, okay,
and you start to shoot yourself in the foot there.
On YouTube much. You haven't watched a lot of YouTube lately, but I know you've been on X a lot, and I'm sure you saw the influx of, in my opinion, dumb motherfuckers throwing a bitch fit about the Girl Boss Mario Galaxy trailer. Oh, Rosalina was strong. Peach was strong. Guess what? Play fucking Smash Bros. Rosalina is strong. You play Smash Bros.
Rosalina is also the freaking princess of the galaxy. So if that means she's supposed to be a sissy lala little girl, I don't know how to help you. Actually, so far I have two things. One, Rosalina is my favorite Mario character. Two,
okay, that's I don't know how I feel about that, but go on.
That's okay. That's fine. We can differ on that. Brie Larson, who is voicing her,
by the way,
has been quiet,
silent for like several years now.
She has been completely inoffensive.
When she's not being silent, she's actually been relatively based, as I pointed out in my video, like defending Johnny Depp, for example. When someone tried to put her on the spot to get a clip about Johnny Depp at I think it was the Cannes Film Festival, like a year or two ago, she was after the Amber Heard stuff went down. She was like, "Yeah, I'm here to talk about movies, man." That's Brie Larson 7 years ago would have said some dumb shit. Brie Larson 2 years ago was like, "I'm here to talk about movies." What that Johnny Depp shit got to do with me? Like,
well, look at like the lead up to the Marvels, which I still haven't seen and have no plan on changing that. Like the lead up to the
not that's a high bar, but I think the Marvels is better than Captain Marvel. They're both dog shit, of course.
Yeah, wow, that's all right. I'll have to take your word for it. Like she was asked about the sequel to Captain Marvel, right? And she was just flat out. I honestly, to this day, I believe she broke script there. where she was
I
like,
think so too.
does anybody even want to see that anymore? Like, is anybody even interested in that? And that was the first moment where I was like, someone's not in your ear right now. Someone's not like telling you what you're supposed to say. And basically since then, she's been quiet. She's done a few commercials. Obviously, she did the Marvels, but like for the
when she did the press
press
tour for the Marvels, guess what she didn't do? Spout off at the mouth like she did back in the day.
Yeah, she didn't run her mouth like she did with Captain Marvel. So either she learned a lesson or somebody said, hey, like dial that back, or it was an omission. And so it was a matter of somebody wasn't telling her what to say. Whatever that ends up being, she's been quiet. And so at this point, as obnoxious as she was back during the marketing
We also need
for
to
Captain
separate
Marvel,
ourselves. We need to separate ourselves because the whole thing that the left would do with like cancel culture, whatever you want to call it, was they would give no option for redemption or whatnot. Hey,
there's no such thing as redemption. Yeah, exactly.
So yeah, so I guess final thought on the reason I brought the Mario stuff up is because like, okay, if it's Star Wars, yeah, we're gonna see it, right? We've been conditioned in Star Wars, like every single piece of Star Wars media since the Disney buyout, by and large, minus like maybe a handful of games or the first season of Star Wars Visions, most of it has been atrocious dog shit. Plus, there has been all the ideological stuff. Even without the ideological stuff, it would have been good, by the way. That's just like the fucking icing on the cake. So when it comes to Mario Bros, where the first movie didn't have that shit, it was fine. Nintendo is not giving us any reason to believe. Why are you seeing it in this Mario 2 trailer when it's not in their games? It wasn't in the first movie. Like, you do need to be able to separate. I get pattern recognition is a thing, but
it's pattern recognition. It's also cultural conditioning is what it is. So in the same way that some people on like the ideological left, we'll say, have like culturally conditioned people to look for sexism, racism in around every corner,
I cover
right?
every day. Trust me, I'm well versed in seeing this stuff because I cover it on the daily on this channel. That being said, there's another pattern to look at. I'm not looking at movies as a macro because you're right. There's pattern recognition if you look at movies as a macro, but there's another pattern. The pattern is Nintendo themselves. Do they have a pattern of this stuff? No. Well, then I err on the side of, as it currently stands, that shit's not going to be there. If it is there and I'm wrong when the movie comes out, I'll be honest about it. But as it currently stands, I don't see the pattern. Therefore, I don't see the reason for the outrage.
Exactly. 100% agree.
Content creators devoted entire streams to analysing the angle of each fingertip, and by the end of the day, to some, the image had become evidence about who was secretly working for the feminist underground. But in an interesting twist, rather than ignoring the criticism or accusing their fans of acting in bad faith, as employees at companies like EA or Ubisoft so often do in the West, Shift Up actually did the unthinkable. They addressed the disgruntled fan directly, acknowledging their
okay. As someone who's a Shift Up fan, for you, because I don't know much about them, how do you think if they addressed the disgruntled player base, what do you think their response was?
Honestly, I can't imagine it being anything other than just trying to be a reassurance of like, hey, guys, like, we weren't trying to like do anything that was meant to, disparage our fan base whatsoever, because I have yet to, as somebody who is, got
me too. Sorry.
Oh man. That threw me off.
You broke Andrew.
God dang it. Okay. As somebody who has spent a great number of hours on Shift Up titles, I see no evidence to think that they would have something in there that would be meant to disparage their vastly male fan base, right? There's no reason to suspect that. In the same way that we just talked about, there's no reason to suspect that Nintendo would do something like that. Shift Up's the same way. And every single time I've seen them put out a post or a newsletter or anything similar to that, it's always been something that is a tone of love and appreciation for their fans. Now, obviously, a gacha title is literally just meant to be a cash grab for the most part.
Right.
However, I will say, gameplay-wise, artistically, And honestly, the most surprising thing is the fact that the story is actually good. The story is better than a lot of like AAA games that I play these days and have played in the last several years. And to some people, that might sound like, did you read Playboy for the articles type of a thing, right? Like, I understand completely how that sounds, but the story is actually genuinely engaging. Now, Stellar Blade's story is solid. Like it's solid, but I also played Nier Automata, and it's kind of like Nier Automata light in terms of the story. The story when they do the sequel, I hope the story is what they dial in a little
That's
bit
what I've heard
better.
from a lot of people say. Is like the story's not bad. It's just basic. But
No,
there's nothing wrong with basic.
it's solid. It's not bad. It's not even just like okay. It's solid, but I have played better. Right? The gameplay is really what hooked me with Stellar Blade though, because that crisp action combat as somebody who loves Bayonetta, as somebody who loves Devil May Cry, Ninja Gaiden, games like that, like that's where you hook me.
Let's find out what Shift Up how they responded. Then.
I'm so
Concerns
curious.
about feminism and publicly apologized for upsetting their audience. Honestly, can you even imagine a Western studio doing that? They would sooner write a 12-tweet thread about why you are the problem. They deleted the post, issued a public apology, and explained that the artwork had come from an overseas outsourcing team. Then, in an impressive show of accountability, Shift Up didn't just stop there. They replaced the illustration, rewarded players with in-game compensation, and even established a new quality management department to prevent future misunderstandings.
Bro, all this because of people thought that Shift Up was saying they had tiny dicks. That's hilarious.
So here's the real irony of that, because honestly, I don't know. And again,
they didn't need to go that hard, in my opinion. Like that's kind of overkill.
Well, this might be a cultural thing that we just don't understand, and I'm willing to admit that. And I'm the type of person that I would rather voice my ignorance by way of admittance, rather than people discover my ignorance by way of me like mouthing off, right? So I genuinely don't know if that piece of art, if there's something actually there, but the fact that Shift Up was like, our fan base thinks that there's something there, so we're going to, regardless of whether or not there was intent there, regardless of whether or not there was actually something there, they said, nope, we're getting rid of that piece of art. We are rewarding our fans and our player base with in-game currency and things like that. And we're going to form a department strictly.
And that's why. So this comment from Tyra King says it feels performative. I disagree because of how hard in the paint they went. That's the performative would be like they put out a tweet apologizing or whatnot. Creating a whole ass new apartment that costs money.
I was going to say, yeah. If it had stopped at just like we swapped out the art, or we swapped out the art and maybe we threw in-game currency at you, okay, well that literally costs you nothing, right? And Goddess of Victory Nike makes so much freaking money. You have no idea. The amount of money it makes is stupid. Like, it's a great idea. I wish I had the technological know-how and the ability and the intelligence to have thought of it myself first. But I didn't. But the fact that they created a department to prevent this in the future, that's the telling part, because you don't get to create a department for free unless your department is like, well, not even creating a DEI department, right? Like that costs money, and that's why those people they're useless, and that's why those are the ones that are the first ones to get cut.
Hiring, like, yeah.
That you have an oversight department specifically designed to make sure that kind of a thing doesn't happen again when you are specifically working with outside, so external teams. I don't know, man. That's props to them.
Yeah.
Because again, I don't even know if this this was an actual issue. If there was really anything here, but Shift Up saw that their fans thought that there was, and therefore they adjusted. And that was the thing, because ultimately, whether there really was an issue there or not, that's kind of irrelevant in the eyes of your fans. If your fans think there is, you need to like address it.
Right. No, and
they
yeah,
did.
I agree with that completely. It's like, if Coke, makes, completely changes their recipe, this is new Coke, and your fans don't like it. Coke doesn't get to say, "Oh, too bad, this is new Coke now." Coke says, "We fucked up. We're gonna lose millions. Time to go back to the old recipe." Unless if you want to stay a company at least. So
What could have been a PR disaster instead became a demonstration of how to handle controversy with grace. Rather than doubling down or mocking their core fan base, Shift Up chose transparency, responsiveness, and respect, a refreshing contrast to the arrogance we've come to expect from most Western publishers. To outsiders, especially those in the West, the whole thing looked completely insane. The idea of a developer being hounded into an apology tour over the shape of a cartoon hand felt like something straight out of a satire sketch. But in South Korea, this wasn't some random overreaction. It was the latest flare-up in a culture war that makes ours look almost civil by comparison.
okay, so there's some history that we're about to delve into, dude. This
I
is
was about to say,
wild.
making our culture war look civil, that's
Yeah,
gonna take some work. You got some convincing to do, lady.
By the way, if you ever need a break from all this modern
Racism
outrage, head over to my other channel, Lady Arcade. It's my little nostalgia bunker dedicated entirely to retro gaming history. Recently, I've been diving
Soul
deep into the
Calibur.
glory days of Sega, including a half-hour look at
Sonic
the
Adventure,
Dreamcast,
baby.
the console that was way too clever for its own good, and a deep dive into the Sega Saturn, the beautiful design.
By the way, hashtag not sponsored or anything. I just do truly recommend her Dreamcast video. It was a wealth of knowledge.
Also,
you'll
that
have to send me
deserved
the link
so
to it.
much better.
Will
So,
do.
if you'd rather escape culture wars and go back to a time when the biggest debate in gaming was who had the better ports, Saturn or PlayStation, go give Lady Arcade.
Super Gamer 30 for a 5-banger. Shipped Up absolutely knows their customers are vital to their success and offering them a huge no-no. The Korean culture war runs very deep. Offending them is a huge
Interesting.
no-no. Korean culture war runs deep. See,
I mean, offending your customers is never a good idea.
Right. And so I do know that there is a culture war going on in Korea very much akin to ours, like on the political scene. I didn't know that it went down in like the nitty-gritty of entertainment and stuff like it does for us. Although to be fair, I guess that they say politics are downstream from culture. So it does make sense. All right, let's get you a clip real quick, my man, and then we'll continue with this. Thank you so much for the 5-banger. This is for you.
I know now that it could never work between us. Not because you're a rabbit, but because you're black.
I take it you've never seen the Ghost Stories English dub?
No.
You got some research to do, my friend.
Pay a visit after this video. I look forward to speaking with you over there in my comment section. Since around 2015, South Korea has been caught in a vicious tug of war between radical feminist groups and anti-feminist movements, each seeing the other as a direct threat to society itself. In that climate, even something as small as a gesture can be interpreted as a political statement, and that's exactly what, on the surface at least, seems to have happened here. A harmless pose, seen by some as resembling a controversial small penis hand sign used in past feminist protests, was enough to trigger a full-blown online crusade. In a culture where one poorly placed pixel can be mistaken for an act of rebellion, they did what any sensible company would: chose a brief public shaming over the risk of corporate ruin. To Western audiences, it all seems unthinkable, but in South Korea, this is just another day on the internet. At the centre of this entire scandal lies, of course, the hand gesture. So let me proceed to attempt to explain to you what all the fuss is about. The accusation traces back to a very specific subculture of South Korean internet life: Megalia, a radical feminist group formed in May 2015 during the MERS outbreak. The community built its identity around
An outbreak of MERS and a bunch of bitches got together to be like, we gotta form a movement. That's a really weird answer to a viral outbreak, but okay.
That's wild, man.
a tactic called mirroring, repaying what they perceive to be misogyny with what they perceive to be equal vitriol. Its members famously adopted a logo showing two fingers held close together, a deliberate provocation meant to ridicule what they claimed was the average Korean man's length of 6.9 centimeters. That number, as it happens, came from a 2003 Korean military study measuring flaccid lengths. But there is also some later research that puts the Korean length broadly in line with global averages.
So it's kind of.
I mean,
funny,
maybe they're a grower, not a shower. I don't know, man.
Yeah.
Like,
I normally have a female co-host. For those of you that might be new here or whatnot, I normally have a female co-host. I didn't know that you were such a Shift Up or Nikkei fan, so I already had this video on the docket. I was like, oh, cool, a video about when you said earlier that you're a Shift Up fan. I was like, sweet, because we got a Shift Up video to talk about and whatnot. Had no idea that we were going to get into the size of Korean dicks with a male co-host. So
no, yeah, I was not prepared for that.
Yeah, neither was I, but I'm glad we're doing this together, man. This is a learning experience for all of us.
Sure.
Korean
Yeah,
men
it's
believe
entirely
Magali simply
non-homosexual.
cherry-picked the smallest figure because it was funnier, weaponizing a medical statistic for maximum humiliation. But the group's, how shall we say, combative tactics soon fractured its base. When Magalia later banned homophobic posts, an even more extreme splinter called WOMAD emerged, doubling down on hostility towards men and anyone deemed insufficient.
Okay, hold on.
WOMAD emerged.
I am just now realizing.
Are we seeing the same thing here?
Well, we're seeing a vagina, right? But
Okay.
I'm just now realizing how much Cobra Commander, how their symbol now looks like a vagina. So GI Joe is also
I was gonna say you're never gonna look at G.I. Joe the same way ever again, or at least not Cobra Commander.
right.
Doubling down on hostility towards men and anyone deemed insufficiently radical. From that point on, the crap hand symbol was no longer a political logo, it became the equivalent of a curse word in Korea. And this is where the madness begins to snowball. The turning point came in 2016 during the now infamous Kim Ja-yeon t-shirt incident. A voice actress was fired after being photographed in a shirt that read, "Girls do not need a prince." A slogan linked, however tenuously, to Megalia. The dismissal triggered protests, counter-protests, and a digital civil war. Westerners compared it to Gamergate, but in South Korea it was more extreme. It infected every cultural industry from gaming to advertising and everything in between with a contagious fear of association. And at the centre of it all was a logo. That simple hand gesture, two fingers pinching together, once a symbol of provocation, now a permanent stain. What began as Megali's emblem of...
This is crazy.
Dude, this is going way deeper than I expected.
I didn't see Kotaku write any articles about this.
No, they did not. They don't want to touch the Korean culture war. They're not ready for it. With the symbol in the chat, that's great.
Yeah, my set list, that was good. I like that, my set list.
Mockery has become a shorthand for everything people loved to hate about feminism. Nearly a decade later, it still haunts Korean pop culture like a ghost, lurking in the background of every new outrage, waiting to resurface in one particularly unfortunate anniversary post.
So it really is just like Gamergate, because for those of you that don't remember or weren't there, I was there for Gamergate 1. When she says Gamergate, I assume something about Gamergate 1, because Gamergate 2.0, I mean, that's pretty by and large over. It's not really, obviously, yeah, Sweet Baby Inc. Saw that in the darkness. We don't like him. Game comes out, called out. But Gamergate 1 was way worse. Gamergate 1 was way fucking worse in the grand scheme of things. And so when that happened in 2014, you would have like, when Furiosa was announced, for example, and you'd see people on the internet being like, this is like Gamergate all over again, man. Like, it's something that just refused to die, to this day has refused to die. So we're sitting here in 2025, and this in Korea, South Korea, and this issue is still coming up from a 2015 feminist movement. It really is just like our version of Gamergate.
It kind of is.
Goddess of victory, Nikki. Past this point, people started hunting for what they perceived to be hidden symbols everywhere. Advertising posters, anime art, and even supermarket packaging have all been accused of harbouring the same coded insult. The logic has this.
I can just imagine some, like, you go to the grocery store and you see a section for plantains. There's some girl holding like some plantains doing this, and they're fucking getting all pissed off. It's like, I'm gonna go buy regular bananas now. I'm pro Chiquita Charlie for president. Like,
oh my gosh.
Self-sustaining quality of a fever dream, everything becomes proof, and denial only deepens suspicion. What seems to have been lost in all of this noise, though, is the basic understanding of how symbols work. They aren't magical and thus only matter when people collectively decide they do. A gesture that once meant small to a handful of provocateurs has somehow become a national flashpoint, not because the pose has changed, but because that shared sense of meaning completely collapsed. And in the vacuum left behind, paranoia soon rushed in to take its place. In 2021, a convenience store became a key battleground. A convenience store. GS25, one of the country's biggest retail chains, launched a harmless summer campaign, a bright, colourful, unthreatening little snack ad.
I accidentally called it.
What the hell?
People were freaking out at a gas station, effectively, because an advertisement has. Korea, are you okay? Like,
that's literally just a hand reaching for us.
meanwhile, North Koreans would see this and be like, I do want a little bit of food. Just a little bit of food. We're busy, we're tired of eating air.
And honestly, so maybe there is some that's where the cultural differences come to play, right? Where the context of where people are at, because South Korea is fairly prosperous. You look in North Korea, they're under tyranny, right? Not quite the same thing.
No, slight difference.
A little bit, right? So what looks to a North Korean as just like, hey, there's food, I'm going to reach for it. Because as you just said, I'm sick of eating air, right? To the South Korean, especially if you add on the context of maybe they are, they're ingrained in this, whatever culture war they've got going on already there, you start to look at things through the culture war lens. And that's something that I encourage people to try to avoid doing. Try and look at things as what they are. And if you are looking at it as face value, what something is, and it still looks a certain way, okay, there's something there to really address and assess. A lot of times, though, if you're just looking through things, looking through a lens, a specific lens, you're painting colors onto something that don't actually exist.
Right.
And I don't know, again, if that's really what's happening here. But man, this is why.
Okay, so let me pause this to you then, because this is something I was talking about on a different stream earlier. So comparatively, we've already agreed that the culture war nonsense around the Mario movie is insane, right? Like there's literally
is the word I'd use.
Yeah, right. It is full on fucking retarded. Now
it was with the first one too, when people were bringing it up initially with
agreed.
Princess Peach.
Conversely, they've also announced, not they as a Nintendo, but like media sources have announced that we are getting a new television adaptation of V for Vendetta. Now, I do see culture war implications in that because of what
I'm sure there will
material, be. Yeah, I'm tinfoil hat or not. I think that they are going to be using V for Vendetta as a cultural subversion tool. I literally the reason they're doing V for Vendetta now of all times is a sort of psyop. I think that. I think that's a logical conclusion to come to.
It wouldn't take that much effort to convince me of that specifically.
Right. Compared to something like Mario, which I think is, again, retarded. Because there's a different set of values assigned to both, you can find it in one, but the other one, you have to create it to find it.
Yeah.
The sort of thing you'd normally walk past without even noticing, but within hours, The internet noticed, and once
Catch
the
you later,
internet
Demon Daryl.
notices, it never stops.
Thanks for going, bud.
According to certain online forums, the shape of the woman's hand in the poster, the way her fingers delicately pinched the sausage.
I wouldn't have even been able to tell that was a woman. It's just a silhouette of a hand.
It's just a hand. I was gonna say it just looks like a hand to me. Like it's not a. It's one of those things where in Asian media, sometimes you have character designs that are somewhat androgynous, right? This just looks like a hand. You could say maybe this is a young man's hand, or maybe this is a female's hand, but it's hard to genuinely say this is absolutely a woman's hand or this is absolutely a man's hand.
Also,
At least for me.
I'm just now reading this because there's English on here. What is emotional camping? Emotional camping must-have item.
I mean, apparently emotional camping is a must-have item. I don't know. I genuinely don't know. I don't read Korean.
I love going camping. I've never really found it to be a particularly emotional experience. It's just a fun thing to do, but okay.
Was identical to the crab hand used by Magalia. The ad was quickly claimed to be feminist propaganda in disguise. Expectedly, there was outrage everywhere. The enemy had snuck in and infiltrated the lunch menu. GS25 immediately pulled the campaign and issued an apology, but the hysteria only grew. A new version of the poster was uploaded with the hand cropped out and was then accused of harbouring another hidden symbol. The crescent.
Wait, what?
What? It's a moon. What? Okay, what are we doing here?
Emotional camping. Thank you.
Emotional camping. I will send you to Jesus.
Shape of a moon in the corner, supposedly a nod to feminist iconography. The company tried again, replacing the moon with a slogan, only to have that too denounced as feminist messaging. At this point, even punctuation was political. Boycotts were organised, petitions circulated calling for the dismissal of those responsible. Employees were investigated, executives disciplined, and the designer, whose only crime was drawing fingers, was publicly humiliated. Within a week, a fast food poster had triggered corporate purges, governmental statements, and a nationwide witch hunt over snack-based sedition. During all of this mayhem,
Bro, we literally got the Red Scare in Korea over a fucking camping ad.
Bro, that's
yeah. Crazy Fela says a moon is feminist dog whistling. Are these people like?
Are these people
Broads don't
okay?
get to just claim the moon. Okay, the moon is, first of all, I'm pretty sure only dudes ever set foot on the moon, if you believe we even went to the moon. So if anyone can claim the moon, it's dudes. But I feel like the moon is for everyone. This is crazy.
the GS retail president was quietly reassigned as the company scrambled to contain the backlash. To make matters even crazier, the more GS25 apologised, the guiltier they looked, and the guiltier they looked, the more apologies were demanded. It was the Ouroboros of outrage, a scandal feeding on its own absurdity until nothing was left but shame and silence. And due to all of this, by the end of the debacle, other companies began preemptively scrubbing their adverts of anything resembling the hand gesture, terrified of becoming the next target. Somewhere in Seoul, a marketing intern learned the hard way that hot dogs can be perceived as a hate crime against men. By 2023, the panic had evolved into something far uglier. The target this time was...
Mind you, so this is still related to this situation with Goddess of Victory Nike. Like,
bro, what?
I'm so glad I found this video.
Korea, are you okay? Explain, please help me understand. Because to me, this looks like a bit of a stretch, like a Reed Richards stretch.
I mean, just a little bit,
Oh, you did it! You did it!
I couldn't help myself.
I genuinely don't understand.
All I know is I'm about to wake up tomorrow to like 3 South Korean subscribers unsubscribing.
I genuinely want to understand, because right now it looks, from the outside looking in, I'm baffled, right? But maybe there's a cultural divide. Maybe there's a cultural difference here that I'm just not grasping.
Well, I've covered some pretty ridiculous shit in terms of the culture war stuff on this channel. I hope to God I've never looked at this fucking Looney Tunes. Like, I'm starting to worry now about our own culture wars. Like, oh fuck, is this how?
Oh man, I was worried about that a long time ago.
That's what it is. My dad's a normal red-blooded white picket fence American who watches Star Wars and watches football. You know, he's pretty even on the cultural divide stuff. So I need to be like, Dad, how do I look like the Alex Jones of anime?
Oh man, yeah. You got to ask your pops at this point.
The fucking wife was gay.
Poster or an inanimate sausage, but a person, a young animator working for Studio Puri, an external contractor producing promotional videos for Maple Story, one of South Korea's longest running online RPGs. Puri had created a 30-second animation celebrating the game's latest update, yet buried deep within it, in a single fleeting frame, viewers claim to spot the unthinkable: a female character making the infamous crab hand. It lasted less than half a second, but that was all it took. Screenshots spread, videos slowed to quarter speed.
Bro, those are fingers in
motion. It's not even like this was a still image. Like in the camping thing, she was dancing and moving. Guys, your hands move when you talk.
This is a reach, man. I feel like this is a reach.
This is amazing.
Oh my god.
And outrage snowballed. The animator was swiftly accused of being a Megalia sympathizer and infiltrator, smuggling feminist messages throughout the game art. The online mob went into overdrive. Her name, her address, and social media profiles were plastered across forums. She reportedly received torrents of abuse, with even her family being targeted. In the court of public opinion, guilt was a foregone conclusion, a crime already carved into the internet's memory before anyone had asked whether she'd even drawn the frame at all.
But when the truth finally surfaced, it was almost too absurd to believe.
The supposedly incriminating animation hadn't been drawn by her at all. It was instead the work of a male colleague. The entire crew.
Oh, what?
This is even better. This is
what
like
are we doing
like,
here?
Dude, this is like when people throw a fucking fit about like Full Metal Alchemist is misogynist. It's like, I mean, it's written by a woman. Like
I was gonna say it was literally created by a woman.
Oh, this is glorious.
Crusade had been built on a lie, a convenient fiction that let thousands of anonymous men play moral executioner for sport. The fallout was devastating. Studio Puri lost roughly 80% of its contracts, including future work with Nexon, as clients scrambled to distance themselves. Police eventually identified and charged more than 80 individuals.
Okay, hold on. This actually lends credence to something else. I gotta look this up now. Is this true? Because Nexon, I believe, yeah, dude, this was one of the ones that we were talking about in the previous video. Nexon was one of the companies that did a bunch of layoffs to the North American staff for their Eastern video games in 2024 that the last guy was talking about. So they literally do fire people over like political, potential ideological stuff because it's happening in this.
Holy crap.
We linked the two videos like complete accident. Thank you, Korea.
These somehow managed to be connected, even if loosely.
That's wild.
Individuals involved in the harassment campaign, an almost unheard of outcome in a country where online mob justice rarely faces consequences. But by then, the victory was hollow. The animator's reputation was in ruins and her livelihood was gone. In less than a decade, the hand gesture had gone from meme to curse, and now it could cost you your career simply to exist near it. By the time the Nikki anniversary scandal erupted, the rules of survival for Korean developers were already written in blood, or at least in apology statements. Shift Up had already been through the
At this point, no. There's nothing performative about the response now. At this point, I don't think there's anything performative about how Shift Up handled this situation. They created a whole ass department. They changed the art. They gave all the people free shit. They're like, we swear to God, we aren't we're not part of this pro-feminist radicalization movement.
Please don't stop being our fans and thinking that we're like pro-feminist, like insanity.
That's the extra context completely shifts my answer.
This rodeo once before. During the development of Stellar Blade, the studio faced its own wave of hysteria, a tug-of-war between Western journalists who accuse it of being sexist and domestic anti-feminists who accuse it of being too feminist. When everyone hates you for opposite reasons, the safest strategy isn't always integrity.
I have a few hundred hours in this game. I platinumed it. I played through it 3 times. I don't understand where anyone could, again, unless you are changing or like dialing in your definition of feminism to something extremely specific, and that's just a female protagonist that happens to, like, the developers embraced the sexuality of the character. Wasn't it it was the freaking
modeled after a real woman? It was modeled after a real woman, so it's not like it's unrealistic.
Well, yeah, not even before that. So yes, the Eve's body was based off of an actual Korean model. However, even before that, the design was done, I'm pretty sure I'm remembering this correctly, by the head director's wife.
I thought girlfriend, but maybe wife. Yeah, either way, yes, his female partner.
One of those. Yeah. By a female, right? So
yes, you're correct.
What's the problem? Like, I don't see how you look at Stellar Blade and you think feminist propaganda.
Dude,
I expect that kind of retardation out of, like, I don't know, The Verge or
Reddit.
The Gamer or Reddit or X or, I don't know, CBR, things like that, right? Like Inverse especially. Inverse is peak idiocracy. I don't know how you look at this game and think that there was feminist messaging. Or
yeah,
I don't know how to help you there, man.
She's saying that their Gamergate made ours look, theirs was more insane than ours. Our Gamergate was like, oh, these females are fucking journalists for good game reviews. Yeah, there's some journalistic integrity questions there that should really be addressed.
That was the original Gamergate.
Was hand signature means small peepee. Like, this is because I remember when they tried to make the OK symbol means racism.
Oh, like, yeah, this means okay. There are 2 things that this means. This is either the AOK symbol, which has been for decades, or it's circle game. Okay?
It's what? Circle game?
Do you know circle game? Do you not? Are you not?
Oh, like we play in like elementary school and shit. Yeah. I thought you said gang, a GANG.
No, game. Sorry. Like, that's it. Those are your only options. And so I remember when, like, they were trying to make that like, oh, that means white power. Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah. Something along the lines of like, you got 3, just like the KKK. I don't even remember how they broke it down.
Dude,
but
the mental gymnastics.
But the funny part is, do you know how that started? This being a racist thing. So it started by a bunch of right-wingers on 4chan as a joke to see if they get the left to believe it. And the left,
of course.
So it out thinking the whole this is a racist symbol was literally a troll that went so viral people forgot that it was a troll. I love the timeline we live in.
I do actually remember that now. Oh,
I think we live in the best timeline. You telling me that we can turn this into a racist symbol as a troll, but also get games like Reap Fantasio and shit? Dude, I love it.
This world is remarkable.
Its invisibility. So, when Goddess of Victory Nikki's 1000-day artwork blew up, Shift Up didn't just panic, it executed a textbook corporate self-exercise.
We have 69 viewers right now. Nice. Shout out to whoever the 69th
The studio's
viewer
new
was.
quality management department has a name alone that sounds as though it had been lifted straight from the Ministry of Truth's staff handbook. Its stated purpose is to ensure that no hateful expressions slip through. Again, not a gesture, not a shape, not even a stray shadow that could be mistaken for feminism. Due to the perceived feminist incursion, the company
Hold on. Because
that could be mistaken for feminism.
when I see feminism, when I hear feminism, this is what I think of, right?
Yeah,
Eat
totally.
feminism.
I pulled this character. This is like one of the 2 new characters for this the 3rd anniversary event for Goddess of Victory Nikki. She's also a freaking like triple S tier character. She's fantastic, and I somehow managed to have
looks more like a triple D tier character to me, but
I managed to have like a stupid pull on her. So the super long story short, you pull your character, but then in order to 3-star, which is getting them to your first like main level cap, you have to pull them another 3 times. And then after that, you pull them more to increase their core level. That's a whole level beyond what I'm currently at. But like essentially you want to pull, if a character is somebody you plan on using and maining, you need to pull them 4 times. Original pull to have
the same
them.
way that Fire Emblem Heroes, I think, work.
Fire Emblem Heroes or Goddess or Genshin Impact, things like that.
Okay.
And so pull it the first time to acquire the character, pull it 3 additional times to 3-star them so that they can hit their first like main level cap, to where like that's where they're truly, you get to unlock a lot of their best abilities, things like that. I managed to get her to 2-star in a single pull. So I literally, it means I pulled her 3 times. So I only have to pull her 1 more time to like soft cap her, which is fantastic because she's such a good character. Her name's Nayuta. I think I'm pronouncing that correctly, but yeah, she looks fantastic from the front and from behind.
Yeah, I appreciate the art design in this game.
Due to the perceived feminist incursion, the company's stock briefly wobbled as the controversy spread. Recently, director Hyung Suk Yoo doubled down in October 2025, declaring a policy of zero tolerance for hate speech. For many outside Korea, the whole episode seems laughable, a studio apologizing for the shape of a woman's hand. But inside the country, it wasn't comedy. It was damage control. And so, what began as a cheerful celebration of Goddess of Victory Nikki's success ended up as something far stranger, a masterclass in outrage, where a drawing of a woman's hand became a symbol of sedition. A pose that once meant absolutely nothing turned into a lightning rod for every conspiracy simmering beneath South Korea's cultural divide. But while it's tempting to laugh this off as Korea being Korea, that would be missing the
which is what we've just spent the last like 30 minutes doing, so
bigger picture. This isn't just their story, it's ours too. Where creators nervously measure the curvature of a line, companies build quality management departments to pre-approve imagination, and yet, through it all, Shift Up handled the fallout with remarkable composure. They stayed professional, protected their staff, and moved forward without the smug condescension or moral grandstanding we've come to expect from Western studios.
Good point. Yeah, I'd say she's entirely correct there.
I feel like right there, what she just said is probably like the moral of this story.
Yeah.
In an industry where many would rather double down than de-escalate. That alone deserves credit. Still, it raises an uncomfortable question. If Western cancel culture punishes creators for not being progressive enough and Korea's punishes them for appearing too progressive, isn't it really just the same machine turning in opposite directions? I'll leave that one for you to ponder over in the comments section down below. Don't forget that through my links, you can save huge money on a huge selection of titles.
Shout out. I will link this one as well. Again, chat, give it a like. Just support her if need be, if you want to. And
I'm
I
gonna
like
have
she went out the
to
same thing
subscribe to her.
Yeah, oh yeah, her Lady Arcades or Lady Decades or Lady Arcades. She got 2 channels. Very, very great stuff. But I like what you said at the end. It's like, is it not just 2 sides of the same machine? Because that's again like what we
That's
point
very
to
poignant.
at the end of the day, look, I'm a capitalist first and foremost. Make the fuck you want to make, and then let the free hand of the market decide. Like, I got no issue. You can make the most hyper rainbow LGBT filled feminist fucking video game you want, and the market will decide. Where my bugaboo comes in is when you do it to these pre-established franchises that never had anything to do with that we love. That at that point, it's a different story. So
don't co-opt
let
existing franchises.
What was that?
I said don't co-opt existing franchises in the process. Create your own thing.
So yeah, you're right. Moral of the story, and Korea, just let me know if you need some help. I got you.
Yeah,
I do.
Are you okay?
I think we get along great. The southern part, not the northern part. I don't think we get along very good.
I promise I'm doing my best to help you out. I do play Nikkei, right?
All righty. Well, we're going to bring this crazy train to the station for you so you can get out of here. I'm going to extend the show and bring on those that have donated that want to come on. But before we do, obviously, let's give you a correct and proper send-off. So tell people who you are, what you do, what you got coming up, the whole nine, my friend.
I am Andrew Rodriguez. I am the social media manager, creative manager, and one of our lead editors over at the Rippaverse. We are Rippaverse Comics. We're an indie publisher. We've been around for just over 3 years now, and we've managed to put out over 20 different titles. And my first short story debut happens to be one of them. It's called Blue Shift Tryouts. Is the introduction of our main, hopefully, if the fans decide, because we do listen to our fans. Imagine that, right? Crazy. If the fans want more of something, we say, hey, okay, let's give them more. But if you guys don't like the story, I get to go back to just writing little 1-page pigeon comic strips a la Calvin and Hobbes in our magazine. So you guys get to decide. Check it out. I'm super proud of all the work.
Before you go, actually, if this ends up panning out in terms of with Ribazine, with your character, like, are you going to be the main one writing like issues, his solo adventures going forward?
Yes. So I already actually have a two full 3-part arcs written, like fully written, scripted. I have an outline for 3 more 16-page short stories, and an outline for 2 more 16-page short stories, another 16-page short story fully written, and an outline for a 50-page one-shot. I have a lot. I did almost all of this before I made my pitch to Eric.
Dude, for someone that, like, you are deep in the weeds of comics. I mean that to go, like, you are a mega fan. You know more about comics than the vast majority of people I know. Like, I'm a comic book fan, right? But you are, I wouldn't say for a moment that, like, I wouldn't even try to compare to you for a moment, because you are this.
I love this medium.
And so the idea that you get to now potentially live the dream of, like, just making comics, that's your job. You are and not through, like, doing no shade to anyone that does it through, like, a GoFundMe or whatnot. However you achieve your dream. I mean, I've donated plenty of GoFundMes. I'm a huge supporter of my boy, of Mugen Lord with his comic and whatnot. Just like the idea that you of just, you've been reading comics your whole life. You've been working for this company, and now you've moved up. You went the traditional route, which is, in a world where alternative media and alternative financing has become the norm, which I do agree with. Things like GoFundMe and whatnot. It's very interesting.
Things like Kickstarter and Indiegogo have really opened things up to a lot of people who otherwise wouldn't have had the opportunity. It's a genuine blessing. I think some people abuse it.
Yeah. I definitely don't want to sound like I'm knocking it at all. But to go from, like, oh, I worked part-time with Air July doing, like, his thumbnails and stuff like that, to, okay, now I'm full-time because the Rippaverse taking off, to now potentially being like, I'm the one making, at least in part, the comics. That's a very classic Americana. I mean, that's the way Stan Lee did it. Stan Lee didn't just fucking come into Marvel and make Spider-Man and now he's a fucking legend. Like, no, he was a small dude in the Timely Comics totem pole that, like, did, like, Captain America short story in, like, 47 or something. So yeah, no, that's a really cool thing to see in 2025 when alternative financing methods are the way people mostly do it now. Like, I just really dig that.
I do too, and I'm super thankful for it. I'm thankful for anybody who ordered a copy of Ripazine #5, which is where my short story debut, Blue Shift Tryouts, is introduced, whether you picked up the $8 version of the magazine, whether you picked up the $20 version of the magazine with the foil and embossed cover, whether you picked up the CGC version of the magazine, which is crazy to me because I'm nobody. And so my signature, I don't know what that's worth to you, but it was apparently worth enough that you spent money on it. And so thank you and God bless you. Or if you just used, if you're a Ripaverse member, even at our $5 a month tier, and you used your free Ripazine standard cover redemption on it, like even that means the world to me. So thank you. And I genuinely hope that you enjoy my story. I hope you want to see more of my characters, because I put a lot of love, a lot of blood and sweat and tears into them. And I inserted a lot of
EBS can
the
learn a
things
thing
that
or
made
two
me
about
what
how
I am.
humble you are, man.
I
You
want
don't have to
people
comment
enjoy
on that, but I
stories.
will.
I just want people to enjoy stories, man. I want people to have good times. Comic book characters inspired me and kind of were super formative to me when I was young, and they remain so to this day. And I just want people to enjoy good storytelling. And hopefully you think that I contribute to good storytelling. And if you don't, please let me know, because I want genuine feedback and I want people to let me know, like, hey, what was it that you were looking for from this story that you feel you didn't get? So that I can just continue to improve. Because if I don't know what people think I can do better at, I'll never be able to do better.
Agree, my man. No, it's been a blast. It's been an awesome night. Anything else you got before you get on out of here, brother? Because again, and truly, thank you for coming on.
No, man, thank you so much for having me on. It's been a blast. I've missed hanging out with you. Our
Agreed.
schedules are both wacky. But one of these days I'll kick your butt and smash again, and I'll
Looking
make sure
forward
to
to
have you on. I'll make sure to have you on my Sunday night gaming stream again here in the near future. And we haven't played much Smash because unfortunately Smash's servers are somehow worse on the Switch 2 than they were on the Switch 1. And so it's basically unplayable from what we've seen so far.
That
Which is
breaks my heart.
frustrating and depressing.
We will need to play some Sonic as well. There's some Crossroads Racing because I'm going to be doing some
Yes.
Crossroads Racing on my gaming show tomorrow. Just saying. So,
Oh, really? What time is that?
probably around 11:30. We'll
Oh, okay,
PM.
so pretty late. Okay.
Yeah,
All
yeah.
right.
But even if it's not
We'll
on
see.
stream, I would just like to play with you because we got some love for Sonic. So,
Yes, we do.
all righty, crew. I'm gonna let Andrew out of here. Then I'm gonna send you guys some links, extend the show, and Andrew, bud, you just have a good rest of your night. I appreciate you, brother.
Thank you, everybody. To y'all, thank you so much for all the support of the stream, all the membership gifts, all of the membership signups, all of the super
Which don't have to
chats.
stop just because Andrew's going away.
Yeah, absolutely. You guys have a
Good grip.
fantastic time. Keep throwing your money at Leon here so he can upgrade his PC properly. That way he has a better chance against me in Sonic Crossworlds because he's gonna need it, because otherwise I'm gonna whoop his ass. But until next time I see you guys, check out Blue Shift tryouts in Ripazine number 5. But God bless and Godspeed.
All right, crew. Here's what we're gonna do. I got pissed like a motherfucker. We've been going for about 3 hours. So I'm gonna do that. I also gotta make sure my bird is put to bed. I'm not sure if he is. So give me like 3 minutes, and I'll start sending out links. Bear with me. I'll give you guys a Chair JT stream. Didn't need to put my bird to bed. Did need to put my bird to bed. He was squawking, son. As Leon's bird is actually, he is a tiny little bird. Yeah, Yoshi is a tiny little bird. Yoshi is he's probably half the size of what Hondo was. So, yeah, Yoshi's tiny. Yeah, half the size of what Hondo was. Alrighty, let's send out some links. Give me one moment here. For those of you that donated, you are welcome on the show. Let me send Matt and Paul their links. Carry mine. No one wants to come on. Just send that to you, bud. There we go. Hopefully Paul is still awake. I know we went longer than we normally do, but it's been a minute since he's got to come on. Dax, where are you in my friends list here? Come on now. Where is Daxinar? There he is. All right. Excellent. And then, yes, Andrew, thank you for being excellent. Chat. Treat this man all right. I would appreciate that. Thank you. Treat this man all right. Also, when Dax comes on, I got a clean up question too for him. Let's see. Who gets to come on tonight? Super Gamer 30, if you want to come on. J-Mac, if you're still there. Kalika Gamer, if you're still there. Melissa Lord, Demon Carol, Gal Carrymon, and that is everybody. Excellent. All right. So, yes, let me know if you want to come on the show. And, yeah, once everyone's on, we will extend it by an hour. Look at that. We got the Otzel and the IRL bestie. Gal Carrymon is here. Shout out. We'll start with you, Dax. Tell people who you are, what you do, the whole nine.
Well, bango, bongo, bingo. What's up, everybody? I really didn't think we were going to hit tier 1 tonight, but J-Mac came in with the sudden chair shot, so here we are.
Yeah, shout out J-Mac. Thank you for crossing that.
Yeah, great convo with Andrew. It's fucking a pretty chill night. Got me some tea, and I'm here to fucking throw down. So.
Well, we definitely have something interesting to talk about. Before we do, though, Paul, my man, tell the people who you are, what you do, the whole nine.
What's up? My name is Paul. I'm Leon's IRL bestie. And yeah, I'm just always hanging around trying to support my boy, you know?
You'll love to see it. No, I appreciate the support, man. Thank you very much. It's very rare that I get the IRL friends that actually, making something with this. And you, Gal Carrymon, my man, tell the people who you are, what you do, the whole nine.
I'm Gal Caramon. I'm just a viewer around. That's it.
Well, I appreciate all y'all being here. Dax, if I could get a number from you, if you tell me where we're at, because I am curious how close we are.
We are at $165 and
165. Perfect. So that is, we're 35 away from tier 2. So 35 away if you guys would like to do a Discord watch party, with which we have spin a wheel of torture because you guys are the ones that picked the movie. So thank you for giving me that info, Dax. And yeah, let's just get into the question I had for you guys. So this dropped.
Hit me.
This dropped right here. IGN released their list of the 100 greatest Nintendo games, and these are what made the top 10. Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, Zelda Breath of the Wild, Super Mario World, Super Mario Odyssey, Tetris, Zelda Ocarina of Time, Chrono Trigger, Super Metroid, Zelda A Link to the Past, and Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. Obviously, this top 10 list is fucking bullshit. There's no one on this list that agrees with this, right? No one on this panel agrees with this.
I legit cannot believe that Mario Kart is on there. That's hilarious.
Booty cheeks.
Yeah. So
notice how this is like almost entirely dominated by Nintendo. Yeah, that's not suspect at all. Fucking raise them harder again. Jesus Christ.
I think it should be mostly dominated by Nintendo because
no, if it's top 10 of all time, Nintendo might have 3 or 4.
No. This is the top 10 games from exclusively Nintendo consoles.
Oh well, I'm an idiot. All right.
So anyway, so what I was about to say, explain.
I was like, wait a minute. I thought.
Because like for example, Tetris, wasn't made by Nintendo, but it was on, the NES and the SNES. Chrono Trigger was a SNES exclusive for the longest time. That's why they're on this list. So, what are we replacing these with? And before we answer, Kalika, can you hear us and can we hear you? Because your camera's acting a little odd.
Yeah. Hey.
All right. Perfect. Just tell people who you are, what you do, and then we'll get into dissecting this and rewriting this list.
Well. My name's Kalika Gamer, Marine.
Trying to get streams up and going, but I've got 4 kids, so that ain't gonna that might not happen anytime soon. So.
Well, either way, we're gonna have a blast here. I appreciate you coming. How do we want to do this? Do we want to each give our own 10 lists, or do we want to collectively work together and see if we can come up with our 10 lists
together?
Yeah,
I say a cumulative top 10 between all of us is a good way to shoot for.
That's what I think so as well.
Yeah.
So let's start with number 10. Oh no, we lost Kalika. I'm sure he'll be back.
Marine down.
we're gonna do this in reverse order. We're gonna start with number 10. Of all games that were on Nintendo consoles or were predominantly Nintendo consoles, what single game do you think should be in this top 10 list? I want to hear everybody's thoughts, and then we'll argue. We'll
should we go in left to right or right to left, or what do we?
Yeah, we start right to left, and we'll go with Dax, then we'll go to the right, and then I'll round out.
Hustle up first. Fuck. Wish I went last. All right. Shit. I have not played a whole lot of Nintendo lately. Goddamn. I mean, honestly, if it were my personal top 10, I'd want 1,000 Year Door on there. And I know you're not a big Paper Mario guy, Leon.
No, I'm not. But I mean, if we can all come to an agreement, such make arguments for it and whatnot, by all means.
That's the first one.
It's not number 10 doesn't mean it might not even be even higher on the list. So, like, do you think that if you're going to put 1,000 Year Door on this list at all, would you want it as low as 10?
It would be 10 or 9. I probably couldn't put it higher than that in good conscience, even though I think it's amazing. I mean, Tears of the Kingdom, sure. I really love Tears of the Kingdom. Or not Tears of the Kingdom, Breath of the Wild, but I would not have them both because I feel like that's kind of redundant.
I think that's a good answer as well. Like the fact that I would not have them both up there.
Yeah, I agree. But yeah, right now we're starting with number 10. All right, so you're saying 1,000 Year Door. Paul, what about you?
Shit. I don't think Tetris really is Nintendo either, really. I was pretty fond of Dr. Mario.
Nintendo, you know.
Dr. Mario.
That's an interesting pick for number 10. I think that's in the of the top 10 best Nintendo games, though. Dr. Mario? That's an interesting one.
No, I'm just kind of just spitballing because it's fucking hard to think about the 10th best ever Nintendo game. That's fucking, it's crazy.
Yeah. Rewriting this list is a big ask, but and Caravaggio makes a good argument for Tetris. Tetris is a Game Boy classic. That's true. Tetris is a Game Boy.
Tetris is maybe the one.
That's correct. I had that on my Game Boy.
Yeah, Tetris is hard to argue with. It's kind of perfect.
All right. Yeah. By all means, since we're all thinking whatnot, we don't have to go straight line across.
Okay.
Well, maybe wants to jump in. Yeah.
Well, okay. I do because I've completely forgot the one has to be on this list. Star Fox 64, fucking best game in the series, has never been topped and probably will never be topped because they don't give a fuck about Star Fox. In there just for personal spiritual reasons.
What about the original Legend of Zelda?
Never played it.
I don't think the original Legend of Zelda is a top 10 Nintendo game. It's a top 10 best game, but I don't think it's a top 10. Nintendo
it doesn't make the top 10. There's just too many better Zelda games, unfortunately.
Yeah, if you did a top 10 list of just the best Zelda games, it might come in at number 9 or 10.
Yeah.
Definitely above Skyward.
I don't see the original Super Smash Brothers on that list.
That's a contender. Is Smash Bros or one of the Smash games? What were you saying, Gal Carrimon?
Mario 64.
Mario 64 would have to be way higher than number 10, though.
Oh yeah, that's number 5.
You don't think?
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, we're always slot number 10 is the one we're thinking about right now.
Okay.
Right. And frankly,
sorry, I was confused.
No, you're good. I think Dax might have hit the nail on the head with
probably Star Fox.
With Star Fox, specifically Star Fox 64.
Oh, I'll take it. Furry's coming in hot.
Well, I feel like Pokemon should be on here. But
I agree, but I don't think Pokemon should be number 10. Well, I think that we can narrow down which one, but I think for the number 10 spot, Star Fox 64 is kind. I mean, again, unless you guys have something else you think deserves number 10, which is the lowest spot, then.
And if you do want to argue against me, you have to start your argument with "Can't let you do that, Star Fox."
Gamers Republic says F-Zero. Which F-Zero? Like, look, I love the F-Zero games. If we're looking at Nintendo's entire catalog, I don't think F-Zero has a game in the top 10. Top 50 for sure. Top 20 even maybe. I don't think F-Zero has a single game that's in the top 10 of Nintendo's greatest hits. Like their overall pantheon. I don't know if anybody disagrees or not, but
does it have to be games that Nintendo develops themselves, or can
not necessarily? Because I mean, this list right here has, like, for example, Chrono Trigger on it. It has Tetris on it. It's just like when you think of that game, is it predominantly for example, Final Fantasy VI, I would say, or Final Fantasy 3 could be on this list because that was exclusive to SNES. You couldn't get that anywhere. I mean, you can now, but like, at the time, it was known as a Nintendo game. Final Fantasy was a Nintendo series until the PS1.
I'd be fine with Final Fantasy 3/6 being on here, but
what about Dragon Quest 1?
I do not think Dragon Quest 1 is. I mean, again, it seems like you're focusing a lot on just classic games. We got to think of like this. This is the
cream of the crop.
Top 10 Nintendo. Dragon Quest 8 is better than Dragon Quest 1. Dragon Quest 9, Dragon Quest 6. I mean, Dragon Quest 1. If you were to say someone, yo, what do you think of the top 10 Nintendo games ever? Would anyone say Dragon Quest 1? I don't think most people even played it.
I mean,
no.
I would say Earthbound, but I don't know how many people actually played Earthbound.
I think people are far more familiar with Earthbound. And frankly, I think Earthbound would be way higher up on the list than number 10.
Yeah.
Star Fox going once, going twice.
Yeah, I'm good with Star Fox number 10. If everybody else is, I'm good with it. And we can do number 9.
I'm good with that too.
Sick.
Alrighty. Spot number 9. Oh, Caravaggio brings up a good one.
Oh, okay.
GoldenEye.
Oh,
GoldenEye for number 9. What do we think about that?
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
I'm fine with that.
I think it's kind of the perfect spot for because it's not made by Nintendo, but everyone knows it's a Nintendo game. It's lower on the list because it's not cream of the crop Nintendo, but it's still like it was a revolutionary game. Yeah, I think you may have just made number 9 really easy for us, Caravaggio. Unless anyone disagrees, I think GoldenEye is kind of perfect.
I think it kind of. I don't know. I'm conflicted, but I'm not. I won't dissent in this instance.
All right. Is there anybody else who doesn't want to dissent? We all go with GoldenEye.
I agree.
Agreed.
Number 8.
All right, now 8 is where I think we should slot in the Pokemon game because there's a lot of really great games that are way better than Pokemon. We had to figure out which Pokemon game we're gonna pick, though. Do you go like the original?
I would say
definitively
definitively
like the nostalgia, or
I would. This maybe just me. If you were just talking to Pokemon fans about what is the definitive Pokemon game, while it's not my favorite, I don't even think it's the best myself. I would say Crystal.
Yeah, maybe.
I think that the remakes are better, to be honest, for Gen 2 wise, but Gen 2 did a lot of good stuff, expanding on the original Gen, having the whole other, country to explore in the post game. That shit was awesome.
Well, okay, so let's say that we were hypothetically going to go with the Gen 2 game. Like, obviously, this isn't set in stone yet, but let's say we're going to go with the Gen 2 game. Would you do the originals or would you do the remakes for the DS, Heart Gold, Soul Silver, as opposed to one of the GBA originals?
That's what I'm trying to think.
Because I mean, I think you're right. Heart Gold and Soul Silver are objectively better quality games, and that's where you like. What are we valuing here? If we're doing the top 10 list, the objective quality, the icon, how much of an icon it is. Are we trying to mix the two together and trying to balance it?
Here's what I think. Fuck all of them. Pokken Tournament. Boom. Lock it in.
You know what, Dax?
That's a good one. That's a good one.
I hated Pokken tournaments.
It's a fighting
mouth, Daxy.
I win.
Yeah, I mean, if we were going to even consider Gen 1, because I see a lot of people saying that Gen 1, like arguing over it in the comments, I would say you'd have to go fire red, leaf green ones. Like Gen 1 has not aged good. Whoever said that, I think it was Rabnaz said, yeah, Gen 1 is nearly unplayable nowadays unless you're playing the remakes.
I mean, yeah, it's the founding block on which everything was built. Like we keep coming back to Zelda and Dragon Quest 1 and shit. It's like, no, guys, think like the best version of that.
Right, exactly. I'm not gonna say limit it to one game per franchise, but I think that's probably the best
fair.
way to do that as much. Well, because like, you know, for example, with Mario, you've got these weird instances like you got 2D Mario and 3D Mario. Are they separate? Because I would consider Mario 64 something very different than Super Mario World. You know, I think they both would have a place on this list, even though they're both Mario games. They're very different Mario games. Something like A Link to the Past is very different than Ocarina of Time. It's very different than Breath of the Wild. You know, like So for the most part, I agree with 1 and 3 per franchise because they're mostly all the same. But you do have a few franchises that break off and do very different things.
So if we have more than one example of a franchise on the list, it has to be the best version of that formula.
I would say so. Yeah, that would just be my personal rule.
That's fair.
Yeah.
I'll say Soul Silver, Heart Gold, just because they are superior to the Gen 2 games while being, Johto remakes.
And frankly, even the most hardcore Pokemon fans, I think by and large do agree. Like, okay, first off, what does everyone here think the best Pokemon game is? Not necessarily their favorite, but the best.
I'm not equipped to answer this. I stopped after Silver.
I stopped at Black and White.
Yeah, I've never been a big Pokemon guy.
Me
okay, fair enough. You've never been a big Pokemon guy. That makes sense. Gail Karimon, did you say something?
I said Black and White was the last
Black and
game
White?
I played. Yeah.
A lot of people say Black and White's the best. I just agree that a lot of people do say that. I'm pretty sure it's Sheep City, and he's just as big a Pokemon fan as Paul. Kaliko, were you ever a big Pokemon guy?
Nah, I've always been more of a Digimon guy.
Yep.
Paul, what about you?
Platinum, Gen 4.
That's an interesting pick.
It's so good.
Man,
I really love Gen 2, though, obviously.
Yeah, and as far as the best goes, I do think Heart Gold and Soul Silver, even though they're not my favorite. Like, if I had to get my favorite, we're going Gen 3. You know, Ruby or Emerald, probably the superior one, so it'd be Emerald to be on the list. But Ruby's my favorite. But I think that Heart Gold and Soul Silver. I don't know, why do you guys think Platinum and why do you guys think Black and White? Like, give me some reasons to why those are the ones you think would be the best.
Well, Finland was a great region, to be honest, and everything that was fucked up in Diamond and Pearl.
Yes, it really was
fixed in
Platinum.
Platinum. Fixed in Platinum. Exactly. So like, there's just like a combination of, and it was a great villain. Cyrus, just fucking absolute banana pants.
Yeah, I like Cyrus.
Introducing Giratina and the distortion world, which was not in the original game and shit. And it's just, it's fucking so much better than the original Sinnoh games. And the Sinnoh region's pretty awesome. Gen 5 is pretty good as well. Like, I like Black and White or Black 2, White 2. But yeah, the best one I think I've ever played was Platinum, even though I prefer, my favorite game is probably like Soul Silver or Crystal.
And then was it Galcarimon? No, was it you that said Black and White?
No, it was me. Well, I said it was my only game I played. That's all. But
that's the only Pokemon game you played, really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Or no, I did play Diamond. Those
There
are
you
only
go.
2 games I played.
There you go, Gen 4.
I think we're gonna have to pull the chat. Hold on a
Yeah,
second.
need some help on this one.
Definitely.
All right. Give me one moment here.
Furret's the best because he looks most like an Otzel there.
Well, yes, okay. All right, guys, vote on the poll. Let's see. I'm curious what you guys are gonna say. Hard gold, soul silver, platinum, or black and white.
Silver. Let me see silver. Both for silver.
As far as let's see, were the people asking favorite Pokemon or something? Is that why you said that, Dax? Or
I'm just joking around about
handle the silence, Leon.
Oh, okay. Well, I wasn't sure because I was creating the poll. I wasn't reading the chat.
So yeah,
you're all wrong.
That's what we're doing now. I've decided. Favorite Pokemon, everybody. Kalika,
Pikachu. Sorry.
Wow, you basic bitch. Okay,
Basic
Gal, what about you? Oh, Soul Assassin's asking the real questions. You should highlight that.
Let me pull it up. Where is it? Soul Assassin. Oh shit, Officer Jenny, bro. Officer Jenny.
Yeah, it's Jenny. She's a
Jesse
woman
for me. Oh no,
Is it Jenny for you?
Jesse trumps
Sorry.
all of them, even though she's not on the list.
Actually,
Yes, he is.
I think Jenny
That's
as well.
yeah. To be fair, I would choose Jesse over Joy or Jenny. He's not wrong.
yeah.
That giant hair curl.
I got to be the odd man out. I got to say the Nurse Joy.
Okay.
Really?
Yeah.
Why Nurse Joy? Out of curiosity, she's like a woman in
Yeah,
scrubs?
exactly.
Like,
Yeah, exactly, man.
No, it's because those curly cues make him so hot he can't think straight.
Look, nurses
But do you
always
want-
suck
do you
your
want
soul
modern-day
out,
Black
dude.
Nurse Joy? Do you want Black Nurse
Nurses,
Joy from Z?
nurses practically major in blowjobs, so
I mean, my wife's black, so I kind of have to put that.
Oh, all right. You know, fair enough. You can have Black Nurse Joy then. That clears that.
40
let's
lashes
see.
for the monkey lover.
7 votes. I think. Shit, ain't nobody voting black and white. Platinum's gotten a few. Yeah, we've only gotten 7 votes so far. I know y'all can vote more than that. I've seen what makes y'all cheer.
Get in there, you 55 fucking dill holes.
By the way, best
Next
Pokemon
demands
is it's Manectric. Just so y'all know, you're all wrong. It's Manectric.
Oh,
My boy.
He's all right.
All right.
The bestest chunky boy Snorlax is obviously my fucking favorite.
That's a good one.
Why not Porygon? Because it gave all those kids seizures.
Yeah, fuck them kids.
That's the best reason to pick him.
Fuck them kids.
I mean, to be fair, last night when we were watching fucking Bad Santa shooting the baby doll in the head was what made me laugh the fucking hardest.
I couldn't believe how much you lost your shit.
That was funny.
Hey, what up, Psychotic? It says Platinum is
Psycho.
better because Luxray, damn it. I love Luxray. I do.
Valid.
I prefer Manectric over Luxray, but Paul, what one has better stats? Because you know all like the tournament level stuff and shit like that. Who's better, Manectric or Luxray?
Oh man, they're both kind of mid. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh, they were stables for a long time. I didn't know.
They're really they're stables and they're in their like in the games, but like I don't know.
Like in their own respective games, they're staples, but in the overarching, because Pokemon's gotten so big now, they've fallen by the wayside.
Yeah, and you said competitive, so
right. Okay.
I'll look it up real quick while you read the results of the poll. It's probably going to be Gen 2, though, to be honest, right?
We've got how many? We got 12 votes. All right, so it's gone up. We went up by 5 more votes. Yeah, Gen 2 is 67%. Although I guess Psychotic probably more Platinum. Platinum got to want. Oh, Platinum still got you want to play Pokemon. All right. Valiant goes, I've never played Pokemon game. I don't like any of the old Pokemon games, says Randall Hess. What do you consider older Pokemon games? Yeah, I think at this point the polls pretty much make it clear it's Heart Gold and Soul Silver, but there were good arguments all around.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise
I'm
me.
okay with
Gen 2
that.
is
Yeah.
a lot of people's hearts.
I love Gen 2, yeah.
All right. Number 7, they have Chrono Trigger, and this is probably the only time I will say I actually agree with IGN has here.
That one.
Yeah, I think that not only does Chrono Trigger deserve to be on the list, but I think it's also the perfect placement.
Yeah,
I agree.
So just gonna keep Chrono Trigger at number 7.
Yeah, we'll take the easy way out on this on number 7. We got lucky.
Good job, IGN. You did one thing right.
Lucky
I mean,
Interesting.
Number 6 is where I'm going to be divisive.
All right,
Luxury
yeah, Paul. Oh, okay, yeah, lay it on us, Paul.
Luxury has like 524 base stat total, and Manectric only has 475. But Manectric has higher speed and special attack, which is kind of what you need. So I don't know. They're both pretty lame. Manectric does get obviously a mega, so that's also right now pretty pertinent, I guess, considering Legends ZA with the megas coming back.
I'm gonna stand by my headcanon that Manectric looks like a Super Saiyan, therefore he's better than Luxray. Hey, shout out Hugo, how you doing, brother? I truly appreciate you showing up, man. Okay, you said number 6 is where you're gonna be controversial. What do you have at your number 6 for best Nintendo game of all
Well,
time?
I think a lot of people are agreed with me. I just think Ocarina of Time deserves to be higher up on the list. But if I was going to pick another Zelda game that I think deserves to at least to be in the 6th spot, I would pick Wind Waker.
Oh, man after my own heart.
That's so shady.
Here's the question though, because we're only doing one of that style. Ocarina of Time and Wind Waker have the same gameplay style, so only one of those ones going to make the cut. Either so do we keep Wind Waker and cut Ocarina as a whole, or do we say sorry, Ocarina's got to be on this list?
Now you're asking me which to say is like better in my head. I mean, Wind Waker I'll always like more, but I think it's just because that I was better at it. That's the one I actually beat. I never beat Ocarina.
But
so I feel like I might have to abstain again because my bias is going to show.
Ocarina is definitely a superior game. So,
what'd you say?
I said even though I also enjoy the Wind Waker style, the cell shading artistry, Ocarina of Time is a superior game.
I think so as well. I love Wind Waker. However, lots of large gaps of Wind Waker are doing nothing. You're just traveling throughout that vast ocean where there's not really a lot to do. Whereas Ocarina, you can stop and be doing things every just couple minutes because there's cities, there's towns, there's mini games, there's it's secrets. I'm not saying that stuff doesn't exist in Wind Waker, but because Wind Waker is so big and so empty, honestly, kind of has a lot of the same criticisms people give Breath of the Wild. I think that from a design philosophy perspective,
I think
you also have to keep stopping to readjust the wind with the Wind Waker so you can keep sailing. So there's a lot of
well, could you not make the same argument that you have to keep stopping to use songs in Ocarina for various purposes?
No, because your travel in Ocarina by and large is not contingent on
sure.
So like in
travel in Ocarina is contingent on front rolling over and over again.
Right, exactly. Whereas Wind Waker, you've got to change the direction of the wind, and you'll go, and then you might go for 100 yards. But then if you need to take a left because the island's over to the left, then you'll need to stop, change the direction of the wind again. Like you might have changed the direction of wind 3 or 4 times before you even reach your destination. So that's just a lot of it breaks the flow and the pace of your game.
You know what? I think that's fair to a certain degree, though I will argue that the ocean is underrated in terms of crazy shit that's actually in it. Like it's got the whole ghost ship stage.
Yeah, no, I agree. I'm not a Wind Waker hater by any chance. I was a Wind Waker defender from when the game dropped.
I feel like if Wind Waker has that problem, Skyward Sword has it about 10 times worse. There is
absolutely
this guy. There is
holy shit! I forgot all about that game. Good God.
Most people do forget about that game.
But I'll concede that the flow in Ocarina, it's packed tighter and the interesting things are closer together. So I think that is better from a design perspective.
I agree.
Now, that being said, I'm going to be the controversial one here because I don't think number 6 should be for a Zelda title.
Oh my God.
I think Wii Sports should go with the number 6 spot.
Are you fucking
one?
Are you memeing right?
Yeah.
No, I'm not memeing it. And
Wii Sports is
I agree.
show fucking baby game. What are you talking about? Did you
if we're talking about the top 10 list of games that came out, the top 10 Nintendo games of all time, this was the pack-in game for the Wii, which is until the Switch was their most successful console, and it was the game
successful at being bad.
Nope.
The Wii sucks.
The Wii does not suck. That's
Wii does
so
not suck.
if you've got a game that needs to sell you on motion controls, there isn't really a better one. Like they kind of executed that.
No, I have a way better game to sell you on motion controls. It's called fucking Resident Evil 4. Like if we're gonna say throw that in there instead of fucking gay sports.
I actually wouldn't be since that started off as a GameCube exclusive. You could because Capcom had their deal with Nintendo. I wouldn't be opposed to Resident Evil 4 being on this list.
Honestly, it should be. If not here, then higher. But Wii Sports, man, I don't even fucking know what to say to you.
Well,
right now.
the thing is, I do think the Wii does needs some representation on the top 10 list because the Wii, whether you hate the console or not, had some bangers. Mario Kart on the Wii,
yeah, it had good
incredible.
games.
Mario Galaxy was incredible. Resident Evil 4, I agree with you, as the definitive way to play it.
A lot of people played Wii Sports too. Like all the families playing together and shit.
I do.
Controls like shit. Like have you tried playing the boxing game lately?
Oh, yeah,
try to throw consistent uppercuts and see how that works out for you.
Yeah, that is pretty shit. Usually I don't play that
We're
game.
not gonna get a Smash Brothers game on this list.
Smash should be top 5.
Yeah. It's just Smash Ultimate. I would wager that's probably top 3. Like
I think it should be top 3. Yeah.
I'm sitting there like, damn, are we like looking like all the Zeldas and the Mario games? I'm like, we gotta get Smash in here.
First of all, by the way, the number 1 and 2 spot, Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild as the single 2 greatest games ever made.
Yeah,
so cap, dude.
That's pretty cap.
Yeah. Toss them. I would say just toss 1 and 2 out, and then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, we're not to it yet. But I mean, I would. Super Mario World might actually be number 1 in my opinion. But we'll get to
we'll get there. We'll get there.
So yeah, number 6. So I mean, all right, Dax posits Resident Evil 4 over Wii Sports. I'm kind of agree with that. Is anybody dead set against like does number 6 have to be a Zelda spot? Because that's where
I think I'm locked in on Resident Evil 4. I think that's like I kind of feel like Resident Evil 4 should be top 5, but if we're gonna populate top 5 with more traditional Nintendo titles, then yeah, 6 is like the perfect spot for it.
I think so as well. Does anyone disagree?
No.
Noise.
Really. No, since we got Resident.
Yeah, sorry, Psycho. Kid Icarus is not going to make any top 10 lists.
Kid Icarus is not a top 10 game of all time.
I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying.
I could think of 2 reasons why a lot of people like Kid Icarus. I'm just saying.
Alatena's Jubblies?
Yes.
Yeah, but see, they don't like Kid Icarus for that. They would like Kid Icarus Uprising, because in Kid Icarus it was just fucking pixels. Although, since you did bring up the female game character for number 5 spot, maybe a Metroid pick, Prime or Super Metroid.
I gotta go. As much as I like Super Metroid, I gotta go Prime.
I kind of agree. I gotta go Prime as well.
It's probably Prime. It's fucking real close. I think Fusions is fucking amazing too, but not quite.
Yeah, I like Fusions, but I don't think a lot of people played Fusions. I don't think it really has that same level of.
Sure. It's a little more niche. It's
They're
very.
It's
okay. Yeah, it's probably Prime. Prime was fucking.
I mean,
Prime changed the whole game.
There's a reason that with the Switch 2, we're finally getting Metroid Prime 4. You know, like it took them long enough, but it's finally coming.
Wasn't it in development for a super long time?
It's been in development for a long time.
Yeah.
Obedience is what about Fusion? Dax brought up Fusion. Yeah, Fusion's good. Fusion was the one on the GBA, right?
Yeah, Game Boy Advance, dude. I got that and Kirby's Nightmare in Dreamland like the same year one Christmas, and I was so fucking hyped.
I mean, people really liked a certain suit, is all I'm saying.
No, that was Zero Mission.
That was Zero Mission. So shit.
You fool! That's why it's called the Zero.
Metroid Fusion is when Samus's suit gets infected by that alien beast and turns blue.
Metroid specifically, right? Yeah, that's what happens. Like her DNA kind of fuses with it, and she becomes like part Metroid.
I mean,
and it's really fucking cool. Her suit gets a whole redesign, and then you have to fight an infected version of Samus's suit that's been like taken over by the Sax, S-A-X. I don't know how else to pronounce that, but yeah, no, that game's fucking terrifying when you're getting stalked by your old suit full of goo.
I mean, Randall, as much as I like Metroid Dread, I wouldn't put it on the list.
Well, we're definitely not putting Other M on the list. I know that much.
Yeah. All right, so we're looking at number 4. Man, we're getting down to the nitty gritty here.
We already kind of locked in 3, so if this we might be here a minute. Number 4. Okay, what's not represented? I mean, Mario's probably going to be in one of the top 2.
So yeah, we got Mario in the top 2. We kind of are probably slotting Smash in at 3.
Nobody
Zelda at 1. Like I don't know.
Every mentioned Mario Kart.
I don't think it's good enough. I don't think it's good enough.
But I do think you're onto something with Mario. I think this is where we slot Mario 64.
You think?
Two Marios in the top 4?
I mean, have they earned it? Between first of all, I'm not sold on Mario. I would say Mario World might be my personal number 1. If you guys disagree and we want to argue about it, debate it, fair enough. Like, but I was just talking about like
what's the Super Mario World? Isn't that the one from the on the SNES?
Yes, yeah, where you get Yoshi and it's got the map and things like that.
Yeah, that's so fucking good.
Yeah, I mean, to me, if you were to say what is the quintessential, the most Nintendo game to ever Nintendo, it is Super Mario World.
I get that.
I don't know if anybody, but again, that doesn't necessarily mean it's gonna be number 1. I just like, I think Mario 64 kind of.
Wait! We're all wrong. We're all fucking wrong. I'll tell you why. This spot belongs firmly to Donkey Kong Country.
On the Wii?
Because
I can't tell if you're trolling or not.
No, Donkey Kong Country was fucking amazing. Still is. Like, am I crazy? It's not like DKC.
I
feel like he's just off the top 10.
I mean,
I don't
top
think Donkey
15.
Kong Country is even in the top 10. I think top 25 maybe, but is Donkey Kong Country in the top 10 of greatest Nintendo games of all time?
No.
I don't
think so.
I feel like
he's just off the top 10. I feel like I would put him like 18 or some shit.
Yeah, like I'm with Paul on this one. Like,
is Donkey Kong not? Is no Donkey Kong game gonna make the top 10? God damn.
No,
I don't think there's been one that's worthy of the top 10. Really, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Damn. All right, I'm fine being in the minority on this one.
Also, this is a question. I don't actually know the answer to this. Wasn't the one that people really loved over, like they fell in love with over, was actually Donkey Kong Country 2, or was it the first one? I thought 2 had a better reputation than 1.
Well, I like 2.
don't really
I think
know.
2 is probably better, but if switching it to 2 will get it into the top 4, then sure.
Oh, no, I was just curious. I was just wondering about my memory was mistaking me.
We're gatekeeping them girls out, bro.
Gatekeep them monkeys.
Fuck them monkeys.
You know what? Fair.
Jesus. You guys went all freeze on me all of a sudden there, yeah.
Now, I don't know whether or not it would be on this game would be on the list, but Mega Man X.
Okay, yeah, I'd be fine with putting Mega Man X at number 4. In my personal list, yeah, it'd be in the top 5. Mega Man X is still one of the best fucking run shoot games ever.
Mega Man X is really, really good.
This is so tough now because,
See, all right, so we got 2 Nintendo 64 games so far, a DS game, so far 1 SNES game, a GameCube/Wii game, and then another GameCube game. So yeah, we're not super SNES heavy right now. Mega Man is a fucking staple.
I mean, I like Mega Man X a lot better than I like Donkey Kong Country. I'll tell you that much.
Well, and I think Mega Man X is bar none the best Mega Man game. For me personally, I think Mega Man X.
I'd give it to X.
What's X on, anyways?
I think the X series peaked with X4, but I think the original deserves the spot.
It's on the what? The SNES?
Yeah.
Yeah. Mega Man X was on the SNES.
So we're gonna have We're doing Smash Ultimate, right? That's Switch.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
And
Smash
I
Ultimate.
think I like. See, the Mario 64 is throwing me off because that would be 64. I agree with you about Super Mario World, though. I fucking love that game. It was like such a childhood thing. Although I did play
Right.
3 and 1 and 3 more, to be honest. But
Yeah, I played 1, 3, and World were like the childhood Mario games for me. Yeah, I played them
Yeah.
all to exhaustive degrees.
Agreed.
But I think that World is just, it's where Nintendo just
And then a Zelda game.
they peaked with Mario at World.
Bubsy.
And this is so hard.
We have
This is
5
so
games
hard.
to fit into 4 slots. Yeah, this is rough.
Mega Man X. You know it in your heart to be true.
I am kind of thinking that for the number 4 spot, and then 3 we just dedicate to the best of Nintendo.
3 Smash Ultimate almost.
We're just going to drop Mario 64, though.
Mario 64 could be top 2.
No,
Well,
here's
that-
what we got. We got too many. We got one too many games here because we've got
4 left.
Mega Man X. We've got Super Mario World. We've got Mario 64. We've got a Zelda game, and then we got Smash. That's 5 to fit in
5
4
games
slots.
and 4 slots. All right, so here's the question I would have then. Can you in good conscience say that Mega Man X is better than Mario 64?
To me personally, it is, but it is not nearly as like revolutionary. Like I gotta put some respect on 64's name. That changed everything. So
Also, Rabnat Scubla, I hate to be the guy to tell you this because I do like Galaxy. I do. So this is to disparage Galaxy. It's not really anything special as far as Mario games go. Like,
yeah,
aside from the physics of like everything being in that sort of gyroscopic world, that gimmick is really cool. But are the power-ups from 64 memorable? There's not even a game over screen. You can't really get game overs. Like the motion controls don't add a whole lot because like for the most part you're using the nunchuck and stuff. Then you wave the stick to collect what is effectively the coins, the little loomies. Like I don't Galaxy, while fun, is really not that special of a Mario game.
fuck.
agree.
Why don't we just
Put a poll up? I think Mario 64 is better than Mega Man X, though.
Well, I'd be fine with
Yeah.
Mega Man X at 4 and then Mario 64 at 2 because do we have to fit World and 64 on the same list?
What was that 10? Just bump everybody down one. Who was that 10? I can't remember who was at 10.
Oh, it was Star Fox, and I'm not willing. I'm not willing. To Star Fox.
Yeah, although I think Star Fox 64 did earn its spot.
Yeah.
Oh, Pip, if you think that Breath of the Wild is the number 1 Nintendo game ever made, I got a bridge to sell you, homie. Like, and I like Breath of the Wild. I do. I'm not even a Breath of the Wild hater. I know there's a lot of Breath of the Wild haters and whatnot. I'm a Zelda fan through and through. Man, Breath of the Wild it's not even the best Zelda game, let alone the best Nintendo game of all time.
I'd like to know where you get your fucking drugs.
Galaxy, homie. Galaxy is not better than 64.
It's going to be our number 2.
Galaxy is not
Galaxy.
Like
64. I mean,
Galaxy does not have. Frankly, it doesn't. It does not control as well. Galaxy doesn't control as well. The soundtrack isn't as memorable. The collectathon aspect isn't near as memorable. The power-ups aren't as memorable. I cannot think of a single thing aside from the graphics that Galaxy does better than World or 64. I mean,
yeah. No, I mean,
can any of you guys?
No, I can't.
No, I agree.
And I never played Galaxy, so there's that difficulty for me.
Yeah, it's good.
I'm a
By
Sunshine.
the way, Galaxy
fan
2
myself.
is better than Galaxy, and Galaxy
Right.
2 isn't better than 64.
Yeah, no arguments.
Yeah.
So we're Mega Man falling. Is that where we're going with?
Mega Man.
Yeah.
If it's between Mega Man and Mario, I request a poll.
Mario.
For posterity.
Yeah, let's pull the chat. I think we pull the chat. All right.
Because if we're kicking Mega Man off so Mario can get 2 slots, that just that feels wrong to me.
I
he
get why
talked about the different. It's iconic.
go for it.
So was
Remember how you felt like? Remember how you felt like freaking ass scooting and then blasting backwards, you know, and to fucking jumping, you know.
And yeah,
Shit was awesome.
64 is the tits. No arguments, but Mega Man X is like arguably the best side scroller. I don't know if we have much side scroller representation.
Take a look at the poll. I'm surprised.
Let's go.
I
Chat.
thought Mario 64 would destroy in the poll, but
Mega bust that fucking button, everybody. Come on. Do it
damn.
for dance. Y'all are the best.
And again, I'm not really upset either way because I love both games.
Yeah.
That's.
I mean,
oh shit! It went to 50-50 though. It went
Damn
to 50-50. Oh no! X pulled ahead. No, it didn't. Never mind. It didn't.
Oh my god, 8 and 8. Come on. It can't end.
No,
at
we
50.
need some more people out here hitting some buttons. What are we doing?
I know there's more of you that could in the fucking chat that can vote. I know it. I seen it.
Chat and read.
Oh shit! One vote went over and it pushed.
Son of a.
I feel like Draco Malfoy. Like I didn't know chat could read.
Super fighting robot. Mega Man.
I mean, I'll be honest, like Mega Man X has some of the best character designs I've ever seen.
Dude, those eight bosses are so fucking iconic, dude. Like
the sprite work in Mega Man X might, and I say might, be the best sprite work on the Super Nintendo.
Yeah.
Rabbit just trolling this point. Fire Emblem Three Houses is a dog shit Fire Emblem game.
I think he's just listing games he's played. Honestly, up top, he said, "I'm just gonna," because he's like making fun of.
There's no way that Fire Emblem Three Houses is on that list.
He was making fun of Pip Pip, who was just like listing weird ass games. So.
Okay.
50-50. That's back.
X music amazing. Yeah, the music in
Oh
X.
yeah, if you
is
want to say
incredible.
what has the better soundtrack that or 64, it's X a million times, a billion times.
Sadly, it's
Dude, 20 votes and we're at 50-50. This is
Are you?
crazy.
How do we do a tiebreaker if that's what ends up happening?
I mean,
Leon flipped the coin on camera.
I guess that's how we're gonna have to go.
I think the biggest disappointment is that like they threw this franchise to the wayside.
Oh well, that's kind of why I want it on the list, you know, because it deserves the love.
Yeah, because even if a franchise, for example, Star Fox was thrown to the wayside, but we have it as our number 10 spot because Star Fox 64 has earned its place in the pantheon of the top 10 best games to ever like grace the Nintendo consoles.
I mean, I'm just saying I would kill for a new Mega Man
Oh
game.
shit, 64 pulled ahead by 1 vote. Nope.
Oh my
god.
This is I can't believe I'm so hyped for this. Holy
How's your anxiety feeling right now?
Oh my god, I'm peaking.
Oh shit, 23 votes and pulled ahead.
Oh my god. Yes.
I can't vote in my own poll, so
I already did.
Oh,
so.
hold on. Smash JT raid. Smash JT raid. This could be the decisive thing. All right.
Vote Mega Man. Smash raid. All you raiders, please vote Mega Man.
No, full 64.
I need to let the Smash Raiders know what's happening.
Yeah.
Smash Raiders. So right now we're looking at this dog shit list from IGN of the top 10 games to ever be on Nintendo consoles, and we are rewriting it. Right now we're on number 4. Right now we're on number 4, and we have narrowed it down to either Mega Man X or Super Mario 64. We need your help in the poll because this is what's deciding what goes at number 4. So again, this is not just because for those of you that are not understanding, it's not just games made by Nintendo, because obviously IGN didn't follow that rule because they've got things like Chrono Trigger on the list and Tetris. So we're talking about just the top 10 games of all time to like find their home on the Nintendo consoles. So right now we're on number 4, Mega Man X or Mario 64. Cast your votes in the chat.
Oh,
boy.
we know that
we jumped up like 9 votes, and Mega Man X is still in the lead.
Let's go.
We know Smash over here has the wrong opinion. Okay, so you don't need to.
Smash. We kept Chrono on the list at number 7. It's the only one we've agreed with IGN on. It does deserve the top 10, and it deserves number 7. So.
Yeah, Chrono Trigger got in over any Final Fantasy game. So
yeah, it's true. Chrono Trigger did get in because, frankly, if we're talking about classic Chrono Trigger versus classic Final Fantasy,
I think it does beat it by like a good margin, actually.
35 votes, and it's so close. It's 51-49 right now.
Holy shish!
51-49.
Oh my!
Bullshit. Listen, Chrono Trigger is number 1. Just saying.
It's
I've got my own opinion on what's number 1, but again, we'll get to that when we get to it.
Stop crackling your mic. I'm too tense for this shit.
Mic out here sound like shit.
Looking at you, Cal.
All right, I think we're gonna end the poll. 35 votes. I haven't seen it moving a bit. We're gonna end the poll. It's Mega Man 6 or Mega Man X.
Yeah.
Catch you later, Smash. Have a good rest of the night, bro.
Oh yes. Oh God, yes.
I'm starting playing it right
All
now.
right.
Oh.
So the number 3 spot, I'm pretty sure we all agreed already. Like number 3 spot, that's Smash Ultimate. Smash Ultimate does get that spot, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Smash Ultimate is the fairest thing to go. Also, Smash with the membership. Thank you so much, dude. Thank you for the raid as well.
Oh yeah, shout out. Thank you so much for the membership, Smash. Let me play you something real quick. I think it's because we said his name so many times. Smash. Before you go, Smash. Before you go, buddy. This is for you, and I truly appreciate the membership. It means the absolute world to me.
I liked it.
No notes.
You listen to Mercante at the end there saying I liked it. Just like that's the chef's kiss of that clip for me.
It's perfection, really.
Demon Girl, yeah, it's the replicant.
Smash Member for 9 months says OMG. Have you not seen that yet? I guess we stream at the same time all the time, so you haven't seen it. Yeah. Every time I play that clip, I get hit for copyright and I have to like mute it out in the for the replay. But yeah, I made that a while ago and I fucking love that clip. I'm so glad you enjoyed that, Smash. Did you make that? Yeah, no, yeah. I made that.
Damn.
I made that like 3 or 4 weeks ago.
It's a banger.
Yeah, I can send that to you if you would like, because I've got it on my computer. But yeah, just
all right.
Mega Man X.
Mega Man X in the top 5. You made the right decision, chat. At least most of you did. But yes, so we're locked in for Smash at Smash Ultimate.
Smash Ultimate number 3.
And now the top
where I'm gonna go against my own bias, because obviously I'm a massive Zelda fan, Zelda over Mario, but I do think Ocarina of Time should be number 2 and Mario World should be number 1. That's my pick. I'll of course let you guys get
I got them reversed.
Congratulations, Matt. Oh, you got them reversed, really?
Yeah. Even though I played Super Mario World way more than, well, not way more, but more than Ocarina of Time, I did play 1 and 3 a lot more than the World. So, yeah, I'm gonna reverse your order, but I'm okay with either one. So, everybody else speak
I
up.
would love for Ocarina of Time to be considered the greatest game Nintendo's ever made, and to my bias, that kind of is true. But I just don't know how. I don't know how much of that is my bias because I'm a massive.
I think we have to, and maybe this is a bit of a weird argument, but if we take the narrative aspect of it into it, I do think Zelda does deserve to be number 1 because
agreed.
Mario is goofy fun times, and Zelda's like a fantasy epic. And
that's true. Ocarina of Time, I would argue, was one of the very first games that, like, you could remember how there was this movement for a while, like, oh, games can be art now with like Shadow of the Colossus, Metal Gear Solid, things like that. I feel like Ocarina of Time might have been that first, like, oh, games can be art sort of moment.
Well, games were always art, but that's when a lot of people.
I mean, but like
the
normie realizing it.
Yeah. Also, you got a Kickbot. Thanks very much, Victory Life 211. Appreciate you.
Truly appreciate Kickbot. Thank you. Right here. They've been helping streamers grow faster and saw the channel. I'm thank you for seeing the channel, Kickbot.
I wonder what Kickbot thinks the top 10 should be.
Yeah, great storytelling from Ocarina.
Probably Tears of the Kingdom.
Are we in Nintendo shilling right now? Well, we're more just anti-IGN right now.
Yeah, fuck those guys.
I mean, if you need me to say it, fuck modern Nintendo. But we're talking about the good times. But yeah, I think I'd be fine with World at 2 and Ocarina at 1. I think that's more than fair. Or just World with 64, but since I kind of want to honor Leon's wishes, and I probably might enjoy it.
I'm okay with that outcome. I just didn't expect it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
So if that's the case, since we've got a whole new audience,
on VR list.
Yeah. Shout out. Thank you for the smash rate.
Yeah,
let's go ahead and show them what list we came up with. And let's see if people in the chat get salty. Let's see.
This was our best effort, everybody.
It's actually difficult as fuck.
Oh, Clark. What about Mega Man? Don't you worry.
Here is our list. At number 10, we have Star Fox 64. At number 9, we have GoldenEye. 8, we have Heart Gold, Soul Silver. Pokemon Heart Gold and Soul Silver. 7, Chrono Trigger. 6, Resident Evil 4. And before you guys get on to us, it was a GameCube exclusive to start with, and it pretty much defined the Wii. 5, Metroid Prime. 4, Mega Man X. 3, Smash Ultimate. 2, Super Mario World. And number 1, The Legend of Zelda, Ocarina of Time.
I like it.
What do y'all think of this list? Let us know in chat. Did we do better than IGN?
I think this is pretty solid. Yeah. I want to say we did much, much better than IGN and probably put way more thought into it.
You should.
We're going to time to quote tweet IGN and.
I wish we had the Knuckles clip right now from Sonic Boom. Just approved.
Oh, dude! The only reason I'm not turning that into a clip on the channel is because it's so long that to just do it once isn't good enough. But over and over, we'll play the clip for those that don't know what we're talking about. I'll play it in this moment.
Yes, please. More Knuckles love. Our list was better.
So subscribe.
Subscribble to the Lizzle. By which I mean Leon.
Yeah, the Knuckles approved shit is super great.
Especially when it comes to rating anime waifus.
Oh my god, yeah, when he gets that boom, blows up.
Yeah.
Like you're a wiki.
Shit.
Yeah.
Rates Cartoon Network crushes. Hold on. Let's see how this goes.
Oh god.
Let's see how this goes.
Wait, what? Oh my gosh.
Also, shout out to whoever just subbed. Truly appreciate you. I think it was just a Kickbot. Doesn't matter then. So this is Knuckles rates Cartoon Network crushes.
Oh, let's go.
Approved.
Yeah.
Approved.
Yeah.
Look at you. You who were once so proud. Go now and never return.
Fuck it.
Approved. 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 Approved.
No.
No.
What is that?
Illegal, bro.
It's now illegal. I don't know.
Shirtless Jack. Yeah, I think I can't even argue with that. Yeah.
That was funny as shit. All right, yeah. For those that weren't aware of the Knuckles approved meme that we were referring to, that was it.
It's one of the best meme formats that exists. So
Yeah,
it's just so long. Like it's 37 seconds. There's not a good way to turn that into, just turn that into a clip on its own. You know?
Can't you just clip out the part of him saying approved?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Just the approved.
Yeah, I feel like it loses the luster if you don't have the constant, the one where he does it multiple times.
Oh, sure. I get what you mean. It's a hard line to walk. Dax has a shirtless Jack body pillow. That has never been proven in a court of law.
Oh, you know it's fucking true.
Allegedly. Minecraft.
Let's see. I think I have
one
more thing.
I'll admit it. I have a shirtless Jack body pillow, and I mean JAK from Jack and Daxter.
Do you really?
No, of course not.
Okay, no, I would
Jack.
not be surprised.
I'm a fan, but I'm not that big a fan.
We'll do one more reaction video, and then we'll call it. We'll call it a night. Let's see. I've got one here. It's about 6.5 minutes long. How Gorillaz made their biggest song. What else do we have here? We've got.
Did you say 69 minutes?
No, it's 6.5 minutes. How Gorillaz made their biggest song. I've got one that's 16 minutes. Called, Oda. What was that? I don't know. I haven't watched it.
Yeah.
One called Oda, quote, IO Dragon Ball Everything.
Oh, that could be good. I did put a Dragon Ball video in the React requests.
Oh, really? Let me check that out real quick.
It's called The Death of Consistency in Dragon Ball. It might be a little long-winded.
Yeah, it is one of those longer ones. I'd save it for a Sunday special because it's already super late. We've got a long panel.
Yeah, let me check how long it is.
Oh, St. Hugo's did. This is probably pretty a short one. If One Piece was made in 1970. They don't have range. How long is this one? Oh, you know what? 15 minutes. When an actor forgot they don't have range.
That's interesting.
Executive
title.
decision. Let's go with this. Let's make fun of some actors because I click on it and immediately it shows Jack Black.
Oh, well, let's go.
All right. This will be what we do to wrap up the night. This will be the last video. Let me know if at any point you want me to pause and we'll commentate.
All right,
every now and then, an actor wakes up and decides to act. Not self-promote, not pose, not stand in front of an explosion in slow motion, but actually perform. It's rare, like watching a golden retriever eat your homework. But when it happens, it's glorious. Because for a brief, shining moment, the cinematic universe forgets that these people have been phoning it in for the last decade, and we get to witness something miraculous. Competence.
So he's actually going to make the argument that maybe they're not bad actors, they're just fucking douchebags.
Well, sure. I mean, that's the case.
I like that better.
That's the case with most actors, but yeah.
No, I think there are some actors out there that are just straight up bad at their jobs and they should not be in Hollywood. No one will ever convince me that Zendaya is a good actress and she's just been lazy or taking bad roles or anything like that. No, she is bad at her job.
I won't stand for Zendaya, but I will say if I were going to pick an actress, it'd be Gal Gadot. I
I almost said Gal Gadot and switched to Zendaya because she's uglier.
No.
No.
I'm not even going to go that far. But Gal as Wonder Woman is, I think, one of the biggest miscasts in fucking cinematic history.
And that's all well. Look, I would rather a bad actress at least be attractive.
All right, that's fine. I'm not going to fight you on that.
Yeah. Is there anybody that would disagree with that? It's like, okay, honey, stop talking. Show us your jugs. And you get a pass in Hollywood.
Gal Gadot is the female Tommy Wiseau.
God, I did not hit her. I did not.
Oh my God.
I did not.
Meh. More like just doing your job that you get paid millions of dollars for. This isn't about the Meryl Streeps or Daniel Day-Lewises of the world. This is about the ones who built their careers on flexing, staring attractively into the distance, mumbling, or just generally existing in front of a camera until the credits roll. all of them have that one role, that weirdly good performance that makes you sit up and go, wait, are they actually acting right now? Sometimes it's a matter of the right director. Sometimes the script is too good to fumble. And sometimes it's purely by accident, like lightning striking a muscle-bound tree. But whatever it is, it's worth studying.
Yeah, the Rock has some good acting moments too. Like I think he actually does a good job acting in The Rundown. I think he does a good job acting. What's the one he does with Neil McDonough, Walking Tall?
Walking Tall, yeah, is a really good one as well.
And frankly, I haven't seen it yet, but I'm very, very interested in The Smashing Machine because I think he looks like he did a brilliant job.
Yeah, I can't wait for that.
Oh shit, man, my bad. I don't check DMs on X on stream because I don't want to accidentally dox myself or whatnot if I leave DMs open. So I did not know you sent me a DM. If you want to come on for the last portion, I'll react to this. You absolutely can. Yeah, I'll send you
get in here.
Yeah, no, it is always best to if you're going to message me while on stream, it's best to use Discord because I do not check X DMs during stream. It's I've seen way too many people make notable mistakes during streams. He sure as hell did. All right, here we go. Send you the link. Feel free to hop in.
Because these are the moments where the gods of mediocrity touched the divine and forgot for one fleeting film that they didn't have range. Before he became the world's highest paid motivational speaker, Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson actually gave us a taste of a version of him that wasn't allergic to risk or self-awareness. The Rundown was that miracle. This was 2003, pre-franchise uniform, back when The Rock was still figuring out how to act without art.
Okay. This is right after The Scorpion King, and I love that movie, but he's fucking atrocious in it. Has anybody watched The Scorpion King recently?
It's the one where he gets buried up to his neck in sand, right?
Yes.
Yeah. He's not great in that. I found him very likable, but
he's very likable. Yeah, he's not a good actor in it. There's the scene where he has to say words in another language, and you can I struggle to believe sometimes he can read English, let alone pronounce stuff that's like Sanskrit or whatever.
Yeah, that was would have been a tall order for him at the time. But fuck, probably me too. If I just hey, here's this foreign language you have no intonations of, just look at these cue cards. I don't know. But
his eyebrow every 5 minutes, and to everyone's shock, he was kind of good. He plays Beck, a bounty hunter with a code, the kind of guy who could beat you half to death but still apologize afterward. This is your typical...
By the way, for anyone that hasn't seen The Rundown, the opening scene is truly one of my favorite opening scenes in movie history. He's a big football fan, but he's this mercenary, and one of the fucking NFL stars needs to pay up a debt. And so he's talking on the phone with his employer. He's like, I don't want to hurt them. They've got a great they've got a really great chance this season or whatnot. And he just 1v 37's a fucking NFL team. It's badass. What up, Matt?
What's up? By the way, The Rundown is probably his best movie. I haven't seen Smashing Game or whatever yet. Also, what the hell is this layout?
In StreamYard, you can create custom layouts, and I hate the layout.
I know. I have 8.
Yeah, I hate the one that's everybody on the side because if you're trying to cover up chats, it covers up people's icons and faces, and I think that's douchey to do to them. So,
and plus, this covers up Leon's face with the time bar, so I ain't got to look at it.
There's that as well. But yeah, no, I agree. Rundown is one of The Rock's best films.
Mm-hmm.
If you didn't catch, we're random this video called "When the Actor Forgot They Don't Have Range."
Retired crafty veteran gets called back for one last ride kind of story. And what do you know? The Rock is actually acting like a human being instead of a meme in progress. There's this charm in The Rundown that vanished somewhere between Fast 5 and his third cheat day. It's like watching little Timmy do a cartwheel for the first time, not knowing he'll do it over and over again. And now he's 35 and can't get a job. He's still physically ridiculous, but he's not yet the self-parody he'd later become. He gets to be frustrated, awkward, even a little scared. Emotions that don't typically survive under contractual obligations that count the amount of punches someone can land on you. It's an adventure movie that lets him take those punches, and in doing so, you can almost see a career that could have gone another way.
Did it go a bad way?
Say that again, Matt?
Did it go in a bad way for him? I feel like he's been pretty successful. I don't think he's that great of an actor. I haven't liked a lot of the movies that he's been in. However, he has steadily been working.
Yeah, but I would say that he's steadily been working, but there's not been like an appreciation for the craft or the range or anything like that. Like he's not
He hasn't
really an
earned that.
actor. He's say again.
He hasn't earned it. He hasn't earned any appreciation as far as I can see. I haven't seen Smashing Machine or whatever it's called, but I plan on seeing it.
Yeah, no, but I think that's what the okay. Paul's back. I think that's what the thing is saying here. Like his career it's really just based off of at this point The Rock being The Rock, as opposed to back in these days there was no contractual obligation. Like in his contract now he writes how he can't lose fights. He has a no lose contract. So he's always got his tie on top. It's that sort of the risk that he was taking in doing movies like these back then. Show what could have been if The Rock didn't let his ego get to him.
I mean, he came into the WWF with that ego. Are you kidding me? That ego's been a part of him since he was a toddler. He was a toddler walking around with his eyebrow raised and shit, talking about the SmackDown Hotel.
That's fair. Paul, if I remember right, because you're a big WWE, old school WWE fan, whatnot. You didn't like The Rock even back then very much, did you?
Okay, so when he first broke in like 96, he was Rocky Maivia, and he was a fucking white meat baby face that was so fucking bad. And he didn't start getting good until he became like a heel, and then he kind of adopted the Rock. Exactly. Joined the Nation of Domination, become The Rock, start fleshing out that character. And I actually really like that a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And he kind of got I'm kind of bored with him, like the last, I don't know.
I'll say that I think he worked better as a heel in wrestling, far more than, but for me though, than a babyface.
Hollywood Rock was great.
What was Paul?
Hollywood Rock was fucking epic, and it was
you're talking about
Scorpion King.
Okay, gotcha.
Yes, back then, right after he got back from the Scorpion King, and he was Hollywood Rock, and he was just big up and everybody, name dropping shit like that, trying to act that all awesome.
I also he's got like good comedic timing and whatnot. He can be funny when he's being just his charming version of himself. I remember he was on SNL for the third time, and he did this. Obviously, the jokes are written for him, but like how good a joke is depends a lot on the timing, the performance. Telling the joke is just as important as being able to write a good joke. And the joke he told during his monologue, he's like, "This is the third time I've been on. The first time it was on as The Rock, and now then it was as Dwayne The Rock Johnson. Now I'm just Dwayne Johnson. In fact, so I've become more of an actor than a wrestler. So much so that when they made the movie for the wrestler, I wasn't even considered. Like he delivered it in a way that was really funny. So it's like I think there's, unfortunately, I think there was this alternate timeline where we could have an actual, actor that is The Rock as opposed to just blockbuster, Hollywood guy.
That's all fine and good, Leon. But what is he cooking in this scene? I have to know.
What is he in this scene?
What is he cooking in this scene?
Oh, it's a mushroom thing, isn't it?
I want to smell what he's cooking.
Oh God, I didn't even see that coming. But
he could have become like Batista, who became like an actual actor after he left.
I don't think Batista has this. I don't think he has the same level of talent as The Rock, in my opinion.
What?
I don't. I guess don't see it in. I thought he was great in Guardians of the Galaxy. I thought he was great in not Uber. What was it called? Stuber.
Yeah, Stuber.
Yeah, it's an underrated movie. I thought it was pretty funny.
I think he was better. I think he showed some pretty damn good range in that Shyamalan movie.
Oh, I know in the cabin or whatever it was. Yeah, that was fine. I think he works better when he's not the focus.
Wasn't he in Cyber? What's it called?
The Dune.
No,
yeah, he was in Dune.
He was awesome in that, but like God damn it, the replicant. Movie.
Blade Runner 2049.
Blade Runner 99. He was awesome in that.
Little party, yeah.
I rewatched that the other day, and I was amazed at how I slept on it the first time I saw it. I'm like, dude, this is so much better than what I thought the first time I saw it. That movie is phenomenal.
I really like Blade Runner 2049. It gets so much shit, and I don't think it's as
I like
good
it better than the
I think
original.
Blade Runner 2049 is legit. It's one of the few times where I've watched a Legacy sequel. I'm like, yeah, I really like this. It was worth being made.
Yeah, I think it's better than the original.
I wouldn't go that far, but I can see why people make that argument, especially from a visual perspective.
Version of The Rock that embraced being the ex-wrestler who can act, not the actor pretending to be an ex-wrestler who can't. The rundown showed that he had timing, humility, and some sense of balance between physicality and personality. And then, of course, Hollywood saw that and said, cool, now do the same thing forever, but with worse scripts and tighter shirts.
Yeah,
Fast forward
because I was going to come in defense of The Rock. So when he first started, he had this weird contract where he was obligated to do movies like the Tooth Fairy and all those garbage movies, like what they did with Hulk Hogan when he first tried to become an actor. Because Hulk Hogan had the Mr. Nanny, the Suburban Commando.
I like Suburban Commando. You need to be careful there, son.
Did we talk about the dog in that? So this wasn't part of the movie, but there's a shot when they're leaving his house or whatever, and there's a dude on the bridge, and he throws a dog off the bridge.
You did tell me this. Yes.
It wasn't
like Anchorman style, just yeets the fucking dog.
Yes, but it was not part of this. It was not part of the movie. It just happened. It happened while they're filming.
I know it's a bad movie.
Face of emotion.
I know it's a bad film, but I like Three Ninjas.
Oh, of course.
Well, who doesn't? The jelly bean scene is legendary.
Double Dragon was great too.
What the fuck did you just call us? 3 what?
10 years. And The Rock has become the cinematic equivalent of protein powder everywhere, vaguely effective and impossible to digest in large doses without shitting your pants.
Okay,
But
this guy,
Central Intelligence gets him
on
right
his
again.
voice alone, I
Mainly
know he's
because it lets
never had protein, anything. 1, if he did, it was soy. 2, that's not, no, protein, whatever. I'm not even gonna get into this.
No, go. You're cooking.
I'm just saying, because that's such a stupid, it doesn't do anything. It gets everywhere. It's so coarse. I hate sand. I mean, protein powder, whatever. It just sounds like a guy that has never had a protein shake ever.
Yeah, mad be cooking.
And be weird, which he probably is at that level of wealth. He plays Bob Stone, a high school outcast turned CIA operative with the body of a tank and the emotional vulnerability of a golden retriever. This was the rare moment where The Rock wasn't trying to be cool. He was trying to be funny. And it worked because the movie understood the joke. The Rock is built like a...
What was that?
I said it's liable. They're lying about me in the chat.
The voice thing.
Yeah, I mean,
demigod, but acts like a Disney Channel protagonist who's just happy to be here. And then you have Kevin Hart, who, for once, isn't sprinting around the screen like a caffeine overdose personified. This was when you still thought he just preferred to be funny instead of only being capable of doing that. The chemistry between them works because they swap archetypes.
I'm gonna I've never liked Kevin Hart. I don't like his stand up. I don't like his acting in movies, if you can call it acting. I've never found Kevin Hart to be funny. To me, he does an even worse. Like, he does this weird amalgamation of Eddie Murphy and Dave Chappelle, but he's a lesser version of both of them.
Oh, I don't see either one of them in him. I have enjoyed a couple of his stand ups. I don't watch it constantly. I like him more than his acting for the most part. I think he's very one note in pretty much everything he does. But he's limited.
Kevin Hart. Oh, good.
It's not all the time, though. I also agree that I like some of his earlier stand up.
Yeah,
but he's really quite good. There's this movie he did with where he's like the helper for Bryan Cranston's character is like a paraplegic or a quadriplegic or something. It was super good, and Kevin Hart was quite good in that movie. Also, ironically, I really like the short cameo he had in 40-Year-Old Virgin.
I forgot he was
arguing with the black guy.
I think that's my favorite scene he's ever done. Where he's like,
"This your boy?" Yeah, both of us got fucked up. Yeah,
I think it's similar to what we have with The Rock, where he doesn't do as well when he is the focus, even in a two-hander like this movie. I forgot the name of the movie, with The Rock and Kevin Hart, right? Even in a two-hander where he doesn't have the burden of the entire movie, I still don't think The Rock is a big enough, a good enough talent to carry Kevin. I think they work well together.
Yeah,
know what I mean?
You get the Ice Cube movie as well with Kevin Hart. It's very similar.
Yeah, well, no, I
carry.
Right along.
I get what Matt's saying. I think because like they've got good chemistry, but neither one or even together are strong enough to actually carry the movie,
Right.
even if their chemistry is notably natural.
Now, dude, by the way, I think Kevin Hart is funny when he's not trying. Him and Patrice O'Neal, whenever they were together, was one. Patrice O'Neal is the GOAT.
Patrice O'Neal is one of the GOAT.
Oh yeah,
like
But them together, just ripping and shit is phenomenal. I listen to hours of people just telling stories.
Maybe I have
about
to go back and
Patrice.
watch more of younger
Kevin Hart.
Yeah, more of younger Kevin Hart now, because like everything I can think of is when he was already a mega star. So he's like his specials were all being done in arenas, and it's like the reason I said Eddie Murphy and Dave Chappelle is because like the reason I use those two, he seems to try and have like the energy of like and the swagger of Eddie Murphy in like the Delirious era, and he tries to tell like the sort of like racial upbringing jokes as Chappelle, but with it, he's not near as clever about it. He's not near as tongue in cheek about it. So that's why I'm mixing the two when I say that. But again, I'm talking about like his stadium arena style.
I get you for sure. I think Kevin Hart does better when he has more of a storytelling style of stand up. Rather than him trying to make social commentary like what Dave Chappelle does.
Right. What were you saying, Paul?
I said, say it with your chest, you know?
Yeah.
Plays the insecure goofball while Hart plays the straight man, and that inversion makes the whole movie click. At least to me.
It didn't.
There's something genuinely sweet about watching The Rock overcommit to this delusional optimism, all while Kevin Hart's character keeps looking at him like, how is this my life right now? For maybe the first and last time, both of them remembered the comedy is about rhythm, not volume. Central Intelligence stands out in both their filmographies because they actually listen to each other. Like, they're
What is up with the praise for this movie? I don't even remember the name of it. I've seen it.
I didn't either.
What is it? Central Intelligence?
You said it like 3 times, yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I didn't remember until he said it. I didn't remember the name. It's like, oh, it's the Rock and Kevin Hart movie, one of several. This is the first one, the one that I guess was good, but yeah, I don't remember finding this movie. I was about to say finding it memorable. I don't.
Yeah.
It's because it's
Not a fan of the Jumanji films, Leon. Come on now.
I've not seen any of the new Jumanji films.
I've seen them.
Fuck that noise.
I like one and its sequels are thorough, and that's it.
When you say sequel, do you mean Zathura or do you mean like the new Jumanji films?
Oh no, Jumanji 1 and Zathura, which was supposed to be the second movie.
Yeah, I don't even really care for the first Jumanji. I think it's fine. I think it's really overrated.
I haven't seen it since I was a kid. I'm guessing I would probably feel similar.
It's a stampede. I love that movie.
I should have asked this when I came in. Do we know who this is and do we like him?
No idea. It was just posted on Discord as a request.
No, there's no beef. This is our first exposure to this channel.
The reason I ask is I can tone down, you know what I mean? My criticism may come off different.
By all means, talk all. Even if it was something we knew, talk all the shit you want because it's a free speech show. But
I found this wording at times a little strange, but overall I think the editing's pretty on point so far, and his points are pretty cogent. So
I was going to praise him as well for something he just said. I didn't care for the way he said it, but I like the sentiment behind him where he said that they remember that comedy is about rhythm, not volume. Which,
I like that.
That's a great line because I'm not a fan of big comedy. You know, Chris Farley, he was great. He was awesome. Everybody loved him. But that big, very animated everywhere. Jim Carrey and everything.
Yeah.
See, I think that criticism is far more valid for Jim Carrey than Farley, because I think that I think so. Obviously, Farley had some misses. I literally made a joke about Beverly Hills Ninja earlier, so it's not like Farley was in.
It sucks, but
I think that
Almost
Farley's style of comedy is actually probably very similar to Jim Carrey's. I think just Jim Carrey's made a much bigger mistake of it. Is that it's great for sketches. You want it in these short bursts. It can be big and bombastic, but you want it in short bursts. It doesn't carry a whole movie. I think
Don't
Jim Carrey
you shit talk Dr. Eggman in front of me, you son of a bitch.
Wow. Before we go on that, I guess when Almost Heroes with Chris Farley, I think is probably my favorite movie of his because he's so different.
I like Almost Heroes, yeah.
Than what he is in Tommy Boy or anything else. He's much more subdued in his deliveries and stuff, and he's playing. He's doing a lot of the things what this guy is saying Kevin Hart is doing in this movie because he is the straight man in Almost Heroes in a lot of ways.
Yeah. You got Matthew Perry's the eccentric, crazy one, and it works for Chris Farley because it's so visually out of character. You mean, wait, he's this great huntsman, woodsman, tracker, whatnot, but he's fat as fuck. But the movie doesn't ever actually play into that joke. No. So like you're writing the joke yourself that never actually comes when you watch the movie.
My favorite line from that movie is when the French guy's like, "Oh, you got the leaky dong." He's like, Matthew Perry or whatever is like, "No, it leaks when it should and doesn't when it shouldn't." The way that stuck with me.
Another great performance from Farley is Wayne's World because he's not in it very much, and when he's in it, he's again more or less playing. He's sort of a goofy cop, but he's still like he's earnest. He's just like a young cop trying to do his thing, and or was that Wayne's World or was that Airheads? I might be mixing.
Oh, Airheads! I think you're thinking Airheads.
Yeah,
with, Adam Sandler.
I think I'm thinking Airheads.
The Lone Rangers.
I was just trying to remember who the fuck was Chris Farley in Wayne's World.
Yeah, no, sorry, Airheads. My bad. Which, by the way, is very underrated. Adam Sandler.
Oh yeah, Airheads great. Airheads is
great. And by the way, the Lone Rangers, their song still slaps.
Agreed. It's Johnny can't read, Johnny can't write. Yeah, I think that song is legitimately good.
Together instead of at the camera. The Rock gets to show off vulnerability without sacrificing the charisma, and Kevin Hart gets to be subtle for once in his career. It's funny,
for 30
it's
minutes.
self-aware, and it proves that maybe...
Look at what you're showing right now.
These two could have been something special if they hadn't immediately cashed that chemistry in for 5 more buddy action reboots in a jungle full of green screen. Then comes the upside. The one time Kevin Hart looked at a dramatic role and said,
you were about to talk about, Paul. I never even heard of it.
I forgot about it, but I had heard about it. I just didn't see it.
Yeah, I can do that. And to everyone's surprise, he actually could. Based on a true story, the movie casts Hart opposite Bryan Cranston as an ex-con who becomes caretaker to a wealthy quadriplegic man. Sounds like Oscar bait, right? But
I guess it sounds like a
Kevin Hart doesn't
wheelchair-bound Miss Daisy.
Yeah, actually a little bit. Did anybody see what was the Don Cheadle Adam Sandler movie that was actually really
Rain
good?
on
I
Me.
quite enjoyed. Rain on Me? Okay. I remember really
Yes.
enjoying that. I haven't seen it in years. I don't know if it's actually pretentious and Oscar bait as well. Maybe it is, but I thought it was really heartwarming.
Rain Over Me. My bad.
Rain Over Me. There you go. Rain Over Me.
That I liked it at the time. I've always thought Sandler could do dramatic shit. I liked him a lot in Funny People. That came off as like a really genuine performance.
Yeah, I think
he was.
And then, sorry, go for it, Dax. My bad.
Well, I don't mean to tangent too hard, but yeah, in Funny People, he's essentially just completely lampooning his own career, but in a way where he's actually shows how it psychologically affected him over the years. It's like, oh yeah, you're so successful, everything's so great. He's like, yeah, I love it. I fucking hate it. Like he's like, he genuinely has like a good breakdown in that scene of like how he's typecast as this fucking goober, and everyone expects that out of him now, even when he's not even like happy to do it.
I think my favorite movie from him, outside of his trilogy of Billy Madison, Happy Gilmore, and
Waterboy.
Waterboy, yeah. I'm a big fan of Big Daddy as well, but his movie Hustle that came out on Netflix back in 2022.
Hustle's good. I like Hustle.
So fucking good. And the basketball player, he's a real basketball player. That's not an actor.
Yeah.
He was phenomenal.
I did not know that was a real basketball player. I won't lie.
Yeah.
That shouldn't surprise me, but I had no idea.
I had to look it up because I was like, there's no way that this is an actual basketball player, not an actor. But like all of his basketball shit looked legit. I had to look it up. I'm like, oh shit, dude. They just found the one basketball player that could act.
The obvious one, me and Paul saw this in the theaters together, and to this day, I mean, I remember the theater experience like it was yesterday. It was so impactful. It was Uncut Gems. Uncut Gems, I thought was a fucking just.
I haven't seen it yet.
You flipped it.
What did you say?
Goddamn raw.
Leon liked it so much he clipped it.
This is true. Yeah. I use the Uncut Gems
Holy
clip
shit, I'm
on
gonna
this
call
channel.
me.
Where is it? I've got it right.
By the way, Happy Gilmore 2 was horrible.
Yeah, it sounded like shit.
I quite enjoyed it.
I enjoyed it. Where it was.
Here it is.
Holy shit, I'm gonna come.
Love that movie. Absolutely love that movie.
Should have been at least nominated for an Oscar for that bullshit. I can't believe it.
He was
Who
snubbed.
gives a fuck about the Oscars, dude? That fucking
That's
circus.
But that's the point. Is the fact that it wasn't like just drives home what a fucking worthless piece of shit the Oscars are.
Yep.
Ruin it with his comedy that we left behind in 2009. In fact, he's phenomenal. There's an ease to his performance that you never get in his comedies. His voice softens, his timing slows down. You can actually feel what he's saying instead of bracing yourself for the next punchline. What's shocking is how naturally he fits into dramatic pacing. You keep waiting for him to slip into that lil man, big energy shtick, but he never does. He just lets the story breathe. There's a scene near the midpoint where he's talking to Cranston's character about purpose. And for a moment, you completely forget you're watching Kevin Hart. It's that rare glimpse of depth you always hoped he had buried somewhere under all...
I'm curious to know what you guys think about how much of his performance in this is on him versus the direction.
The director.
Yeah.
I asked that question of Sony performances. I
mean, it's got to be... Film's like a collaborative thing, right?
Right.
I think he's probably getting great direction here, but unless he can like follow that direction and actually deliver, then that's what makes it good actor.
The reason I bring it up though is I don't know how many serious roles Kevin Hart has ever tried to play, but if hasn't been able to duplicate it anywhere near this level, then I think that it's the same thing with Tom Brady and Bill Belichick, right? They're like, oh, I wonder if we're going to see who it was. It was Tom Brady. That's why they won all the Super Bowls. It was not Bill Belichick. That is clear as day now. But
Sure.
but you didn't know until they were separated, right?
I don't like that you're like squashing Kevin Hart's talent. Like he obviously, like Dak said, is able to do it.
Right. I'm not trying to squash his
on
talent.
the Belichick stuff, Paul, because I know that you're a big NFL guy. I didn't know if you agree with his assessment of the Brady Belichick.
Yeah, Brady's the GOAT.
Yeah. Can't stand him as an announcer. He does this thing
he's fucking bad.
where he'll pause every few words, and it gets once you notice it, you can't unhear it.
I don't know what you're talking about.
It gets under my skin, bro.
all that cardio. You see, now I don't feel bad for making all these videos on them because I've seen what they're capable of. The upside doesn't reinvent him, but it does expose something honest, a kind of emotional discipline he rarely gets credit for. Of course, that lasted about one movie before he went back to screaming at Dwayne Johnson for 2 hours because he realized
if
the
he only
movies
did
get
it
9
once.
figures anyway.
So sure, you can be. Can you be a good actor without being consistently good? I suppose. Like
you can have good performances.
Yes, you
Yeah.
can. I think that Harrison Ford is an example of that because Harrison Ford is a very, very good actor. He's just also a lazy asshole who's like, give me money and I'll do the thing because at this point he doesn't give a fuck.
I'll do the scene. I won't cut my fucking hair.
He's been just playing Harrison Ford for like 30, 40 years now. If you think about it, when was the last time you've ever forgot that it's Harrison Ford in the character in a movie?
He hasn't given a shit for 2 decades now.
Easily 2.
I mean, there was a movie he and Brendan Fraser did together about creating medicine for sick kids. It's really good. Why am I blanking on the fucking name of it? It's good.
I can't feel you out of this one, man.
Yeah,
it bothered the hell out of me. I've seen it several times. Why? It's one of the very few like Oscar bait movies I think it's truly worth like rewatching. And
was it George of the Jungle?
it was not George of the Jungle. Okay,
watch out for that tree.
I think for me,
not George Harrison. Fuck,
George Harrison.
And then
I think
what's
the last
Mummy. It's been a long night. Brendan Fraser. Yeah. Extraordinary Measures came out in 2010, so 15 years ago.
Oh, okay. I didn't see that one.
Yeah. I guess it has been a long time since I've seen a movie with Harrison Ford that really does lose himself.
I mean, the last movie I saw Harrison Ford in that I forgot who it was The Fugitive. But then again, I just watch older stuff. So
yeah, I love him in the Tom Clancy, like when he's Jack Ryan, Patriot Games,
Clear and Present Danger,
Yep.
Patriot Games, those ones.
Yeah.
I haven't seen any of those in a long time. I think those might be the only Jack Ryan movies I've ever seen, though, because I've not seen the Tom Cruise ones, and then didn't.
Tom Cruise wasn't in the. You're thinking Jack Reacher, I think is his name.
Yeah,
Is it a different property?
Maybe
it was Tom Cruise. Who took over? It was Alec Baldwin did some. I didn't watch
He
those
did
because I
Hunt for
hate
Red
Alec
October. He did
Red
the one.
October, Ben Affleck.
Ben Affleck played in
Some of All
some.
Fears.
Yeah, not Tom Cruise. Ben Affleck was what I was thinking. Not Tom Cruise. My bad.
Some of All Fears, yeah, with Morgan Freeman. Yeah.
Yeah, I rewatched that not that long ago, and I'll say this: that movie is actually pretty good, except for Ben Affleck. He's the weakest part. So, and that's a pretty big flaw when you're your protagonist, who's this whole movie's on him, is the worst part.
The Amazon show is really good.
Loved it. Got a little iffy there in the what was it, the second season where they went?
Wasn't that Kaczynski?
Yeah, John Krasinski. Second
great in
season was in which one was the first one was what, South America, or was that
no? The second one was South America.
The first one was in France with the Muslim. Yeah. Second one was in South America.
Really
Third one's in Russia, I think.
Yeah, that was the Sum of All Fears version that they did on the last season, and I actually think the movie did a better job with the story outside of Ben Affleck. I prefer whatever his name is from The Office over Ben Affleck as Jack Ryan. But Ben Affleck, I think I've always thought is a better director than a actor.
Dude, I remember Paul showed me The Town a few years ago. I'd never seen it. The Town was fucking great.
Have you seen Gone Baby Gone?
No, I've not seen
God,
Gone Baby
you
Gone.
gotta see Gone Baby Gone. He directs his brother Casey in it. It's really
Casey's a good actor as well.
Yeah.
The movie Extract with Casey and Jason Bateman.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah.
That's a great movie. Yeah, I like Casey Affleck as an actor quite a bit.
We got robbed not having a Ben Affleck directed Batman movie. I thought he was a great Batman.
Agreed.
The best.
He's my favorite Batman. He's not my favorite Bruce Wayne. That goes to Val Kilmer,
George
but
Clooney,
I do think he's my favorite Batman.
If there's even a 1% chance, we have to take it as an absolute certainty. Yeah, he was great.
I know you hate those movies, Dax. You hate them so much.
I don't mind. I don't mind.
It's not Ben though. It's Zach.
Yeah. I don't mind his performance. I hate the Snyderverse, dude. Like,
Yes,
he kicked so much ass, dude, in that warehouse. Holy fuck!
So great. And he could turn his head left and right. He could look around.
Nah, the full body turn is iconic from Keaton. It's so much.
When he's in
more,
the car.
No, when he's like the light shines on him and he does a full 360 with his shoulder. It's great. I love those movies.
So inefficient for a crime fighter, though. But yes.
Shining moment. Kevin Hart had range. Jack Black in Bernie is one of those rare casting miracles where
I haven't seen the movie.
It's good.
Is it? It happens in East Texas, right? It's based on a true story.
Yeah. Yep. I don't know how accurate it is to the true story, but it did walk in. But it is based on a true story. And it's a good movie. Shout nobody! I just walked into one live person and 5 PNGs.
That's pretty common around these parts, man.
Yeah, it's almost 5 a.m. So yeah, after this video, we'll wrap up for the night. But yeah, I'm
not putting in all the effort I would have to do to get the camera set up, move my chair over to that area instead of where I'm at.
Yeah. No, on a late night chill stream like this, I ain't tripping on it.
everything that usually makes an actor unbearable suddenly becomes the exact ingredient that makes the role work. You can feel Linklater understood Jack's natural excess, the need to charm, the inability to be still, the way he treats dialogue like a trampoline, and weaponized it. Bernie Teed is a man so sweet and performatively kind that it borders on eerie. And Jack plays into that paradox with this eerie gentleness that feels like he's trapped between sincerity and showmanship. He sings hymns, he comforts widows, he plans funerals like Broadway productions, but there's always something twitching underneath. A guilt, a need to be adored, the shadow of someone who can't stop performing even when no one's watching. It's almost chilling how his natural comedic rhythms make Bernie...
Honestly, you're kind of right. You didn't know it at the time when this came out because he was back when Jack Black was still adored, and this movie was kind of a risk. Do you know the premise of the story?
Yeah, I kind of. It's been a minute. He was dating some old lady and ended up killing her and putting her in his freezer or something.
If they were dating in real life, that part's not in the movie. He's more or less like she's a fucking nightmare. She's like the OG Karen. The whole neighborhood hates her or whatnot, and he thinks that it's his job as a good Christian to be like her only friend. And halfway through the movie, all her abuse and whatnot, he snaps and he kills her. And then but she had signed up a power of attorney to him, and so he's like, I can't let people know I just murdered this broad. So yeah, he hides her in the fucking deep freeze and just continues to live this lie as if she's still alive. And he's like running errands for her, spending all of her money, stuff like that. It's really good. It is. I highly recommend Bernie. Nobody brought 5-banger. I check my camera stuff an hour before every stream I do.
Well, good for you.
That's not the problem. It's just where everything is set up. There's not a lot of room, and my back starts to hurt pretty quick because I don't have I can't lean back to the angle in my chair that I'm more comfortable with. So
plus, you don't want to be like Sammy and fall asleep on streams.
Oh,
I mean, yeah, who would ever do that?
Other than
this
Dax.
comes for you, nobody. Thank you very much,
I
brother.
just super love sucking dick. When I haven't for a while, I get near.
What was that? What?
So several like a year and a half ago, Destiny had some DMs leaked where he was talking about how much he loves sucking dick, and that was Atreus reading Destiny's Discord messages. But I thought, I have to fucking clip Atreus saying he super loves sucking dick.
His delivery is so good. For a while,
I mean,
I get knee.
What is it?
Nobody's for 2 inches. Giving shit, not serious. No, nobody's taking it seriously, dude. You're good.
I know, man.
I took it 100% serious, and I will never forgive you.
I mean, the reason I don't have my camera on is basically there's kids' toys everywhere on the ground.
Well, just move the camera to a higher angle. Yeah. Don't have it pointed at the floor.
The reason I don't have my camera on is because my true form would blow all your minds to the back of your skulls.
Me too.
I'm still curious about what Daxnar looks like, but I'm sure one of these days I'll see.
He's people-pleasing believable. He's not playing serious. He's just channeling his comedy into control. Like a clown who's suddenly afraid of laughter and realizes some people find him scary. And you can see the flicker of exhaustion in his face, that tight smile that says, I need this attention to survive. That's acting. That's real range. And then you've got King Kong, where he morphs into pure selfish ambition.
Oh, yeah.
Before we talk about King Kong, shout out Randall S. for the gift of membership. Truly appreciate you. Means that's the world to me. Dex, with all these additional gifts, count where we're at.
Sorry, I need to go back through. I've been lazy. Let me get,
no, you're okay. Yeah, just let me know where we're sitting because I think that puts us somewhat close to tier 2.
Yeah.
I fucking love Peter Jackson's King Kong film. I'm a huge King Kong fan. I love Jack Black's performance in it. I don't know if anyone agrees or disagrees or not.
I agree.
Never
Pretty
seen
good
it.
movie.
I would like to see him more subdued. Because every time I see him coming into a movie, I'm like, oh god, this is gonna be loud. You know, he's just like, yeah, School of Rock. All right, Tenacious D. Yeah, I'm like, God, shut up.
In this, he gets louder as the movie goes on because he gets more and more eccentric as people keep dying. And I don't know if that was a conscious choice. I don't know if that, like you said earlier, that was a direction thing. I like it and I think it works. But yeah. I give it to you because he is quiet and subdued when the movie starts, but it gets worse as it goes on. But I think that's part of it. I think it works for it.
I actually preferred Peter Jackson's King Kong over the newer one.
The Kong movie?
Kong's gone.
It's hard to defend that movie now that, Brie Larson has retroactively ruined it like she did episodes of Community. Like I literally was rewatching Community, the show. I don't know if y'all seen it. It's phenomenal. And when she popped out, because I forgot she was in it for a couple episodes, I literally out loud booed my television. I was alone. I think my girlfriend was asleep. I was just out in my living room booing out loud because I saw Brie Larson pop on my screen.
See, I don't have the issue with like she's been quiet for a few years. She has, like I was saying with the Mario stuff. I don't have an issue with her at this point. Sweet. We at 183.18, so we are 17 away from tier 2. Shout out Dax. Thank you so much, homie. Appreciate you calculating that.
What happens
17 away from tier 2 if you guys want to do a Discord watch party next week.
Carl Denham is this manic old Hollywood showman who sees the world as an opportunity to make content, basically an influencer before ring lights. And Jack Black embodies that desperation with an intensity that's at times uncomfortable to watch.
What's his name?
He plays
Adam
it
Brody?
straight, but there's always this.
Yeah. Adrian Brody.
Adrian Brody. I wanted to like him in Predators, but that nose. And he was so skinny. You know, and he worked out apparently 2 years to get ready for that. I'm like, that wasn't enough. You need to add on a decade. Because he just did, you know what I mean? He just
Adrian Brody.
I didn't need him to look
Brody.
like Arnold, but I mean, bro, how can you even carry that gun? It weighs as much as you. Because you know he had that giant shotgun.
I mean, he clearly was not the right casting for that. But he
no.
gave it his all, which he's a pro. Like I appreciate him in Predators, but I mean, I can't say his physique was the most convincing for a super special Black Ops guy or whatever he was.
I mean, you'd be surprised in the military.
Well, yeah,
Oh,
no,
yeah, of course. I was in the military. I was in the Army. I was a 19 Delta. And when I was in Iraq, we had a SEAL team that was in our AO. It's a whole thing. But anyway, no, they don't look like what movies make them seem. They're just honestly, a couple of them kind of pudgy. I'm like, come on, man, you want to come like to the roof and work out with us? I didn't say that. You'd kill me. But the point is though, there is it's not as Hollywood as what you would think, you know, because you got to focus on having strength and stamina that is actually usable rather than show muscle, you know?
Yeah, like people have the misconception, like me being a Marine and stuff, they think everyone looks like fucking Arnold.
Right.
Well, the women in the Marines do though. That's true.
Yeah. I've seen
What
some
up, AJ? How you doing,
I've seen
homie?
some fucking buff ass women.
Oh, I was in combat arms. It was way before they started letting females in there. We had none.
Oh, goat. Oh, you valiant
Coming
goat.
in hot with them 5 Words of Paradise memberships. You absolute legend. Truly appreciated. Let's get you a clip, and that means we have to spin a wheel tonight. Let's see. What clip do I want to give you? Done Gay Hypno. We've done. You know what? We'll give you this one. We'll give you some more Trace.
So here's the deal. Life doesn't always want to be your friend. Sometimes it'll feel like life wants to hurt you.
That was a downer.
But you can't just hide, because nobody likes a quitter.
Your ass don't hurt. I'll go first.
You gotta take chances.
This fire isn't gonna stop me.
They never said it was gonna be fun or easy.
Subscribe to New Black Street. Subscribe to Atreus. And I'll catch y'all next Saturday.
But
I feel like I'm missing so much lore on why that was a good clip.
a tiny bit off topic, but since you were in the Army, did they train you on iron sights first, like they did for me and the Marines?
Yeah. When I went through OSUD, I was at Knox, so I didn't have basic and then AIT. It was like all 19. Or ended up a lot longer, but 19 weeks were at the same place, right? But yeah, so the M4 we used iron sights until I got to the unit, and then we had the 68, the M68 or ACOG.
Yeah.
I am falling asleep, so I'm gonna let I'm gonna hop out.
Like I said, after this video, we'll be wrapping up after we spin the wheel anyway. So yep, we'll make it through this. Catch you later, Paul. You have a good
Thanks
rest of your
so
night,
much
bro.
for hanging out. See you later.
See you on the flip flop.
Peace.
And Valiant Goat, again, thank you so much for the donut. Truly appreciated.
Manic
Also, Valiant
gleam in his
Goat,
eyes that
did you
feels
see what
like
he
it
said
could
about,
flip into a punchline at any moment.
About
when he's not shouting about.
Yeah.
Didn't know that. Okay.
I was about to type in the chat. I'm like, I'm gonna be honest. I don't think I've seen a single clip that Leon's played where they're not gay or gay adjacent.
Well, that's clearly.
I definitely try to make my friends sound much gayer than they actually
Yeah,
are.
that's clearly on purpose. He's trying to get the scent off of him. So
no.
Doing a horrible job of that,
dude. No, Cult Classic Case. She was describing what they did to was it Mussolini? They shoved the bayonet up his ass.
What? Yeah, that happened.
So yeah. Cassie was regaling that story because Atreus is black, so there's no history. And so he just sat there, like after Cassie told that story, he just sat there for like 5 minutes on stream, interrupting everybody, kept telling people that his ass hurt. Because that's just stories like he kept getting the mental image of the bayonet up his ass, and so it's like, okay, gotta clip all these segments and throw them like in these random moments here.
That's the fucking cliff notes right there. They did much Warriors after.
Yeah, right.
the eighth wonder of the world.
Start.
What?
It wasn't a good start. I'll be honest. Like whenever I love my girlfriend. We've been together for years, but whenever I was like with a chick or whatever, and they even got close to my no spot, it would shut down everything. Wood disappeared. Like, no, I don't do this.
No, don't touch
me. I can
there.
happily say I've never had a woman try that on me whatsoever. I've done it to women and they've liked it. I've never had one try it on me.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just like, even if they're like, fondling the coin purse, right? If I start to feel their fingers getting too close to the out of bounds, no, I shut that shit down, bro.
He's quietly watching the chaos he caused, calculating how to turn tragedy into spectacle. It's the most self-aware he's ever been as a performer because you can see him wrestling with his own persona. In that moment, Jack Black the comedian disappears, and what's left is a man who will risk everything for the sake of being remembered. It's haunting, almost tragic, and maybe the closest he's ever come to playing himself without realizing it.
All right, so it is.
I think
for anybody that's going to do YouTube things, right? It's confusing when you are talking about him as an actor, as a real person, but also trying to relate it to him as a character.
Oh,
right. He was like, oh, he forgot he was a comedian, right? And now he's just trying to perform, or whatever the fuck it was that he said. But that's not how.
Well, wrestling with his persona in that he's trying to. I do think it's a little assumptive on the video maker's part that he's trying to wrestle with it as opposed to just incorporating it.
But, I guess. Now, was he talking about him as the? Was he talking about Jack Black or the character he was playing was wrestling with?
Why, he because he said he finished it with, I think this is the closest Jack Black's come to playing himself without realizing it. So I think he's talking about the persona Jack Black puts on matches the persona of the character in the movie, and Jack Black doesn't see the parallels.
I mean,
yes, he does play the character that he's playing.
Well, no, maybe it is a bit meta, but I do see what we're like, less of just talking about the performance and more Jack Black giving the performance and the mindset he would have to have.
Like Jack Black himself is putting on a persona even when he's not acting. Like when he's on the red carpet or he's in these interviews with Jimmy
I put on a persona.
Like Jack Black, clearly the exuberant, loud, funny guy or whatnot that you're getting on Late Night with Conan. That's not who Jack Black is all the time. That is, the persona he's putting on for these Hollywood engagements or whatnot, aside from when he's acting.
Oh, could you imagine if he was your neighbor, but he's always Jack Black? God dang.
Oh, god damn.
I would not want to know.
Like he lives in the apartment above you and you just hear him stomping around going, yeah, Tenacious D. Like, why? Why is 3 a.m., bro?
He does seem like the type that would listen to his own music and decide how awesome it is.
I might just have to rip out. That's all I'm saying.
Dropping like fly.
I really had to scratch my head to find something nice to say about Gal's performances. I really did. I guess by process of elimination, it's Zack Snyder's Justice League, where you're too distracted to see her deadpan delivery because you hear yodeling every time she's on screen. Gal Gadot's performance in Zack Snyder's Justice League is the definition of being carried by tone and cinematography.
What?
But to her credit, she gets Snyder's tone better than anyone else in the movie.
Oh,
he's not playing a person.
Oh my god! What is this garbage? His tone of bland, boring nothingness. Yes, she nailed it with her blank face of nothing. Yeah,
she was made to act in Zack Snyder movies. It's the perfect fit of his complete misunderstanding of humans. And
hell no!
A convincing dead body in Death of the Nile.
Yeah, it's probably her best role. No, this is when you know why he started it off with, it's kind of hard to give compliments to Gal's acting. Yeah, no shit. She can't act, period. Yeah. There's nothing there.
She seems like a wonderful person. I'm sure she's very nice. He seems like she's great, but she maybe try a different hobby.
I mean, the panel might disagree with me on this, but I think Zack Snyder works best when he has someone like pulling his reins.
If he didn't write the script.
Yeah.
As a cinematographer, as a filmmaker and whatnot, I do like Snyder. I
disagree as a cinematographer.
He's a bad writer.
I disagree as a cinematographer. There's a reason why we call him the Snyder Pixels, even though it happened before him. But like when he started doing his own cinematography, when he was doing the zombie movie was so disappointing. That's when he started doing his filming thing, right? And everything, and he did the dumb shit with everything blurred out except for it just. Oh, anyway, I think his best movie, my favorite movie, is probably 300. I think Dawn of the Dead may be his best movie, but that was written by James Gunn. You know.
Yeah, right. No, it was. I think Dawn of the Dead, 300, Watchmen. I think those are all fine movies by him. And
what's the similarity there? It was the least he had to do with the actual making of the film. If you keep him away from the writing, from the script, you may be okay.
I mean, but like, I know he's not that well liked anymore, but how much of 300 was Frank Miller versus Zack Snyder? Though?
That's what I'm saying. The less he has to do with the actual product that's being made, the better the movie is.
He cannot write people. He can't.
No,
doesn't understand humans. He like.
Hussein comes in with actually,
I forgot about that one. That is actually good.
Is a good movie.
Did he write it? He didn't. There's no way he wrote it. I don't know. Good characters.
No, it's an actual children's
book. It was a
book.
book.
He didn't write it.
Yeah.
Well, somebody still has to write a script. You can't just.
Right. What I'm saying is like he didn't just come up with the idea and write it, pen to paper, whatnot. Like it's a screenplay adapted from source material.
Yeah.
But yeah, I forgot that was the Snyder even did that movie. You're right. That's a good one. Good call, Hussein.
She's playing a symbol, and the movie treats her like a moving fresco. Every gesture is deliberate. Every glance designed for a slow motion shot, of which there are many in this terrible movie, rather than a feeling.
At least he
I
called it
probably upset some Snyder cultists by saying it's a bad movie, but that's all right.
They don't even exist.
We'll all have to
anymore.
wait a few months for their 3-hour response video to come out. Anyways, this look actually works for her.
Don't make
Gatto's limited emotional range turns into this unshakable calm that feels almost mythic. Like she's half aware she's too beautiful to emote.
No,
when
she's
she
half
moves,
aware she's
it's
on
graceful
film
in
right
that
now.
Old school silent era sense. She's a projection of an idea.
Looks like she's still waiting on somebody to say action.
Holy shit, dude! He has reached so far. He's exited the stratosphere. He is just making shit up at this point. He's just saying words. Mythic.
I do like how confused she looks at this bullet, knowing full well in real life she rounds just like this to murder children. Being part of the ADF. So.
Oh boy.
What up, Israel?
Convince you she's powerful because the camera believes it. The delivery is still
what
stiff.
does that
The
mean?
line readings are flatter than the Amazonian
Camera is a
plains,
camera.
But in Snyder's world of slow motion gods, that stiffness becomes part of the aesthetic. It's all about looking eternal, and that's exactly what Gal Gadot can do.
Just think about hey, Zach, you think I should put some personality or movement into that take? Nah, we're good. We got it. Check the gate.
Yeah. You know something that's always
struggling to simp.
That's perfect.
Something that it's always bothered me about Zack Snyder is like the color in his movies.
Yeah.
So dark.
Yeah.
Just muted and good.
Yeah.
Good. Watchmen looked pretty good, but I think he just took all the wrong lessons from that.
The tone of, and I get what DC's going for in terms of they didn't want to be Marvel. They wanted to be the opposite. Marvel was all bright and colorful and whatnot. And it's just you got to do something visually distinct to separate yourself, because at this point, Marvel was their competition. It was the only thing that people were used to when it comes to superhero films at that point.
When you overcorrect in the other direction, this is what you get.
Right. Yeah. But by the way, just think about the horrible. But Wonder Woman, the first movie, wasn't good. I'm not saying it is, but imagine how bad it would have been if there wasn't a man directing Patty on how to make movies, because she made the second one all on her own. And look how that turned out. You know what I mean?
Boy, did you. Boy, did
I like the first 2/3 of the first Wonder Woman movie. I love it. Act 1 and 2 are great. It falls apart in Act 3.
You didn't like it when she said, "My power is love," and then blasted the villain with a giant death laser?
Remember, she was supposed to get a third film. Thank fucking God. Yeah.
She was supposed to get Star Wars. She was supposed to get a bunch of shit, dude. After 1984, everyone was like, okay, no, sorry.
Maybe we should call Zach. It's the same as Catherine Bigelow, whatever her name is, because she quote unquote directed Point Break when really it was her husband. Who was she married to? Fucking the Avatar director. James Cameron, right? Yeah. So it is highly rumored that he was the ghost director for that movie.
I mean, but I'll give Catherine Bigelow points where it stands. I fucking love the Hurt Locker.
What the fuck is wrong? Are you serious right now?
Yeah.
That is one of the most. One, it's one of the worst movies. Two, it is an insult to military members. Their technical guy or whatever for EOD, he had to actually come out and explain, like, well, because everybody was like, dude, this is not.
I mean,
how
I never
any of
said
this
it
shit
was
works.
military accurate, but I do like wasn't what's his name? Wasn't Tom Sizemore in that movie?
I don't know. The Zero Dark 30 is a good Catherine Bigelow directed movie.
Oh.
Hurt Locker is fuck.
I also like what's that what's the maybe the chat would know. What's the one she directed with Eric Red where they were vampires and it had Paxton in it?
Eric Red? Who the fuck is Eric Red?
Like he's like a 90s horror director. He wrote the movie.
I'm trying to think of a vampire movie with Bill Paxton. I could not tell you.
Oh fuck, that was it. It's like I think it's Near Dark.
Oh, I've never seen Near Dark. Nick has talked about Near Dark, but I've never seen it.
Oh, yeah, from 1987? There's no way she directed that. Her first movie she directed was Point Break. I guess maybe she did direct. Yeah, that's weird.
Huh,
I could have swore her first movie was Point Break.
What up, Roadkill?
Hey, shout out Roadkill.
Megan Fox Until Death feels like she finally understood the kind of movie she belongs in, one that doesn't ask her to be human, but to react like someone desperately trying to appear human. And that's a compliment. Well, not really. In this movie, her flatness works well. The detached, slightly glazed performance that made her unbearable in Transformers, unless you weren't watching for her acting chops, becomes a kind of eerie survival mechanism. She plays a woman handcuffed to her dead husband in a cabin, forced to outthink two intruders while dragging a corpse around the snow.
Cut off his
and
hand.
She actually sells it. The stillness that used to feel like laziness now feels like composure. She doesn't overact the fear or try to cry her way into empathy. She just stays alive. And you believe she could. The camera lingers on her face.
I don't.
And for once, her beauty feels like a burden. She's bruised, exhausted, stripped of glamour.
How is it a burden?
And you can tell she's...
It's not a burden. It's
a burden? Her goddamn ugly ass thumbs. They are disgusting.
I've never heard that.
She has toe thumbs.
You notice, like, when he was complimenting the male actors, how he was complimenting their actual performance, and now he's purely complimenting the directors and being like, oh, her lack of any ability to act is complimented by the director using her as a fucking chew toy. Like,
her beauty is just a burden.
It's just a film bro way of speaking.
That's a thing. For the first half of this video, I was thinking this dude had a good concept that he was executing pretty well, but as soon as he fucking switched to the girls, it started to suck ass. It's weird.
I kind of like it because he's subtly saying women shouldn't talk. Just stand there and look at them. I'm okay with this.
I think a lesser role in movies would be fine. I think we've had our fill of the girl bosses. You know what I mean? Let's tone that shit back down. You know?
I've never even heard of this movie. I didn't know Megan Fox was so.
I don't know the name of it now.
Yeah, he said it. I don't know.
Finally working with the genre instead of against it. It's not range in the traditional sense, but it's awareness. She knows how she's perceived and uses that to her advantage, if you know what I'm saying. Watching Till Death almost feels like watching a career self-correct. She probably realized she'll never win an Oscar unless it's from Brazzers, so she might as well make being trapped in a snowstorm look iconic. If Till Death was Megan Fox learning how to survive, Jennifer's Body was her learning how to perform. It's wild that a movie once written off as a disaster is now regarded as a cult masterpiece. Because Fox was doing the assignment years before people realized what the assignment was.
What did you say, Dax?
If it's a cult masterpiece, fine, but is that really, like, did she contribute that much to that? Like,
I don't remember anything about the movie.
Who fucking directed Jennifer's Body?
I don't know, but
vagina have
I would
teeth?
say it is a good movie. Jennifer's Body is what like. So the marketing for Jennifer's Body was this, like, it was a super, slutty sexual sort of thing. And
like
when
Species.
when you realize it's a satire of that, like, which is what the movie actually was, and you basically watch the movie for what it is, not what the marketing made it out to be. It's a completely different movie, and it works. I think Jennifer's Body actually does really work as a movie.
Right, but that's the one with the vagina with the teeth, right?
No, that's teeth.
But again, would you say she gives a good performance in that? That's like indicative of some hidden. Okay.
But I don't think it's a stretch though, right? Isn't she just playing a very seductive?
I'd say she's playing an exaggerated version of what Hollywood already thinks of her actresses like her. So like, is it a difficult performance? No, but is it a good performance? Because something can be good without being hard to pull off or whatnot. Like it's not hard. Yeah, it's not hard to make a burger, but you can make a really good burger with relative ease.
I mean, without spoiling too much from Jennifer's body, basically she plays 2 roles, like one for the first half and then.
Yeah, not for very long. I mean, she switches it up, roughly the 30-40 minute mark because like the character change. But the point is, I'd say it's worth a watch around Halloween. You don't need it's not something I'd really watch any other time of the year. But if you're like, hey, what's a movie that has aged well over time that people didn't like when it came out, and you want to go back to something scary during like the spooky season and whatnot, I'd say give Jennifer's Body another watch. You might come out surprised.
Just turn your brain off and just enjoy it as a
no, don't turn your brain because it's actually a smart satire. So it's not a turn your brain off movie. It is a smart satire. So
when I turn my brain off, I'm usually asleep, so it doesn't really help with consuming media. But
I let my brain still run because there's a lot of other things it needs to do while I'm asleep.
Right? Yeah, the whole breathing and making sure your blood pumps and stuff like that.
Well, no, the breathing. That's your
nose. Male gaze, self-aware, weaponized, and a little tragic underneath the smirk. The genius is in how she doesn't overplay the monster. She doesn't try to humanize the demon or wink at the camera. She just is. Her line delivery feels like it's been filtered through 6 layers of confidence and exhaustion. As if she's sick of being adored but still addicted to it. It's also one of the few roles where Fox gets to be funny on her own terms. Not just eye candy for someone else's punchlines. She managed to make possession feel like empowerment and horror.
Being eye candy for somebody else's punchline?
I don't know what that means. Yeah, I'm with Matt on this one.
He is just using words to fill time to get that second ad, right? Because he's not saying shit.
Not ever since he started talking about Gal Gadot and Megan Fox. These are 2 of the worst fucking people he could have.
What happens when you focus on women in your videos?
Film bro talk.
I mean, I would agree that he's like padding it out, and it's probably a mixture of the 2. Both.
Honestly, I think he thinks he's doing a good job. He's like, oh, this is how YouTubers are supposed to talk.
Right. This is somebody who has watched Niat but doesn't realize why Niat's successful.
Well, yeah. I legit will stick up for the first half of this video, but yeah, this has not been good. This has been a steep decline.
Well, we're almost finished. We got 4.5 minutes left, so let's power through, boys.
I feel like heartbreak. Watching Jennifer's Body now feels like a retroactive apology from everyone who didn't take her seriously. Because for once, she got to play the caricature and control it at the same time. Before Mark Wahlberg became the patron saint of Boston Gym Bros, and the
okay, here's the deal. Mark Wahlberg is kind of like Harrison Ford. He's a good actor that's just at this point phoning it in because they're just giving him the same fucking role over and over. Mark Wahlberg can't act. He's done plenty of movies.
The Fighter.
That's the one.
Fighter. Say what you will about whether or not the story is true. Lone Survivor, obviously his younger years of Boogie Nights,
and The Happening, his most classic performance.
What?
It's not bring that up because dude, that is 100% default of bad direction. You want to know why he took that role?
What? The Happening?
I'm paraphrasing a little bit, but I'm trying to get the quote as close as I can.
Well, I'd love to know. That's my favorite performance of his.
Yeah. The quote is because I got to play a science teacher instead of a fucking cop.
That's stupid. He's stupid for saying that.
Oh, he plays such a good cop.
He was tired of being like typecast because again, he's a good actor. He can do other stuff. He's like, yeah, write me as somebody smart. Now he should have known going in that Shyamalan can't write smart characters, but at least his hope was that I'm gonna get to play a smart character instead of just the tough guy thing.
Yeah, that's like when Sylvester Stallone when they did him and Kurt Russell did their movie. What was it? Fucking Tango and Cash, right? He's like. He was a stockbroker, you know what I mean? He was super smart and wore glasses for 20 minutes of the first 20 minutes of the movie. But that was a big emphasis that he wanted in Tango and Cash was that he didn't want to be the Rambo like dumb like I'm big and strong. He's like, actually, if you check the NASDAQ this morning, you'll see that I'm smart. Look, glasses.
What was that? What was that Stallone movie where it had his mom in it? And he was a cop.
Don't shoot or don't stop or my mom will shoot.
Yeah.
He got tricked into doing it because Arnold Schwarzenegger, it was when him and Sly
Was it
were
when him and Arnie were beefing?
Yeah. And so Arnie like made it sound as though he was gonna take the movie. So Sly's like, no, I'll grab it, I'll take it. They even lied to whatever her name was, the little old lady, because she was very anti-gun and she would not be in a movie with guns, and she did not know this movie was gonna have guns in it. That she would have to, yeah. So everybody got screwed by that movie. You remember they had him in a diaper?
By the way, I'm with Black Lives this one. I hate when these video essays try so hard to be quotable. Like, dude, there's a reason that when I do my reactions and whatnot, it's like I just say really dumb, simple shit. Is because like I'm a dumb, simple dude. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's been a minute, but when I do videos, I don't script them. You know, I improv all my shit anyways. But
yeah, same. Everything I do is improv. I will occasionally do scripted videos because I like to just flex those writing muscles that I used to use.
Sometimes I'll have notes.
Do it, but yeah, dude, my videos 99 times out of 100 are all just like off the cuff.
I got this comment. About why are you laughing in your own video? I was like, because I'm funny. What else was I supposed to do? What I said was funny and I laughed. That's what happened.
Yeah, if you don't laugh at your own jokes, no one will. You gotta laugh at your jokes first before other people will.
I watch almost exclusively my own content.
See, like, that was a funny line. I also believe it.
Face of that one guy who definitely calls it the industry he actually acted. Three Kings might be the only film where he's not playing himself with varying levels of volume.
What
As
the
Troy
fuck
Barlow,
did you just say?
Wahlberg captures something he rarely has since.
Three Kings is great. It's a really good movie. But this is the only movie that Marky Mark wasn't playing himself. Is that what he said?
Yeah, that's pretty much what he said. By the way, I'm pretty sure that Marky Mark wasn't playing himself in The Departed. You know, like fucking fantastic movie. Yeah, no, this is awful criticism. I think of everyone we've covered on this list so far, Mark Wahlberg is the least deserving to be being on here.
Innocence. He's not the loudest guy in the room or the one cracking tough guy one-liners. He's just a kid who thought the Gulf War would be exciting and realizes it's all senseless chaos.
Okay,
His performance is jittery but genuine. The kind of emotional palate he later buried under years of macho self-parody. There's a scene where he's captured and tortured, and
macho
here.
Macho self-parody, I guess I understand. But he's typecast.
Yeah, but
he's writing. You can very much tell the formula with which he wrote the script. You know, like it's very beat for beat. Like every single actor is structured in the same way, whether it works or not. Like.
I also can't think of any movies that Mark Wahlberg's done where he's a macho self-parody. I can think of movies he's done where he's
the other guys a little bit.
But that was because
of the comedy it works.
Yeah, exactly.
By the way, Two Guns, great movie with him and Denzel. Phenomenal, slept on, underrated. Two Guns with him and Denzel. Check it out.
Four Brothers also slept on. Four Brothers
is great. That's a like a reimagining of Sons of Katie Elder. The John Wayne movie?
I did not know that.
That. Yeah.
No, I did not know that. In fact, the only thing I knew about Sons of Katie Elder is Dana Carvey's made some jokes about it. I mean, Dana Carvey is my favorite comedian. So yeah, I've never actually even seen the original movie. So I did not know that Four Brothers was a remake. It was a reinterpretation of that.
I mean, as much as some people hate Mark Wahlberg, he's had less misses and more hits, I would say, than
anyone else on this list so far?
Yeah.
Yeah, like when he blinded that Vietnamese dude, that was a really good hit. He
had it coming. Did you hear what he was wearing? By the way, he was in Renaissance Man, which not a lot of people may remember that. With Danny DeVito, where he's teaching dum-dums in the army to not be so dumb.
I know there's a movie called The Renaissance Man. I did not know that was the premise of it.
Yeah. I basically just read that off IMDb.
I mean, I hate to say it, but it's like
Danny DeVote instead of DeVito.
I was gonna make a joke about this. Like, guy goes into the basically the recruitment office for the Marines, and he's like, "So what do you want to do?" And the kid's like, "Well, I want to be infantry and I want to shoot things." And he's like, "Oh, good choice."
I'm ex-military, so I don't get it. But
I am, and I'm kind of struggling. I lost the thread.
Because like basically for the Marines they try to all shuffle you towards infantry in general because that gets at least for Marine recruiters it gets you an extra stipend, so you get paid more if you shuffle people more towards infantry.
Man, that's some shady ass shit. I'm sure the Army recruiters aren't any different, but that's weird because recruiters really didn't have a lot of say in the MOS that you would pick. When I did it, I went to MEPS and then they're like, look, here's the list of jobs you can do. I'm like, oh, what's this Cavalry Scout thing? He's like, I got a video for you. Fucking this video, bro. They're on doom buggies, on dirt bikes, and there was this one scene where you see a tree line and they pop out the tree line. I was, goddamn, sign me up for this shit. Do you know how many doom buggies I rode in when I was in the Army? Do you know how many dirt bikes I was on? 11. Do you know how many times I popped out of a wood line? Once it was at Fort Hood while we're out in the field training, and everybody looked at me like, what are you doing? I saw it in the video. I'm doing it once.
Yeah, like, but the thing is, like, they don't necessarily say you have to do this, but they push you towards it. At least for like Marine recruiters, they push you towards it. Like they're like, oh yeah, that's a pretty good career path. But you ever thought about like shooting things and like blowing shit up and videos? Getting into the shit? But
instead of the stoic silence most action stars default to, he's panicked, pleading, damn terrified. It's disarming to watch because Wahlberg, the guy who'd later beat up CGI aliens and robots with nonchalance, looks completely breakable.
Hold on. I was
you almost wish this
at
version
his
of him.
Movies. I did not see anything where he was beating up robots or, well, I guess Transformers. Never mind.
Yeah.
Was he beat up a Transformer in that movie? Like, what?
Well, in spirit, I think.
Not only that, but also all great actors have taken shitty fucking movies. Like you cannot name even the most perfect actor out there hasn't done at least one shitty fucking movie. Like that's
Daniel Day-Lewis.
Have you seen his last one that he did?
Oh yeah, never mind.
there we go. Like this is a complete. This is cope.
I'm stuck around longer, but like all tragic cases of self-awareness gone wrong, Three Kings was the exception that proved the rule. Once he realized audiences preferred the swagger and less clothing on his upper body, he traded complexity for confidence.
He already knew that. He was part.
He
was the Funky Bunch. You don't think he already knew that?
Dude, his whole brand with Marky Mark and the Funky Bunch was I look good and I rap and I'm white.
Yeah, he knew that going in, bro. It wasn't this movie where he was not without his shirt. Like I don't think once in this whole entire movie.
His most famous song says, "My body is healthy. My rhymes make me wealthy." What are you like? What are we doing?
Oh, Marky Mark.
Something. The actor disappeared, but the meme was born. The fighter feels like the last time Mark Wahlberg remembered what acting actually is. As Mickey Ward, he dials it all the way down and becomes something he rarely is: vulnerable. He's not trying to prove he's the toughest guy in the room. He's just a guy in the room trying to survive the people around him.
Trying to win a championship, to be of the world.
Yeah, but he's not trying to be tough about it.
Trying to be the strongest guy in the room.
By the way,
you know, he's a very passive kind of boxer. He just kind of rope-a-dopes and lets them tire himself out, and then he gives them a little tap-tap.
In boxing, Christian Bale may have won the Oscar for his self-destructive brother, Dickie Eklund, but Wahlberg holds his own. I think it's to do with the chemistry they've got. The way he looks at Dickie with endearment, seeing his brother fight this addiction his whole life.
Who did direct this?
It was shit. He's good. I remember that.
I'll let you look that up when we finish this out.
You can see the inner conflict boiling in his eyes. It's weirdly touching to see him act without ego. Like the movie forgot to tell him he was Mark Wahlberg. Every jab looks like it costs him something. By the time he gets his moment in the ring, it's a sigh of relief. He stops playing the American dream and starts embodying the exhaustion that comes with chasing it.
David O. Russell.
Maybe Bale just made him act better by proxy. Probably threatened him to step his game up before he gains 30 pounds of muscle and take his gig. All these actors have been memed to death for being one-dimensional, and rightfully so. But when the material lines up perfectly with who they actually are, or at least who we think they are, something almost magical happens. Jack Black's manic warmth becomes soulfulness in Bernie. The Rock's charm finally fits into a role that's supposed to be larger than life. Megan Fox's detachment
if it was
turns
meant
into
to
grit.
be that, if it was written that way, that's how he would have played it. Whatever. By the way,
Even Gal
David O.
Gadot,
Russell also
goddess of the
directed
blank
Three
stare,
Kings.
finds a kind of divine still.
Did what?
He directed Three Kings as well, David O. Russell. And American Hustle.
Okay, so the other Mark Wahlberg movie he was referring to?
Right, yeah, Three Kings, yeah.
Okay.
In Snyder's slow motion religion. Range isn't always about transformation, even though you hear me talk about it all day long. Sometimes it's about being unshakably yourself in a movie that finally understands you. And I'll be honest, I don't usually like doing these videos on bad actors.
Oh, God,
There's nothing fun about sitting through
I
3
can't-
romantic dramas, waiting for a spark that never comes, or trying to convince yourself that pain and gain counts as nuance. But I had to make an exception for this lineup. These aren't actors trying to prove they can do more. These are actors who accidentally stumbled into their one masterpiece and walked away like it was just another paycheck. So maybe that's the real lesson here. It's not that they forgot they don't have range. It's that for one fleeting moment, they didn't need it.
Wait, well, hold on. What the fuck does that mean?
If Christian Bale was an actor...
I'm sorry.
Every now and then, an actor...
Can you play that last line back? Put on subtitles, too. I don't want to...
Yeah, let's get the full
The
script.
lesson here. It's not that they forgot they don't have range. It's that for one fleeting moment, they didn't need it.
That's so true. Oh,
What?
that's
Wasn't the movie about the one time they had range and showed it?
Yeah, that last sentence.
The last
literally-
line kind of undermines the entire last hour of what we've been doing. Yep.
Holy shit! I can't believe how much worse that got over time.
That was terrible. Somebody kick Soranos' ass next time we see him. Holy fuck. I don't know if he did that as a joke to torture us.
I mean,
I
imagine he saw some of the flaws in it himself. Serrano's a pretty discerning dude, but like
he is, yes. He had to have been doing that as a troll.
It's okay to workshop some of this with your friends. You know what I mean? Have a friend like just do a quick one on your script. You know, maybe show them the video before you, I don't know, publish it, right?
The scripted video I've yet to make, but had the script written for, I've sent to 3 different people, got 3 different sets of notes, some of them conflicting, and I'm on like my 4th or 5th draft. At this point, I've said, fuck it, when it happens, it'll happen.
Oh, I send my stuff too, but it's only because I'm looking for validation. I don't think they have anything to contribute because I made it, but I get what you mean.
Speaking of looking for validation, I feel validated in that you guys have had us hit tier 2. Shout out. Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Really
Thank you.
So we got to spin a wheel and then we're going to get on out of here. So let's go ahead and bring the wheel up. Give me one moment.
Last thing I want to say on that video, he did the classic video essayist trope of, you know, I didn't really want to make this video. Then don't ever.
I don't care, but I'm about to tell you 3 hours how you're wrong. Or whatever, you know,
just don't do it. It's stupid, it's dumb, and it's gay. That's all.
Alrighty. Well, speaking of things that are stupid, dumb, and gay, we do watch parties every Thursday in the Discord when we hit tier 2. So we need a total of 10 movies. Galcamon says Hoodwinked, so I'll go ahead and put that on there. So 9 more movies of what you would like to see as the thing that we watch this coming Thursday. Chat, you guys say priority, but of course, everybody on the panel, you guys can give thoughts as well. The rules, of course, being I have to have either never seen it, or if I have seen it, as it was so long ago, I don't have any real memory or attachment to it or anything like that. Oh, we need just cats.
Yeah. I missed a lot of that. Can I get the TLDR? What are we doing?
Recommend a movie I either haven't seen or haven't seen in a very, very long time for the Discord watch party. And then when we have 10 recommendations, we spin the wheel. Demon Carol says good or bad. Frankly, it doesn't really matter good or bad, but people like to put shitty movies out there to torture me. So
I think you should put all of Neil Breen movies on there.
No, but how about Warfare, Leon?
Yeah, you put Warfare last time, but it didn't land on it, so we'll add it again. Yep. Also,
is there a theme that you're going for?
No, it can be any movie. Is this Gamers Rebellion? Is this the name of a movie? The Inappropriate Comedy is this the name of the movie? I'll add it. I just need to know what you're asking.
I'm gonna give you a legit. Yeah, this was just something I was just wanting to say, but I hate it when I'm on a stream and it's a video that we agree with and we're like, yep, that's right. I'm like, fuck, dude. I try to add everything I can because I don't want to. I feel bad if we go too long without pausing and saying something. So I'm constant. You know what I mean? It's so much easier if I don't agree with them.
Something that allows you to add additional points, or like when me and Andrew were watching a video earlier by Legendary Drops, we agree with pretty much all his points. However, that one 20-minute video turned into like an hour and 10-minute reaction because we kept stopping to add our own exponentially long dialogue.
Yeah. But anyway, so here's a movie not a lot of people have seen, Art of Self-Defense.
Oh, that's the one with Jesse Eisenberg, right?
Yes, it's so good. Especially once it may take a few minutes, but like once you get I get it now. It's so great.
Okay, well then piggybacking.
I like Jesse Eisenberg. I actually think he's a very good actor.
Oh, he's great as long as he's not being Lex Luthor. But
Alucard, you didn't miss much because we watched the director's cut of Bad Santa, which comparatively that everybody could describe the theatrical cut or even the unrated cut. The director's cut wasn't good. Even I, who had it was good. I enjoyed it. I shouldn't say it wasn't good. But
it's
watching
so
as someone
much
who's
better
never
in the
seen Bad Santa, even I could tell there was shit that was wrong. There was shit that was missing. Like, it was still fun and funny, and I'm glad I watched it. But apparently, we watched the inferior version.
No, definitely.
I mean, there's another movie that suffers from that. Have you seen the cuts they've done to Blazing Saddles?
No, I will never watch anything beyond what the proper cut is because goddamn, it's a great movie. Yeah. Fun fact, Demon Carol, I've had a conversation with UA Bull. At one point, he was supposed to come on Countercast, but we just couldn't make a time thing work. But yeah, I love UA Bull. I know he's a shit director. But yeah, no, he's a cool dude. I quite like him.
Yeah, he seems cool. He's a fighter or something, right? Doesn't he always challenge people? Like, if you want to talk shit, come to whatever third world Soviet Union
he did that a few
country I'm
times.
in.
I think he's a bit old for that now, but
by the way,
he used to beat the shit out of people who taught shit on his movies and would win the fights.
Which is
he's a cool dude.
It's pretty. It's a way to go. I'm gonna kind of piggyback off of what Mad said, and it's a very different tone of martial arts movie, but put on The Foot Fist Way, starring Danny fucking McBride.
Yeah, I know that one. Yeah, I thought you were gonna say Red Belt. I don't know why.
Nah, I haven't seen that one.
Oh, it's with Yoragoro Tororo. You know, the black guy from Serenity. And
the one that plays the military guy who's after him?
Doctor Strange too.
Oh, Mordo's actor?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Is his name like
I said
like Chidwick
Tororo?
Yeah, however you say
maybe
his name.
Maybe you could enunciate a bit better.
You know how it is, like sometimes when you hit a accent so accurate that people think it's fake, like Leonardo DiCaprio on Blood Diamond. People think he did a bad accent, but actually his accent was so fucking good.
It was same with Brad Pitt in that Guy Ritchie movie.
Snatch,
yeah.
Yeah, the deal was about how he saw it.
Funny enough, we just watched a Guy Ritchie film in Leonard Server, Revolver. I don't know if any of y'all have seen that.
I'm a big Guy Ritchie fan.
I've not seen Revolver.
It's fucking nuts, but they were also talking about, dude, you got to watch Snatch. Like that was the conclusion after that.
Snatch is fucking fantastic. I've actually got it right over there on my DVD case. But
what the fuck one on the caravan? No fucking wheels.
No. OBD is not. It's not dogs. DAWGS. It's dags. DAGS. Like dags.
Oh, dogs. Yeah, I like dags.
You like
fucking
dags?
Tommy.
The guy that played Scar in the Lion King remake, that didn't happen. Yeah, that guy. But yeah, we need 2 more movies though. So again, panel.
Fuck it.
Someone said that last week, Rock and Rolla. So yeah, I'll add that back.
Did you ever see The Man from U.N.C.L.E., by the way? It's a Guy Ritchie film.
Yeah.
The Cavill remake.
The Henry Cavill, it's a remake of a TV show.
I've not. No, I've seen the original Man from U.N.C.L.E. because which was a show, if I recall. That was episodes with my grandpa because he really liked it. But
the movie's really good. It's Henry Cavill and the Toe Eater, Armie Hammer.
Yeah, well, that makes 10 then. Let's spin a wheel. Let's see what happens.
Damn it! I should have put a Neil Breen on there.
Round and round she go low. Where will she?
Oh, come on! Keep going. Keep going.
Yeah,
nice. Son of a bitch.
Art of Self-Defense it is.
You were close.
Go.
You were close.
Mads for the win.
Hey, there we go.
All right, so this coming Thursday, so in about 5 to 6 days, depending on your time zone, we will watch this in the Discord. And like that, we out. Let's go ahead and do some outros. Gal Caramon, I know you don't often have much to say because you don't do a channel or anything, but yeah, tell the people who you are, what you do, what you got coming up, the whole nine.
I'm just Gal Caramon here. I'll be around, and I'm freaking tired as hell.
Wait, have you been here the whole time?
Yes, I've been quiet as hell.
He's the strong silent type, man.
Yeah,
I
he's
don't
like what
like
they
to-
accused Mark Wahlberg.
Yeah, like a Marky Mark.
Was
Yeah.
that Gal Caramon?
I don't like to interrupt people, so.
Nah, dude, fuck it.
You're good, homie. You're good.
No,
Matt,
this
what
is
about you?
like
What you got coming up? And Dax, if you want to do your mod stuff, make sure that Mad's
I got you.
Yeah.
My
Yeah,
man.
yeah. You can find me at Mad's new channel. It's my new channel. Pretty creative, I know. Every Tuesday, 9:15 p.m. Central, we do Matapap. Similar to EFAP, they stole that from me, even though they didn't know that they did it, but they did it. It's actually called MadFap, but that's a different thing. This thing is where we go over a story from history. We talked about the Lobster Boy last week, and we've talked about so the Death by Lightning, the new show on Netflix about Charles Coutu, who assassinated President Garfield. We covered that story months ago, and we left all the good shit in, like when he was in a sex cult, but nobody would have sex with him because they hated him, and his nickname was Get Out Charles. Like they didn't put any of that shit in that. I guess I haven't seen it, but yeah, man, it's a lot of fun. We have a lot of fun every Tuesday.
Sounds awesome.
Yeah, we have a lot of fun, man. The stories are great. We're just riffing on it. Basically, what we do with the video here tonight, we do with the story from history, and it's a lot of fun.
Kaliko, what about you? What you got coming up, bud?
Oh, well, so I have something new on the horizon. Me and old Marine buddy of mine, we're gonna be reacting hopefully every week or every other week to military movies, and at the end, I will be going out to my backyard and shooting off the guns from the movies, and we're gonna show
You
whether
cannot
or
do
not
that on stream.
I'm aware.
Okay.
but whether or not it was accurate and all that, and then just breaking down the movie, whether or not I liked it or me and my buddy liked it.
I actually did that with Adam from Vets Talking for Warfare. We covered a video of somebody, video essay on warfare a couple weeks ago.
Nice.
Dax, my man, best mod in the whole damn land.
Thank you so much. Shit, man, this is a way longer boy. I didn't think we were gonna make it here, but we
It's
fucking
been a
did.
while since we've done stream this long, yeah, but I'm here for it. It was a blast.
We made a list, we checked it twice, and Mega Man fucking clutched it thanks to the Smash Raiders. So I'm a happy Dax tonight. As for me, you can find me every Friday here on Neon Leon. You can find me on most Sundays over at Sammy's channel where we talk about the news. I think Stag Lee has a show this Sunday, so we won't be doing that. But you can also catch me as the co-host of Tighten Up Tuesday on Abomination fucking AJ's channel. So please check us out. Enzo talks about weird sex stuff most times, and it's a great time.
Right, but don't check it out until we're done on Matapap on my channel.
Absolutely.
We start like an hour earlier than them, I think. Mine's, by the way, my show's great for replay because it's more audio than visual. So you can put it on while you're playing games or whatever, and it's fun, man. It's awesome.
Which is what I'm about to do when we wrap this up. But as for me, guys, streams and videos every single day. Make sure to check out the gaming channel because I've been taking that much more seriously. In fact, we've got Arc Raiders players that don't like that I made a video on the completely lukewarm topic of it's a good game. I'm glad people are enjoying it. It seems to be very, very well made, but it's not game of the year. Apparently that pisses off pansies that are supposedly, can talk shit in these competitive online games. Who'd have thought? So check out the gaming channel. Tomorrow night we'll be streaming Sonic Crossroads Racing with the Bigot Army crew. It's going to be a good time. And then, on the main channel, videos and streams every day. And with that, also, those of you that donated, truly appreciate it. Thank you so much. It means the absolute world to me. It's only because of you that I get to even fucking do this for a living. So
for real,
cannot forget to thank you for that. Absolute shout out. And with that being said, we out of like 4 circles. I'll see you on the flip flop. It's all here in the Neurosphere, and this has been Words of Paradise.